Right then, let's get started, shall we? Good afternoon, good evening, or good morning, depending on where you are in the world, and welcome to this, the Racing Pals' third running of its Halloween special event. This time, for the first time, our last two having been at Spa, coming from Oulton Park up in Cheshire. So very spooky, I'm sure, but we shall certainly see some spookiness if the weather radar is currently to be believed. Oh, because I'm actually on a lap. We have at the moment 23 cars on the server and somewhere upwards of 40 odd drivers who will be partaking, some in teams of 3, some in teams of 2, and some, those particularly who are in silver on the timing tower, in teams of 1 for the whole 6 hours of this endurance race. Let's see Oren Megans go quite wide through that section of the track as he comes down now through the first, second corner up to the island bend. And I'm going to have to work on remembering all of these corner names. We are coming to the last 2.5 minutes of this practice session, and as I will be going for 6 hours, this will probably be a more relaxed commentary to try and save my sanity and voice, but hopefully we'll get some good racing in. So what makes our Halloween specials so special? Well, if you have seen the radar, in 30 minutes there is predicted to be quite a bit of rain coming. And as for the last 2 seasons, we are hoping to have a pretty wet track here, as well as a race start time in the evening to the night, and the race itself will run through the darkness, past midnight, all the way to the early hours of the morning in the pouring rain, if ACC weather systems decide to play and cooperate. But it will certainly be a race which will test a lot of these drivers' abilities. It will push them, I think, to their limits, especially here at Oulton Park, which you may have noticed is a little bit shorter than Spa, where we usually run this race. And I think that's reflected in the number of GT4s that we have had come and sign up for this series. Let's start with your GT4 leader, who's currently in the pit lane. Oh yes, and Halloween liveries are a thing. This is what I'm looking forward to. And there will be a livery competition, which will be decided by the stewards, of all the custom liveries. One driver will be able to go home, even if they don't win the race, knowing that they have done the utmost to create a spooky livery for spooky season. Let's see Thomas Jack in his very professionally made small PP spooky car. A little red rum on the front, and some horror and scary on the side. And on the other side, I believe, whilst I won't show it to you now, are 2 other drivers taking part in this race. Let's have a look if we can find them. Here we are, Robin Moe, who driving the smaller PP Janetta. You see on the side of his car is an anime girl whose face has been replaced with the face of Thomas Jack. And this Robin Moe will be driving with another familiar Racing Pals face in the form of Jacka Rowan. And a little bit later, once Tom leaves the pit lane, I'm sure we will see their faces on the other side of his car. Right, so our half an hour of practice has ended. We are now waiting for the final drivers to complete their laps. And it should, as we haven't done a multi-class race in a little while, but it should be GT4 taking the first 15 minutes of the qualifying session, and then GT3 for the remaining 15. And it'll be interesting to see if the qualifying session flows directly from this practice session, how the weather comes into play towards the end of qualifying. It'll actually be quite funny if GT4s end up all qualifying ahead of GT3s. I think this is the first time we've ever had more GT4s signed up and in the race than there are GT3s, but it's a pretty balanced split. Signed up, I believe there were 11 GT3s and 14 GT4s. We obviously have 2 fewer cars than were on the sign-ups earlier today. Let's have a look if we can see. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yes, there are 9 GT3s, I think, currently on the server, and therefore the remaining 14 must be GT4s. Sorry, no, there are 10 GT3s, as Chromix is hiding at the bottom of the leaderboard, having not set a lap, I think, during the practice. Do that thing where ACC decides to make you hit drive again. And who is this? The first driver coming out of the pit lane. It's not Boothby. I thought it was Boothby as I could see him, but it looks as though it is Thomas Jack in the number 13 Alpine. As Jack Arroyo mentioned in the chat, he is very appreciative of my appreciation for his artistic talent that went into the livery of the smaller PP car. Let's have a look as Thomas Jack makes his way around Oulton Park for the first time in this qualifying session. He comes through the Shell Oils corner up to the Britain's chicane. I think we had a race here in our most recent RP series race season. I can't remember, I think that might have been wet as well, so it'll be interesting to see how any drivers in that session are used to these conditions. Now down the moderately long straight for the size of this track, even if it is still rather short, and through the chicane at his lops and up to Knickerbrook corner. Now under the first of the 2 bridges around this track, and we get to the fast right-hander that makes up Druids, because every track in Britain has to have a Druids corner. I think that's just a legal thing. Now down the long run under the bridge and up to Lodge corner and Deer Leap to complete the lap, and he will start his first flying lap as soon as it's done. It's going to dry off a bit throughout this session, so it'll be interesting to see how the lap times develop over the course, and if anyone's going to lose out as the track dries off towards the end of this GT4 qualifying session, it looks like at the moment, and whether any fresh rain might come in just for the end of GT3, but it doesn't look like it is at the moment. Thomas Jack coming up to the Shell corner. There's a big hairpin at the bottom of this long stretch. He comes down to his lops now. It looks to be a pretty tidy sort of banker lap. He does his thing though. Thomas Jack loves to hit those triangles, and he always does, and he takes out another board for good measure. The little bollards on the side of the track. Out through Druids, only a couple more corners to go, and we can start seeing what times these GT4s are doing on what is currently a wet track. I also think I may have had my half-an-hour qualifying session in my head wrong, as Thomas comes in, and I will find the button that is needed to give you the lap time. It's a 1:44.472, and Boothby behind him, I think maybe had an issue on that lap, as he is 4 seconds slower at the moment. And he was very close to the back of Thomas Jack throughout the entire outlap, gave a little bit of space, but I don't think it was a 4-second drop-off. I think maybe he has had some issue on his lap. Valentino Rossi, the third driver to cross the line, our favourite driver in just a plain green Aston Martin in this race. 5 seconds off the pace with a 1:49.792, and Robin Moe then through to second and immediately coming back to the pit lane after only one lap. So I think, anyway, as I was saying, I may have got that slightly wrong. Usually we have done in the past half an hour sessions. I mean, it looks like this qualifying is 20 minutes instead of half an hour, so 10 minutes for each class of cars, which again will be interesting to see as the track is now damp, so it will be slightly faster for those still on a lap. But will it dry off for the end of the GT4 running, and will those drivers on a lap at the very end just get a little lucky and perhaps be able to take advantage, as the camera doesn't know what it wants to look at, but it wants to look at this. Marcel Tamo in one of my favourite cars in Assetto Corsa Competizione, the lovely V8 powered Chevrolet GT4 in the team that he has titled himself V8 Vroom. I'm looking forward. It's got its own Halloween blood spatter and creepy jack-o'-lantern-esque face on the left-hand side of the car. It is a wonderful car, and he has currently put it into second place in this qualifying session. See who is yet to set a lap. There's a couple. There's a yellow flag for Arndt here. And this gives me a chance to test out the replay function. Now I have all the replay stuff working. Let's see if I can get it to work properly. Yes, I can. And I think that is at the first chicane. Just perhaps gone on the power a little too early, and into the grass he goes and chooses a return to pit lane instead of trying to continue on to start another lap immediately. We have Hannah Ickler, another regular face that occasionally appears for Red Kiwi Racing in RP endurance races. In the 154 Porsche Cayman GT4. And let's see, currently sitting P6, but currently 3 tenths up on their own time. Meanwhile, Thomas Jack is also 4 tenths up on his time in P1. But I'm going to stick with Hannah here. It's now 6 tenths up and already only at Shell Corner. There's certainly time to be found for this Porsche. I think this is another special livery, a more regular, not so spooky livery, but a Red Kiwi Racing livery nonetheless. 2 sort of semi-regular communities that come and race with us at Racing Pals, and both have rather good looking liveries whenever they come, and those are Red Kiwi and Helios Community Racing, who sadly I don't think have a driver here today, but will have a driver in our RP series race tomorrow, I believe, as Benjamin Morak is partaking in that particular series, which will be streamed here, and I will do a promotion at the end of this race in 7 and 10 minutes, or no, 6 hours and a half-ish once all the interviews are done. But we do have an RP series race, our League ACC series race tomorrow, which I will also be commentating, so I'm going to try and save my voice a little bit during this session. And then for the rest of the season after that, it will be Husky, except for one race where one Jack Hudson will take over for Bathurst. But Hannah Ickler has managed to put in a 147.425, putting them up to 6th place. Meanwhile, there are some yellow flags, as I think, yep, Marcel Tamo let Thomas Jack through, as did, it seems, Robin Moe. We'll look at any others. So Spoopy58 Spoopy in Always Spinning Motorsports. Sadly, no custom livery for a driver that's clearly chosen to make their name Spoopy. But a rather nice looking, what I think is a default livery. I mean, if that is custom, it could be. Very nice sort of chrome purple stripes on the side paneling there. As we are now 10 minutes 24. That's only a couple of seconds more. In the pit lane, Thomas Jack, Marcel Tamo, and Forsten Wenning. This one is Tobias for some reason. I'm going to get someone confused in my head. They will not be able to get another lap in. Someone has just left the pit lane. I think that will be a GT3 lining up at the end of the pit lane to start their lap now. Yes, it was. Martin Kovacs and C. Warner, I'll look at it in a minute, have both come out the pit lane already, but GT4s are entitled to finish their laps. And George Boothby now 1.8 seconds up on their best time, a 1:48.69. Still a couple of seconds off of Thomas Jack's best lap, which at the moment is, well, 5 seconds off Thomas Jack's best lap, which is a 1:43.8. Can they put a dent in that lap time, bring themselves up the order? It looks like they will at the moment. 2.3 seconds up. One more corner. Oh, but he slides. That was a big slide there, and he just returns straight to the pit lane and abandons that lap. That is unfortunate, but Boothby will start P7. Before we look at the GT3s, we still have 2 more drivers still on laps that are valid. Robin Moe has just, I think, crossed the line and goes still third fastest, but Spoopy 58, 2/10 up, and a couple of corners, but they go off, invalidate their lap, and we'll have to return to the pit lane. Let's have a look then. Your GT4 order has been decided. It will be Thomas Jack, Marcel Tamo, Robin Moe, S. Spoopy, also Spoopy, Wenning, Ickler, Boothby, Valentina Rossi, and Arndt. Some regular names there in our RP Series races, and some newer faces as well. And then who didn't set a lap time is John Doe Germany. Surprisingly driving the Maserati, usually a Porsche GT3 driver, opted for the most difficult car to drive, especially in these conditions. Fischer, fuck you, which is perfectly fine to say because it is like Ferdinand Fock. And Philip Drzejek, I'm going to say Drzejek. But that will be your GT4 order. Let's have a look who is on a lap then. Back to Kovacs for the moment. A quick driver certainly who will be looking to take the win here. Certainly one of my probably chosen choices of those names I recognise in this GT3 field. But given the only other name I really recognise as the only other names I really recognise in this GT3 field as more regular drivers are Kovacs, Maudsley and Chromix. It'll be interesting to see how some of the newer drivers fare against these more regular fast drivers we have. As Kovacs now Kovacs now comes up to Deer Leap to start his first flying lap. Was it? No, it wasn't. Sorry, that was his first proper lap he already did. I was too busy looking at GT4s. So Kovacs manages to put in a 1:37.5. The track is now greasy, but who is at the top? It's Chris Warner in the McLaren Madness team with a 1:36.1. Still a second and a half for Kovacs to find if he wants to put in a faster lap. I think he might return to pits to go for dries if he was possibly still on the wet tyres. Now the track is greasy, but we shall have to see as he comes out again. He has left the pit lane. Meanwhile, we have Florian Veldkamp, another Red Kiwi Racing driver in the Ferrari. He's sort of being stuck a little bit behind the Aston Martin of, I think that is, yes it is, Sam Maudsley in N7 Racing. Currently sitting 4th and 5th on the track, with Veldkamp 4th and Maudsley 5th. And that is Ryan Cooper in the Bentley. The classic boat leader should be very much at home in these conditions, coming 5th place at the moment. And we do have our first GT3 that has set a time slower than GT4s, but I'm sure they're just getting back to pace. Adam Komorowski in the Bentley Team M Sport, which is a default livery for a default Bentley. At least I hope they're using an actual setup, but default nonetheless. Oh, big slide I think that was out of the chicane for Adam. The rear end seems to want to step out on this car far more than I've seen it do in a long time. He's now bumped to P9 as Oren Meggans has taken P3 in the Infalex Racing Ferrari 296. Still to set a lap, and just does so, Linus Weiss in a TBD Racing Halloween. Looks like they didn't do the D part of that. Comes P2 though with a 136.8. Meanwhile, Warner at the top of the grid has improved their lap time to a 135.970. The first driver to get into the 35s. But with 3 minutes left, the track may still have time to change to the dry state, which will have an impact on how exactly these drivers end up in the starting order as Warner pulls off to the side of the road to pit, possibly to have one more clean run out. Meanwhile, the only driver yet to set a proper lap time is Kromix, Umar Kromix for the Racing Quest team, the 501 McLaren. His current lap is valid, so we shall see what he manages to put in if he can keep it so. As he comes through up to Deer Leap now. And he's going to cross the line, and it is 5th place, a 137.9. And whilst I say that, Chris Warner, who has returned to pits again, does a 34.7. Or maybe he returned to pits for the last time. I didn't quite catch his lap when he did pull over. And Linus Weiss, has just retaken P2 from Meggans, it appears, as well. But still, almost a second. 8 tenths between the second and first place drivers currently on this track. Well, at the very least we can say we're going to be safe, as all of the GT4 cars have qualified ahead of the all of GT3 field have qualified ahead of the GT4 cars. Oh, Linus Weiss threaded the needle quite perfectly there and almost lost it again though on the exit of Shell Corner. We'll have a see who is on a good lap at the moment. Well, Martin Kovacs is the Hungarian driver, now coming down through the bridge up to Old Hall. No, this isn't Old Hall, sorry, Lodge Corner. Got my corners mixed up. He will finish his lap, and it should be a good second up-ish on his current time, and that, yes it is, it takes him to P2 with a 135.162. Chris Warner, meanwhile, has come back out onto the track. I don't think there's going to be any dry running unless someone gets really lucky. It's currently still greasy. Meanwhile, Ryan Cooper in the Bentley, 2 seconds up on his best time, only 5 seconds off at the moment. But those 2 seconds could put him up into 5th place, as he is 2 seconds behind Kromix, who currently sits in 6th place, not 5th. And Komorowski himself goes up by a second, but only gives him enough for 9th at the moment. He the yellow flag for Komorowski, which will, I assume, mean he's returned to pits for the last time and will start at least 9th, but I think it's going to be 10th. So Ryan Cooper now 3 tenths up, that 5th place I mentioned, looking more and more likely as he comes through Deer Leap and he crosses the line. It's 5th place with a 1:36.402. Oh, I was running straight into the barrier as I was trying to change some Discord settings. And that is your qualifying over, but who is still on a good lap? Chris Warner is up on his time, that is true. But threatening him currently is Linus Weiss, who, if Chris doesn't manage to improve upon this lap, I want to see what he does. Meggans takes first place temporarily, but Chris Warner is still up 8 tenths on his best lap. Track is fast. I was correct in thinking that the track might get lucky for some people still on a lap at the end of this. So Linus Weiss also managed to go P1, a 1:34.332. If Chris can keep this lap valid, though, it might be well into the 33s for him, as he's currently almost a whole second up on his best time. Let's have a look. The only other car currently on a clean lap is Eidson. It was Eidson, but now he has set himself P7. Let's have a look. Chris Warner, 1 second on the clock. Only one more corner to go after this. I think he's going to do it, and it's going to be P1 once again for Chris Warner. The McLaren Madness purple and yellow car has taken home pole position for the 6 hours of Oulton Park. As I set the drive up, I am going to leave you all for 2 seconds, and I'll be back in time for the race start. Right, that is me back and ready. We have 1 minute and 40 seconds till we start the formation lap. Prior to 6 hours of running at Oulton Park, currently conditions are dry, but the track is greasy, suggesting there has been some recent rain. And hopefully ACC will do its thing and give us what we want, and at some point maybe even get a nice flooded track to really put these drivers to the test. And if you are a driver or a co-driver currently sitting in a team and maybe even checking out the stream before the race start, once again, it's just going to be me for the next few hours. At the moment, maybe some other people drop in, some of the stewards maybe, but if you want to come and have an interview with me, try and ping me. I have to have my notifications off, but I should be able to see the ping in my Discord icon on my taskbar. And sit in the interview waiting room, and I should be able to get along to you. And we can discuss how your race is going. That'll certainly be helpful for me, and a nice little bit of a chance to show off what you're doing in this race. Maybe what's gone well, and what hasn't gone so well. As the drivers start their engines, 10 seconds till the formation lap. And Chris Warner will take us away for one lap around Oulton Park. D. Bourne, I'll have to wait till the thing updates to actually know what the proper name of the driver is. But Mr. Bourne will be taking over this car for the race start rather than Linus Weiss, it appears, at least according to my race control. Although the car is still flashing Weiss on the windscreen. Oh, that's sad. You know, I'm going to break some news here, that's quite sad. Unfortunately, it seems I've just got a breaking news alert on my phone, which I was using just to have the track map up for reference, that Sir Bobby Charlton has apparently died at age 86. That's a new one for one of these streams, and that's quite disappointing to hear. There you go, we have now broken news on a stream. Bobby Charlton, of course, the famous World Cup winner in 1966, or at least one of them. But we're not playing football here, we are racing, and we are going to have 6 hours of multi-class endurance racing, which will hopefully get a little wet at some point, although in the next 15 minutes there is none currently on the radar. Okay, the Assetto Corsa, that's the one, has updated. It is going to be Linus Weiss starting. Race control is usually a little bit better, funnily enough, than the Assetto Corsa default graphics, apparently. It will be Linus Weiss starting this race. Actually, I'm going to have a look. His teammate, no, his team, it doesn't give me the first name yet. I'm sure I'll find out at some point in the next 6 hours. Oh, I went to Helicam thinking we could have a nice overhead shot for the start, but all I get is trees. But the drivers should start filtering into a double file soon enough. And there they go, under the bridge. We'll have 2 more corners before we start with 6 hours of Oulton Park, our 3rd running of our annual Halloween special, which I hopefully look forward to seeing some weather come into play as soon as it can. Trees, and it's green, and they are off. Warner just about edging ahead of Weiss up front, but we have Meggans and Kovacs side by side. Meggans just gets ahead, and it looks like Chromix also loses out. Or is that Cooper? No, it was Chromix loses out, and down to 6th place for him. Everyone quite cleanly through at the moment. There are some contacts on the list, which I might go back and look at in a little while. But it looks like everyone got through relatively cleanly on lap 1. There are some people who've dropped back in class and overall. One drive-through for Mr. Hartmann and a 5-second penalty already for Veldkamp. I'm not sure what has happened there. I'll check the steward's log. There is nothing yet written, so I'm assuming that 5 seconds was given by Assetto Corsa and not by the stewards. Already nicely in single file. See if I can get the gaps looking close at the moment. Obviously still very much race start situation. Looks like Sam Morsley might look to make a move on Eidson ahead. Also Chromix ahead of him. Looking very close to the rear of Ryan Cooper. Meanwhile, Chris Warner has already pulled away a 1.0 second lead. look how things are going in the GT4 category. Robin Moe now sitting behind Boothby. And he's got Fisher right on his tail. Can the Ginetta make it past a much, much larger looking BMW? Don't know if he can yet. Jump ahead as Kovacs was for a second there, very close to the rear of Megan's. Looks like Ryan Cooper has had an incident. I don't see anything on the contacts list, so I think he must have just dropped down, possibly due to a mistake. He's 2.5 seconds behind, Chromix ahead. As the battle starts to peter out very quickly. A few gaps now, still within that 1 second range. One of them is this. It is Ferrari versus Ferrari. Kovacs versus Megan's. Megan's gets onto the grass, saves the car, but that's going to allow Kovacs now within 0.1 seconds. He can't make a move into Druids, but can he do it through the old Hull corner? Or maybe into turn 1 instead. What turn 1, which is Old Hall corner, Lodge corner is the last corner. I keep getting those two confused. And Chris Warner now sets fastest lap of the race already, a 1:35.1. He is in clean air, he has no one behind him. He's currently running away with it, but this will all change. It is a small track and they will catch up to the GT4s, I think, probably before the end of the half hour. Look bad. Spoopy is behind Fock. Can Spoopy make the move? Another Ginetta against another much bigger car. This time it is the Chevrolet V8 motor. Spoopy is trying to hold on to the back of the Chevy. Certainly should have a good amount of performance in Ginetta around this track, but the V8 motor is going to come into play, and it is always a surprisingly nimble car, that Chevrolet, and always a very enjoyable one to drive for me at least. He takes a wider line through Shell Corner than the car ahead decided to. Spoopy followed him, and now Spoopy seems to have dropped off a little bit. Meanwhile, Kovacs still on the rear of Megan's. Can we see either of them make a move on this lap? I say either of them, just the one of them that would make the move, but you know, you get the point. It's still 0.3 of a second. Now down to 0.5. Megan's gets a little bit of an advantage there, it seems, through turn 1. Kovacs perhaps backed off a little bit. We're trying to line up a pass on the straight here, or at least into Shell Corner, but I don't think he's going to have the distance. Spoopy has also received then a 5-second penalty. I can have a look at the stewarding. So, stewarding notes whilst I can have a quick look at the Discord. 5-second penalty was given to car 294 being driven by Veldkamp for causing a collision during qualifying, which I must have missed, and 58 car of Spoopy was given a 10-second penalty for causing collision in the race. And yep, that was a 5-second when I saw it, because in ACC you have to give a penalty by 5 seconds for a 10. I'll look down at Spoopy, currently sitting now 9 seconds behind Wenning, who has also managed to get past him at some point. Can I see? That's the 58 and the 3 involved in that incident. I can have a quick look. There's a 3 of Robin Moe. Don't want to go immediately, but I will go in a minute, because there might be a move being made here by Fisher in the Aston. He clobbers that curb. Robin leaves him very little space. Robin himself being stuck behind the Chevy of Bletton. You see the smiling anime face of Thomas Jack on the side of the car. It looks like Robin is seriously under pressure here from the Aston Martin. Another fantastic looking car. He has put some pictures on the side of his car. I have no idea who they are. On top of the car as well. It looks like Robin has had a little reprieve. Big slide there from the Aston, taking out one of the bollards into turn 1 to come down through the cascades. It is bumper to bumper to bumper. Only 0.3 seconds separating the three drivers. Robin maybe looking possibly to make an inside move into Shell. He's going to try it. Just can't make it, I think. And he's stuck once again behind the Chevrolet for the time being. He will want to be making this move because I think it's holding him up and allowing the Aston to attack him far more than he would like. I think he should be able to run away with it if he gets past the Chevrolet, but he is struggling to do so. Meanwhile, I really want to go back and see what got the 10-second penalty for Spoopy, but I can't because I'm too busy trying not to have a Lance Stroll moment where we need to know what's happened. It is still Robin Moe now 0.3 seconds behind the Chevrolet, 0.2 again. That much better on the brakes and through the corner than the Chevy. He's now 0.1 seconds in it. Can he make a move into the lodge? Looks like he's trying to make a move around the outside, maybe try to switch back. He's still there. But he goes off the track and the Aston Martin's got through as well. And that's Robin Moe has lost now another place in that unfortunately failed move. And he's down to 15th, which I believe is 5th in class. That is unfortunate for Robin Moe, but I think he'll be very much back on the rear end. Almost bump drafting Geert Fischer versus Gletton. Almost doing a good bump draft there. Let's have a look. He makes a move up the inside as contact. Gletton gets forced off the track. He managed to save it from an accident, but he's going to have to come back on in a very unsafe manner. But I don't think the stewards can look at that because I don't think he had much of a choice. It was either that or end up in the wall, and Amarovsky has also gone off elsewhere. Let's have a quick look. 15 seconds back. Oh, Amarovsky just loses it out of Knickerbrook. Manages to keep going on his way. Meanwhile, Meggans and Kovacs are still fighting now with Luca. I keep saying Luca because Luca Den, I keep thinking L is Luca, but Linus Weiss, that's his name. Let's have a Linus or Linus. I can't actually remember. It might be Linus, to be fair. I might be getting that wrong. But Weiss is leading this little train that is the P2 train for GT3. As Meggans and Kovacs now sitting right behind him. And that's Kovacs, I think, making a move, trying, but pulls out of it before the move can be made. Alright, Robin Moe still sitting behind Fischer. You know what? I'm going to risk it. Where is he? Spoopy, man. Spoopy, the 58 car. Let's have a quick look and see what gave him the 10-second penalty. Oh, little bang. I'm not sure whether that perhaps deserved 10 seconds, but it was a little bang that forced Robin to lose a lot of places. And being a lap 1 incident, likely treated a little bit harsher. That explains as well why Robin Moe dropped down the order so quickly. He's now sitting still P4 in class. Robin has pulled off a little bit. Oh, into the dust for Fisher. And Robin now is sitting 5 tenths behind. Not as close as he was on previous laps. Now it's Feldkamp versus Aidson versus Maudsley. GT3 once again. It is Ferrari, Porsche and Aston Martin racing for P6. What's happened to Kovacs? Kovacs has taken P2. I didn't see it happen, and my timing tower is being very odd right now on race control. There we are, I have fixed it. Something happened. Linus Weiss seems to have dropped down to 4th place. I want to see if any of them were involved in the incident, but I don't know. I'm going to try. We're going to lose 30 seconds here, but I don't think anything really happened. No, Megan's just 3rd, Kovacs just 2nd. That is... I don't know when exactly that happened, as I was too busy watching some of the battles down the order. Namely this one, where you see Kromix tries to make the move on Aidson as Feldkamp got past. Kromix is still trying to make that move. Once this ends now, we shall see if Kromix can make the move on the Porsche. But he doesn't manage it, and now 0.4 seconds between them. Only 15 minutes, not even that, in this race already. There is a long way to go. I wouldn't be surprised if we see some stewards' reports for some of those little racing bumps, particularly that one that caused Letton to drop far back in the order. A little bit concerning, might call him up on an unsafe rejoin, but I personally don't think there was much more he could do other than hit a barrier. At the point at which he's on the grass, all he can do is aim for that gap. Robin Moe, meanwhile, now back on the rear end of Fisher. It is 0.2 of a second in it. I'm going to start looking at the relative, because it looks like Chris Warner has already passed several GT4 cars. And so traffic is going to start to play a part in this race. Very wide of an exit there from Fisher through out of the Cascades. Now into the island bend up to Shell Corner. Robin Moe is struggling to get past, I think, anyone here, but he certainly isn't struggling to stay on their rears. Looks like the 36 car got a warning for causing a collision. That is Bletton. And I'm wondering if the stewards, on watching back the incident, deemed that the 36 car was the cause of it, but having come off worse, perhaps have decided to give him the warning for creating the incident. As we see Umar Kromix get quite loose himself out of Island Bend. Managed to keep it together. He was 0.1 second, and that's why I jumped to him, but now 0.6 between him and Aidson ahead. Meanwhile, Fock Yu has gone now 0.2 seconds to Bletton ahead as they let through the GT3 car, the 404 car of Chris Warner, the race leader, and it's now Chevy versus Chevy. Sit back and enjoy the Chevy V8 engine, which I always love the sound of. Okay, never mind. I might have been wrong because... Actually, there was a contact just now. Let's have a look quickly at what this was. Oh, a little nudge just about caught the end of it. And a little, perhaps a second. Oh, I don't think there is. I think that might have been it. Let's have a look. There was a little nudge out of shell corner, but I think that was all it was. Oulton, meanwhile, is round. Let's have another quick look. Back at what happened here. Oh, he got on the curb badly and just managed to... Oh, no, he didn't. He hit the wall on the exit, but recovered the car. Now down to 9th place. So, Fisher, G. Fisher, the Aston Martin that has been the bane of Robin Moe's life. As you can see, Chris, the race leader, going through past the... I think that must be Boothby ahead. Has now, but this car, Fisher, has received, he also got very deep again there, a 5-second penalty for causing a collision with the 36 car, which, if I'm reading that correctly, yes, is Bletton, the Chevrolet. So maybe that was what that incident happened right here. I'll have a look, because I have the contact, and once we sort of clean this race a little bit up here, I want to have a look. Actually, I'm going to have a look now. So this was the incident we saw on stream. Let's have a look if we can get a good view. No, we can't because, yep, I think we just caught it. Just muscled out the muscle car. Oulton, Germany, meanwhile, just got overtaken by Hartmann. He's replay. There is a yellow flag now for Wenning and Drozek. Oh, Hartmann just, I think, went deep. But the switchback worked as well. Quite nicely. There's quite a little gaggle appearing now out of the chicane. Hislop's chicane now under the bridge. That is Clay Hill. That is Sam Maudsley in the Aston Martin V8 GT3 coming through, lapping himself. Well, not lapping himself, sorry, lapping the GT4 cars. Might have to get the relative up in general. That is then Oulton, Germany, also getting passed by Chromix and Edson as well, for good measure. Oh, sorry, Edson's still behind them. That was Chromix then passing them. Chromix has just overtaken Veldkamp, it seems, to take P7. Can Veldkamp fight back? That has yet to be decided. Right, looks like we've had our first ticket of the race. I won't tell you who it's between. See now, Drozek and Wenning fighting hard towards the rear of the GT4 field. Very much on their own at the moment, it looks like. Looks like Wenning will have the better of Drozek and is gapping him quite quickly. But I just saw that, yes, we have had our first ticket in for the stewards to review. Drivers can put in tickets for incidents which drivers may either miss or they definitely want to make sure the drivers look at. Drivers can use the contact list on race control. Not drivers, sorry, stewards can use the context is on race control, but it doesn't always work, and if it is a block or something, it might not pick it up. And we've had our first one in between two drivers in the GT3 field, is what I will say. Stewart's certainly looking like they're not going to be too busy today. Well, there have been some gaggles which might cause a few sporadic blocks of stewarding needed to be done. See, as the GT3s particularly are lapping the GT4 cars, while still trying to race each other through those GT4s. Feldkamp has lost a couple of tenths from Chromix ahead. The P8 Ferrari being a little bit gapped by the P7 McLaren. But the McLaren now stuck a little bit behind a GT4 car himself. That is Arndt in the Porsche, 666 Porsche. Which I actually want to have a quick look at. I think that might be, and it is, a custom livery for the 666 Porsche. I'm going to be honest, I have no idea what it's meant to be. It looks a little spooky, a little flash of the lights there. He may not have been entirely happy with how that was. Oh, it's the Porsche Dead. Okay, it's a Walking Dead themed livery, I get it. Shows you I've never actually watched the show, but I get it. It shows you how much I have watched the shows. When it said Porsche Dead, my mind went to Evil Dead rather than Walking Dead. But it is, yes, a Walking Dead livery. Pretty spooky, if you ask me. Should also note, Marcel Arndt is sitting P23 at the moment. He is the last car in this race and has been seemingly lapped by almost everyone. But 5.5 hours to go, plenty of time for him to make it up. It's possible he has a good pit stop strategy in mind. Let's have a look. Has he pitted? Yes, he has. That will be why. He has had to pit already, has Arndt. So maybe we'll be able to make it up through the pit cycles later on. Well, John Doe Germany making a move on Hartmann for P17 overall. I'm not sure what that is in class. But Hartmann getting a little bit loose now into Lodge corner. Can John Doe send it up the inside? He's going to try it. It's side by side. Now it's going to depend on the exit. Both of them get relatively well away. Little bump, door banging going on in the mid corner. Through delete now up to the old hall. And Germany just managed to get slightly ahead, but can... It doesn't look like he can. Hartmann cannot seemingly get anything done in return, but the Porsche might try and make a move, as yep, a little wiggle there from the Maserati. Can he make it done? It doesn't look like it. Looks like John Doe Germany in the no TC, no ABS Maserati is going to get ahead and stay there for the time being. There has been then a 10-second penalty applied to the number 12 car of O'Megan's, which I believe was in response to that ticket, which I mentioned popped up not too long ago. So, a little battle developing down in P5 in GT3. You can see there Ryan Cooper still in the Bentley, followed by Maudsley and Chromix right behind. And then Feldkamp now within a second of them as well. So 4 cars just about within a second and a half of one another right now. Feldkamp got very good there. Chromix got a very bad exit through the cascades, but doesn't quite manage to make a move. Backs out of it. Florian has to back out now, back below a second. Just 8 tenths See if we can see. You can see Chromix getting really nice on the brakes there. Assuming he doesn't have the ability right now to overtake the Aston Martin of Sam Maudsley. See Chromix now right on the rear end. Maudsley has to brake to avoid the Bentley. Bentley gets very loose there. You saw ahead on the exit of the Lodge corner. Now down into Old Hall turn 1. Chromix going to make a move. He looks like he's wanting to, but he can't quite get the acceleration under power through now Denton's and the Cascades. GT4 ahead, he looks to the inside, very close, but he doesn't quite manage to make it. It's the red rum car, the small PP spooky car of Thomas Jack in the way now. And that's going to be very good for Ryan Cooper, who has been allowed to gap a little bit more Sam Maudsley. Tom jumps out of the way, but only so long a run up to the chicane. But all 3 of the GT3s managed to clear him before it. That's very good news for Veldkamp. But Umar is certainly trying his best, I think, to make this move on Maudsley. So it looks like he has the pace. He could do it. He just needs to find a place to be able to get past. No one as of yet has pitted. There is obviously an hour roughly you can go in these cars. I think there is a stint timer of 75 minutes, as we usually do in Racing Power's Endurance, to allow for the different fuel tanks of each car not to make too much of an effect. And each driver in the multi-driver teams must serve at least one stint. But no one yet has served their penalties. So Ryan Cooper, 20 seconds fair enough behind Megan's ahead, but that's going to cut down to 10 seconds once they serve that penalty. And Edson, within 5 seconds of Veldkamp ahead, is also going to make up that time when they have to serve their penalty. Chromix looks like he wanted to make a move into Shell, but once again just couldn't find it. He's clattering these curbs, trying to get a slightly different angle. They might just about get alongside, but I think the Aston just has that little bit more power to play with. I mean, this is the... Yes, it is the... I want to double check. I need to double check. Yes, it is. It is the V12 Vantage GT3. Of course it is. It has a very different front end to the other one. And the power of that thing has been surprisingly helping it around this track. Well, you would think that would probably just suffer. But I have heard in previous races that it also doesn't do too badly at Oulton Park, which is moderately surprising, but certainly pleasant for anyone that does love the V12 Aston. Meanwhile, Chromix now under threat from Veldkamp behind. Ooh, Veldkamp gets a little twitch on the exit of turn 1. .6 seconds, 0.4. Very deep on that exit. Some of these cars have much better interior angles than others. This is the battle for 6th place still. Ryan Cooper, meanwhile, has managed to get 2 seconds up the road after gaining a little bit from the blockage that was Thomas Jack for a little while there. And from the battling that Chromix has been doing with Maudsley as well. Once again, we're going to see the case where the V8, V12 power even, manages to pull nicely away from the 501 McLaren. I just went to check the live stewarding chat and there is something being written. There is a 10-second penalty being given to car 88 for causing a collision. It will be given, I'm sure, shortly. Let's have a look and see if I can find that in the contact list. There is one collision list for car 88. I'm going to see if this was it. Let's have a look. Come into his lop. I'm not entirely. If that is what it was, I would want to look at that again. You know what? I'm going to change the helicam, and we are. Because I'm not entirely sure if I think that was on the 88, but we shall see. I guess they did hit the curb. Yep, there is enough space for two cars there, and the stewards have said that that is on the 88. Although the position was returned, so maybe something else happened afterwards. Meanwhile, Robin Moe still on the rear of Fisher as Valentino Rossi, a fellow GT4, gets lapped by the pair of them. Valentino Rossi, a staple for RP series, we always love having him. During the 4 hours of Imola earlier in the year, I remember him being very kind and doing the proper cars style thing, and he pushed a fuel, an out of fuel GT3 to the finish line kindly to allow them to finish the race. The two main battles on track at the moment appear to be between Robin Moe and Fisher, and that one between Feldkamp and Chromix, who Chromix has gone off. I saw the gap coming down quickly. Let's have a quick look back at that. Chromix he just couldn't get it slowed down. Had to safely rejoin, which meant that he obviously lost the place to Veldkamp. Meanwhile, Robin Moe has also apparently taken the place from Fisher. So let's have a look at that. Nope, never mind, we're not, because Fisher pitted and has a drive-through to serve. Possibly for track limits, as nothing has been given by the stewards. So Fisher serves that drive-through, and Robin Moe is going to be very grateful for that. And that is 30 seconds odd, maybe a bit less in this pit lane, taken off at the time of his nearest rivals. Feldkamp, meanwhile, just got a yellow flag, and I'm not quite sure for what, so let's have a look. Oh, Veldkamp, after that incident with Chromix, Veldkamp also has a moment, and Chromix has gone past. Gaps are all now relatively safe. This is the closest one I can see on the track, and it is between Sam Maudsley and Ryan Cooper. Maudsley now no longer under threat from Chromix, has allowed himself to get nicely up into the sort of attack range of Ryan Cooper. And we have Edge in the chat talking about the unparalleled straight line speed of the V12 Aston Martin. It certainly is. It's just surprising it's not more boaty around some of these corners, but Maudsley certainly making it look like a very nice car to drive as he overtakes the McLaren 650 GT4 car. No, is it 650? No, it's 570, isn't it? GT4s. And that was Drzek in the 88 McLaren, who himself still has, I think, a penalty, yes, 10 seconds to serve for the incident that we saw in his lap, and decides just to cut the corner there. Probably a track warning for that as well. Quick look, as there was apparently a contact listed between Florian and 501. I'm not sure what it was. So let's have a quick look. Maybe it was this. Okay. No, it's not. Something else. It's a bit obscured by Maudsley, but possibly just a little bit of contact. Maybe a little bit of rubbing his racing there going on. I don't think anything to write home about. There has been another penalty given out somewhere. Let's have a quick look at the stewards list. No, there hasn't been. I must have just been hallucinating. Unless it hasn't been put on. Ryan Cooper has a 5-second. I feel like that wasn't there. I may just be going slightly insane, but that wouldn't be anything new. Ah, nope. Our steward is writing in the chat, and maybe I'll be able to have a look. I think it must have been. Oh! As the Bentley of Ryan Cooper gets very loose on the rear of a GT4, and that is going to allow Sam Maudsley, but Sam decides to put a wheel on the grass and loses his momentum as well, as the GT4 also pulls over to the racing line, and the Bentley takes the inside. See, no contact. Well, there were several contacts listed for a couple of laps for this car, but I don't see what one might have given him the. He was apparently involved with the 78 of Geert Fischer. Let's have a quick look. This was the last contact between the two of them. I don't know where it's the one they counted. I think it's a little bump draft. Nothing more than that. But there were 5 different collisions between them, between the 29:38 mark and the 30:35 mark, so maybe it's one of those. That is interesting. The 69 of Ryan Cooper has been given a 10-second penalty for unsportsmanlike conduct. I'm not quite sure what that means. Oh, the Ginetta, almost an unsafe rejoin there. But I'm not quite sure. I don't know whether that is for that series of small contacts with the GT4. Perhaps calling it unsportsmanlike, which is understandable if they're trying to push them a bit along or push them a bit out of the way as a sort of get out of the way message, but that is an interesting penalty to see. Meanwhile, so that means that Sam Maudsley can sit back. A little bit of contact between GT3 and Spoopy, and that has allowed Hartzman to go through. That was looking to be a nice battle, which unfortunately has been ended. Have a quick look back at that. Yep, the Ginetta, I think, just turns in a bit too much on the GT3. I think GT3 made a nice move to make the pass. Not very nice when you're the GT4 having to take the outside line, but that's just how it is sometimes. And I think the Ginetta just turned in a little bit too much when the GT3 was right alongside, which unfortunately has robbed us of a little battle between Spoopy and Hartmann, as it should have been. Maudsley still attacking Ryan Cooper now. We have 18 minutes left until the hour mark, at which point pit stops will have or will be happening. Or maybe a little bit longer actually, maybe 25, 28 minutes instead. Robin Moe, meanwhile, has a drive-through, which was not given by the stewards, at least not yet in the stewarding chat as it was. There was, however, a moment between the 117 and 78, no further contact. That is Fisher, and who is the 117? It's Maudsley, sorry, and one I'm looking at right now. There was a moment of unsportsmanlike conduct, no further action between them. I think that might have been just that little bit of door banging that we potentially saw earlier. So one thing that throws me off, so we have, if you want to just let me say it, I said it a little bit earlier, but the solo drivers who are driving the 6 hours on their own are marked as silver drivers on the list, so there are no class systems here other than GT3, GT4. Silver drivers are marked as, solo drivers are marked as silver just to help both me and you recognise who they are and who is driving the whole race as a complete and utter Chad. Especially the silver marked John Doe Germany in the Maserati for 6 hours. However, it does make it, when I'm trying to look for the number on the sidebar, it does make me miss them a bit more because I'm looking at the black on white number system. Oh, Chromix! Very, very loose out of the, what is the first chicane there of Britain's chicane. Just managed to recover the car, sitting just happily in front of John Doe Germany now, but any progress he was making in catching Sam Maudsley has been cut down by that mistake. See Aidson now on the rear of Veldkamp, 0.5 seconds in it, and Robin Moe comes into the pit lane to serve his drive-through, which I think must have been for track limits. Oh, and Aidson is off, and he tries to recover but counter steers. He's now going to try and reverse off the track as he does so. Possibly the best thing he could have done at that moment. Let's have a look on board at what happened. He comes up the crest, through the water tower now into Druids, and just Porsche things. The rear steps out and steps in the other direction. And he gets going again. I don't think he lost any positions in class, but has to now repass a few back markers and is now 20 seconds behind Veldkamp from what was a 0.5 second difference right on his rear, and that's not going to be happy times for Aidson in this race. Chris Warner, meanwhile, leads the race still in the McLaren Madness car, the purple and yellow livery, the 404 McLaren. He has certainly put himself into an advantageous position, but like I said earlier, he had a good launch in clean air, but now the GT4s and the traffic has started to come more into play. He has only got an 11-second gap to the car behind, which is certainly not the same as the 3 seconds he had at the end of lap 2, and certainly is within range of penalties for track cuts or any other incident that may be caused whilst unlapping or off-lapping. I keep saying unlapping, but off-lapping these cars. As he passes the Aston Martin of Valentino Rossi, who then gets followed by the Porsche of the Red Kiwi Racing car, I think. It's driven by Hartman, isn't it? Yes, it is. The gaps are certainly settling down now. So we'll look at any major lapping overtakes. Oh, Fock has had an issue himself, and he's now going to get passed by Chromix, then by Veldkamp, it seems. Let's have a little look. Forgot to use the thing. No, I didn't go back quite far enough, that's a shame. shall see Ryan Cooper, meanwhile, now. Race control relative is being very odd. Oh, that was very weird. Did you see that? Oh, that's winning. Oh gosh. I don't know what's happened there. Okay, I'm going to ignore that. That was very odd. Robin Moe sort of just appeared out of void for me. But John Doe of Germany now seems to have the best fight on, so let's have a look at him in the Maserati. I want to have a look at his onboard and see if we can see his steering inputs. I think we can't see his other inputs, other than seeing his digital player model. Well, this will be brake pedal foot. Very nice interior, the Maserati. Actually able to properly see out of the windscreen from the interior camera. Oh, there has been a crash between Chromix and Veldkamp. Let's have a quick look what happened. So that is Chromix behind a GT4, I think, of Fisher. So remember, double check that. I think it is. Gets past him quite... Oh, and then gets bumped. And then... I don't know what the stewards are going to say about that. He didn't hold his brakes, but I think he was hoping that he could roll back far enough. But obviously a little bit of confusion with Veldkamp there. But it looks like that was Fisher who caused the spin of Chromix, which then allowed Veldkamp through, but Veldkamp taking a little bump to the noggin in the process. The stewards are certainly going to have to take a look at that one. Meanwhile, a drive-through for Ryan Cooper, who I don't think I had seen before. I'm trying to keep an eye on these things. I think that must be for... So you see a little gaggle of cars here. 2 GT3s, 2 GT4s. John Doe Germany still attacking the Chevrolet. There has been a 5-second penalty given to car 501 for an incident with car 888. That's Chromix and Fock U in the 888 Chevrolet. Once again, I'm just going to clarify. It's Fox, so it's fine, because it's like Ferdinand. Also, we're not the other teams that refuse to say, or we're not the other broadcasts that refuse to say certain names. As John Doe Germany looks like he's going to try and make a move, possibly into, maybe after the chicane. But I know Thomas Jack, for example, driving the small PP Spooky car at the moment, and Robbie Moe's driving the smaller PP car. Thomas sent me a nice clip the other day of himself driving the small PP McLaren, the Wins small PP McLaren car, in a race for some league or another, where the commentator refused to say the name on stream, but did apparently like it. I'm very disappointed that he didn't say it. We will always say small PP here. It is it's a staple of racing vows. And Ryan Cooper has served his drive-through, but still has the 5-second penalty to contend with during the pit cycle. As John Doe Germany, a little bit close there, still looking to make the move on Bletton. He's going to have Kovacs pass him through the start-finish straight. He's probably going to hope that Kovacs can catch him into turn 1, but he doesn't. Oh, 501 did get a penalty, and that is this guy. Let's have a quick look back whilst we can see what happened between these two. Again, 501 we've seen this penalty given before. It's the car, a GT3, well, it doesn't really matter if it's GT3 or GT4, but the car on the inside taking too much curb and bouncing out into the other car. The steward's obviously deeming that car being at fault for essentially clobbering the curb. causing them to take out the other car, at least cause an incident with the other car. Only at 5 seconds. But still, that may start to affect their race as dusk is falling. I think this is dusk. Dusk-ish is falling. Currently 8:56 p.m. in race or in-game time, which, to be honest, is a bit inaccurate. I'm pretty sure by 8:56 p.m. in Cheshire right now, it would be utterly dark. It certainly is here, and I'm a bit more south of that. But dusk is falling as there's contact between John Doe Germany. Oh, and the secondary. All the Chevrolet spinning around, trying to find the right direction for the track. That was a big one. Let's have, I want, quickly, if we can, that was the 36 and the 1 car. Have another look at that, possibly from the helicam. Yep, it looked like a little bit of contact. John Doe Germany tried to save the car. I don't know, I want to have another look at that, but I don't think we're going to get a nice enough view. I'm going to try one more time. I think that maybe on John Doe Germany it looked like the Chevrolet was giving enough space, leaving enough space on the inside, and John Doe just couldn't get slowed down in time, and a collision did cometh. I think that may be a penalty for John Doe. With 6 second gap now between him and Bletton. That could be a pretty moderate penalty for him, maybe a 10-second. We shall see what the stewards decide. So now 5 hours and 6 minutes to go in this race. Let me have a look at our statistics page. So drivers that have come into the pit lane are Robin Moe, Fisher and Arndt, as there is a spin now. That was Komorowski. And he has to get back on track just ahead of, I think that's Thomas Jack in the back. No, it might be Robin Moe. No, I think it's Thomas Jack. No, yes it is Thomas Jack. See his little Jason Voorhees poking at the back. Valentino Rossi also had a yellow flag just then. But it looks like he is relatively okay. As I was saying, yes, Robin Moe and Fisher, Geert Fisher, have both pitted, but I think that might be for their drive-thrus. Meanwhile, Marcel Arndt has pitted twice already down in P23. Certainly not having the best race of it at the moment. Hopefully he can pick things up in the next 5 hours of this race. Also, interesting stats. Only 2 drivers are in the same position in which they started, and one of them is here, Robin Moe. P13 he started in after a... Oh, he gets past Chris Fisher. What happened there? That's the race leader getting overtaken by a GT4. What is happening to Chris Fisher? Not Chris Fisher, Chris Warner. I want to have a look because he has also just allowed a GT3 front marker. I think, has he run out of fuel? Is he having to pit? 404 car, no contacts on the list, no damage. He is pitting. I think he was saving fuel because that was an odd series of circumstances to see a race leader leading this race by, well, some margin. Now P2, but letting past a much slower car, not just a slower car, a GT4. And Geert Fisher also has a drive-through now. And it was a penalty for that collision I think we saw earlier between him, the 501, and the 294 car. Let's have a quick look. Geert Fisher here. Let's have a remind ourselves what that was. I think it's this one. Yes, it would be. Yep, it's for this. And he got a drive-through. I mean, you can't really see it, but you can see the aftermath. We did see it earlier. And he has got a 30-second penalty, which is essentially a drive-through in this race for that incident by the stewards. But it is a drive-through, which is essentially a 30-second penalty. Depending on the track length, which I think this is maybe a little bit lower than 30 seconds. But Gid is going to have to serve that. Will he serve it this lap? Or will he wait? He is coming in now. Let's have a look though. 33 seconds, roughly 32 seconds on the clock as he comes in. There we are, 10 seconds down. So just under 20 seconds, just over 20 seconds, 21, 22 seconds I think. Maybe 25 at a push if you include the entry, but the entry is quite a fast in for the drive-through here, which he has now served, but that's certainly going to affect his race, as a car that was previously racing pretty far up. Still P5 in class, but now 5 seconds behind Mr. Fock in the 888 Chevrolet, and around 15, 16, 17 seconds behind Robin Moe. And certainly well behind where he was before he came in, and still he has a 5-second penalty to serve on top of it. So there was an incident apparently between the 69 car of Ryan Cooper and the 75 of Boothby, which I think we might have looked at, but I'm going to see if I can find it again. I cannot find it. There it is. Let's have a look back, because this has been deemed no further action by the stewards. I think we might have missed this. Yep, fair enough. A little bit of late braking, but still broken time. Just a little bump in the rear. Fair enough. No further action needed. Clearly no major damage from it, as decided by the stewards, as Boothby now gets lapped by Kovacs. And Spoopy has pitted. I think this is a proper pit stop. Yes, it is. He's on the jacks. And that makes him one of the early pitters in this race. After all, Ryan Cooper has a pit stop to his name, but I think that again is for the drive-through. And I really wish ACC Race Control would decide not to include drive-throughs as pit stops, but they do, so we have to live with it. But most cars still have not come in for the pit stop, as we are at 5 hours to go. We are 1 hour in officially of this race. You know what? I think we should do a driver of the hour. I have no idea who I'm going to give it to. There have been a lot of good battles going, and almost everyone who I feel like has done a good job has had something that has let them down. For example, I probably would have given it to Chris Fisher at one point. Certainly had some good attacking going on for Mo. Maybe even have given it to Mr. Blessed, who I believe is in this. Yes, double check. That is the 36. Letton, even. Blessed Letton. Now driven by his teammate Tamo for his defence earlier on against Robin Moe and Chris Fisher. I keep saying Chris Fisher. I mean, it's Git Fisher. I have it in my head that I vaguely know someone called Chris Fisher, and I've just got it stuck into my head, so I keep saying it. For the life of me, I can't remember who that is. I feel like it's one person I know, and I can't for the life of me think of actually who it is. So, Git Fisher. It's a G, not a C. And that was an interesting noise that just ACC decided to make, which has only ever made once before. That was during our stream at Spa. So anyone who heard that, I apologise, and I hope your hearing is okay. But, ooh, Gitfisher gets a little bit loose. But I think, yes, I think it's hard to decide for me a driver of the hour, as there have been some good moments and bad moments for a lot of the drivers that have been putting on a good show. I think maybe Robin Moe, to be honest, as despite his difficulties in making overtakes earlier, he has recovered very nicely from that race start incident that pushed him off right there, where you can see him in the background coming through. Actually, no, you can't. That's Thomas Jack. But where you can see Thomas Jack going through, Robin Moe had a moment early on which dropped him quite far down the order. See Chromix and Veldkamp still fighting for the same positions. But yes, Robin Moe certainly has done well to fight his way back up. Ooh, a little bit too on the curb there for Chromix, who's struggling to get back past the 294 Ferrari and has dropped a little bit back off of him now. Veldkamp now having to get past the red Kiwi Racing Porsche Hartmann. Does so quite nicely, and it's now going to be down to Chromix, but Chromix is going to get him into the third to last corner. That gets past him before Lodge. I think we need to have a quick look again at Thomas Jack, as Thomas Jack has led again, much like Kovacs. Not Kovacs, sorry, Chris. Yes, it is Chris. I need to re-sort my memory right now. Yes, Chris Warner is who I mean, because he's handed the car off to Red Linazak in the 404 McLaren. And Thomas Jack, much like the 404 car, has managed to keep a P1 position for much of this first hour, I think maybe even all of it. Obviously with pit stops, and that in the background, who was that? I want to go back and see it. I need to find out who it was. I think it might have been Kovat. Let's have a quick look. Oh. I think Kovat's got a little bit on the grass there, trying to make that overtake. That was quite impressive to look at from the rear. I don't think it was as close as it looked when looking at it here. It looked like it was a nice overtake on a GT4. And now Kovat's currently leading this race, looking at lapping the 69 car of Ryan Cooper. Gives him a little flash, and you can see that night is truly starting to fall. And we get into the last 5 hours of this race. Oh, as Ryan is off. Ryan Cooper is off in the gravel. I think he just keeps it out of the wall and we'll be back on track. But Edson is behind him. You can see him in the background in the Porsche. 4 seconds, but separated still by a GT4 that should give Cooper some reprieve. Right, 54. So we have just over 9 minutes left until the end of the initial stint timers for the multi-driver teams. Well, for every team has to come in the pits, even if you are solo. So we shall see when these last cars start to come and pit for the first time proper. I think Ryan Cooper has entered the pit lane already for a drive-through, but has not pitted for tyres, as he will need to. There's Cooper now coming back to the back of Hartmann and Thomas Jack. Two cars which are in the same class but are not on the same lap. Oh, Hartmann gets into the grass, and I think Cooper has to back off a little bit. Now it's Thomas Jack to come, then followed by Mr. Dave Petzold here, who goes off into the grass, gets back on nicely, but Hartmann did have to avoid a little bit, and also Hartmann flashes the Porsche of Edson, who he probably feels, and I don't think entirely incorrectly, was a bit too gung-ho in the midst of a yellow flag. Haven't seen much of this driver, Dave Petzold. F&F Dom's RX-7. Sadly not driving an RX-7, but driving a Ginetta. It'd be nice if we could have an RX-7 class in ACC, but sadly I don't think that will ever come. Currently running P20. I have to see he's a minute back off of the nearest car in front of him, which is M Tamo, but also a good minute odd ahead of Valentino Rossi behind on lap 37. Very much on his own this race. As someone ahead gets a little bit into the grass, but no cars are off. It looks like Hartmann must have just had a little moment. Oh, I like that. I don't know if you saw that. That was Luca Weiss straight on in the camera. Downshift exhaust flaring from the Mercedes, either side. Absolutely beautiful. You can see it glowing red hot. Marcel aren't the Porsche dead car now being caught by Kovacs, who still leads this race, having taken the lead from the race leader of the 404 McLaren during that car's pit cycle. It decided to pit essentially on the hour. Kovacs now going a little bit longer than the former leader. He's followed by 20 seconds behind by Linus Weiss, who, as we said, has a beautiful livery and a beautiful car that puts lovely flames out either side of the exhaust. And Robin Moe has taken to the pit lane for the first time in this race. Will he drive the car out, or will he hand it to his teammate, which I believe is Jacko Rowan for this race, Mr. Oderdorp? And we shall see in the next few seconds. Let's have a look at our race leader once again, as I want to see if he comes into the pits. He's coming now up to Deer Leap. It would be his chance, but he is staying out. I think he will have a maximum of, well, I guess maybe 3 laps if he wants them, if he can get the lap time in. So 1:35. Ryan Cooper, yellow flag. I don't know what happened there. Sparks flying up the hill. So he's now getting passed by Edson, but he pulls into the pit lane. I'm feeling his tyres are just gone. Let's have a quick look back if we can. Comes up to the Lodge corner. A little bit squirrely on the entry, you can see, and just, I think, slides it into the gravel. Maybe feels it was time to get into the pit lane. Linus Weiss, maybe annoyed him a little bit there, as Linus tried to take, or did take, the outside line to get past the slower car, having just had that incident. But he obviously wanted to come into the pit lane, and that might have helped play into whatever is going to end up happening once Edson pits, and how the order is going to shake up the end of this race. Here is your former race leader, now being driven by Red Line Zach. That's what it is. I said Red Liner Zach. I thought it was a genuine name. I reckon it's Red Line Zach. Red Line Zach in the McLaren Madness car. It might be an actual name if it is Red Liner Zach. I don't know. But he's driving the McLaren that was in the lead and will probably be back in the lead. Actually, it might not be. No, it probably will be. I'm trying to do calculations in my head. It's 30 seconds behind, so yes, unless Kovacs gets the serve a very quick pit stop, he should be back in the lead. But Sam Maudsley is also P4, another 30 seconds behind. Things are starting to shape up quite interestingly for how these pit stops are going to happen. We'll have to see when Kovacs peels into the pit lane at long last. John Doe Germany meanwhile pulls into the pit lane to serve his stop in the Maserati, his first stop, and Jeroen Odedorp is in the smaller PP car. The Ginetta. Robin Moe is out. Meanwhile, I'm going to have a look quickly at the live stewarding. The 88 car, which is being driven by F. Drzik, has received a final warning after what I assume must be a previous warning, as well as an incident that got them a 10-second penalty for driving standards. So that will be interesting to see if they get a further penalty. They are a solo driver, so whatever happens is on the one driver entirely. We shall see how that plays out going forwards if they get an increased penalty in future from that warning. Other than that, no further penalties have thus far been given. So, now in the pit lane, Linus Weiss has pitted finally. Veldkamp, Edson have also pitted. Valentino Rossi as well in GT4. And Thomas Jack finally comes into the pit line for his stop. Kovacs is at... well, he was at Britain's corner, now up to his lots. He is going to need to come in this lap for certain. And he has cut it to the last possible minute, quite literally so, to take his pit stop. If he doesn't, then he will be subject to penalty, as the 75-minute stint timer, as far as I'm aware, is in force. I also love that already in this race you can see the white sides of those cars, the little patterning of this car have already been absolutely specked with dirt and detritus. All the beastly mud and oomska from the racetrack in Cheshire. I like saying it's in Cheshire, it makes it sound weird. Right, Kovacs pits for the first time. The gap is 47 seconds, so I don't know if something happened to Redline Zach, however you say it, but he has dropped the gap to 47 seconds, so, like we said, a 25-odd second pit stop. Pit lane drive-through, obviously with acceleration and braking for the pit stop. I think Redline Zach, the 404 McLaren, will certainly get out ahead of Kovacs, but it will be interesting to see by how much. Certainly Chris Warner, I think, is the faster of the two drivers in this car at the moment, but I don't want to say that for certain, as it may be very possible that traffic and other such things have played a part in the dropping of certain amounts of time, as Redline Zach has passed the pit entry. Where is Kovacs? Is he? Kovacs has done it. Kovacs got out ahead. That was very close, but Kovacs just manages to pinch him by taking it to the end of the stint and getting those better lap times in than Redline Zach was able to. He has managed to take P1 in this race from the 404 McLaren, and I think he's going to need to then put in as much effort as he can to gain the advantage here until Chris Warner gets back into the car. But that is a change, net change, in race position. Martin Kovacs takes the lead. Daniel Scott, one of our race stewards here for today, comes in the chat to say that Lumpy Lee has stole the rain. And the rain, you know, where is it? The Lumpy Lee thing is an inside joke, but the rain, where is it? I want rain, that's what I want from this race. I feel betrayed by ACC. The practice servers have been flooded. I've seen them. They have the same settings and they have been flooded. Meanwhile, the randomness and the variability that ACC decides to give you have decided, for now, it shall just be partly cloudy. With no rain in sight for at least the next 15 minutes as Kovacs passes Oulton. The GT4 car currently sitting P3 in GT3. Meanwhile, Promix now on the back of Luke. That is Luca. Yes, it is Luca Schumacher. I knew there was a Luca in this race, and it's Luca Schumacher who has taken over the 501 car. Not the 501 car, sorry, that's Chromix. The 294 car from its previous inhabitant, whose name I should remember because it was like 3 seconds ago. It's something Camp. Yes, Feldkamp. And Lucas Schumacher now taking that car. Another more, I don't know whether to say prominent, but constant figure in RP endurance races. Mr. Schumacher himself, but not that one. And they are battling for P6, as they have been, these two cars, for some time now. But right behind them now is Bosworth. And Redline Zach's off. Redline Zach, having come out P2 after his pit stop, has now gone into the gravel. Let's have a look what happened to him. The helicam, you can see that is Thomas. No, that's sorry, Oulton behind him. I think he must have just got loose. I don't think he hit anything. Down into Druids. Oh, a bump before the corner. Just through the car and a big hit into the wall. The 404 car drops back and has now pitted for, I assume, some repairs. Yes, look at that. The front end, the bonnet is detached and not even under braking. The lights are flickering. Right, Luke Bosworth now. Let's have a look. So we see a good interior. The Porsche, reasonable interior. It would be nicer on an anti-clockwise track. But yes, Luke Bosworth 0.5 seconds behind Chromix, who is 0.5 seconds behind Schumacher. Schumacher, though, in front of him is the Aston Martin of Fisher. Or at least the Aston Martin, yes, of Gid Fisher. And Chromix is round. What's happened to him? Let's have another look. Let's see. Chromix, just on his own, he got on the curb. He tried to save it, got loose. Luckily, no contact with Bosworth behind, but he has lost 2 places now. He's now P9 behind Ryan Cooper. Sorry, no. Yes, behind Ryan Cooper and Bosworth. Meanwhile, this man here, Guido Riphagen, in the number 12 Ferrari, has taken P3 from Redline Zach, as Sam Malsley takes P4 from him as well, which will update on the timing tower shortly, I'm sure. And Redline Zach is out of the pit lane in P5, just behind, or just alongside, the 570S McLaren of Dreseg, I think. Things are starting to get real dark here. Bosworth still trying to catch Schumacher, as Schumacher himself unlaps the Red Kiwi racing car. Keep saying unlaps, but I'm just going to stick with it now. Laps the Red Kiwi racing car that belonged to Hartmann once upon a time. I think now belongs to Ickler. And there is a yellow flag for this man here, Arian Ashter. I want to have a look at what happened. Was a yellow flag. Oh, he got a little bit on the curb. And I think, yeah, he just had to collect the car up, let some front markers through. The only one that wasn't a lapping car for him there was Valentino Rossi, who is now up to 21st. You can see Valentino Rossi in a plain green Aston Martin. He's just about in this light, right ahead of him, 0.5 seconds separating them. Meanwhile, we now have 0.2 seconds separating Luke Bosworth and Luca Schumacher. It is the plain green TGS Porsche versus the red Kiwi Racing 294 Ferrari. That refers to the car number, not the model number, which is 296. Looks like further down the order, Arian Ashter has dropped off of Valentino Rossi, now 2.2 seconds behind. So if there's anything to note in the stewards, no, there was a warning for car 42, that's Komorowski, for causing a collision, which I can quickly see if we can find. Car 42, let's have a look. Yeah, I think that was a little bump into turn 1. Nothing came out of it, so a warning seemed suitable as it was a bit of a dive, but Chromix is off again. Struggling to make his way back. Let's once again have another replay and have a look at what happened here. Good. 16 seconds. Oh! That's Chris. Jesus, I keep saying Chris. Gid Fisher. I think maybe just turned in on him. Maybe didn't expect him to make that move, but that was a heavy hit. And the 501 car off into the grass. Thankfully, not into any walls. It will have a little bit of damage, I think, on that rear right paneling. Hopefully, it won't be too much of an effect on the car performance. And Chromix still in 9th place, but 20 seconds back off of Ryan Cooper, who he probably feels that he should be fighting with, but after a few incidents is currently struggling to do so. Right, Chris Warner is back in the car, which looks unrepaired to me. I don't know whether they didn't repair it or whether it's just Assetto Corsa deciding not to show me that they have. Flickering front left light still, and a bonnet that is not exactly fixed to the car. Chris Fisher, meanwhile, though, has just set a lap time of 1:34.127. Well, I think that must have been his out lap because that's faster than his last lap, or there was a cut in it. He's going to now set another lap. Let's have a look at what it is. It is a 1:35.8, I think. Maybe it's up behind Travick. Sorry, I was looking at the wrong thing. His best lap was a 1:34.1. His last lap was a 1:34.6 before this one that he just did. I'll be curious to see whether that car is actually repaired or not, but he's currently stuck behind Sam Maudsley, and this is a fight for position. You know, up ahead, something's happened to Luke Bosworth in the 46 car. No contacts on the list, but he has dropped behind Ryan Cooper in 7th. Ryan, who was previously in 8th, being chased down by Chromix, and Lucas Schumacher still in P6, just getting past Odedorp there. Right, Chris Warner then. Damage or not, struggling to get past V12 Aston, but I think if anyone can manage it in this race, it is this driver who has been rather dominant during their stints early on. As I pray to the gods of ACC to give us some rain for this Halloween special. We haven't had a Halloween special without rain. I mean, we went from Belgium to Cheshire. It should just be more likely. Especially now. But for the moment, we have none. And Chris Warner, is he just not just alongside? He's going to make a dive up the inside of Cascades. He makes the move and he makes it stick. And now he just has to get past the Ginetta GT4, and he does so well. And the V12, despite that power, cannot get back at him yet. And that's Chris Warner up to P4. And now to pass one of the Chevrolets. And that's also done him a nice little favour, as the Chevrolet couldn't, or wasn't, able to be cleared by Maudsley in the V12. But Maudsley not done yet. Or maybe just then a little bit. And Bourne is off. Bourne is off and he's in the barrier. Oh, he just avoids it. He just avoids the barrier. That is a beautiful piece of saving. He has a gap of 50 odd seconds to the car behind him, but that's lost him some time to Kovacs, who now has a 40-second, 50-second lead. Let's have a look at what happened here. Oh, it's going to be a horrible camera. Let's have a look in TV2. Oh, he just slides, overcorrects a little bit, causing a secondary spin once he's on the grass. How he got that slowed down in time, I do not know. That could have been much worse than it was. That, I think, is the save of the day. That is impressive on the slowdown period during that incident. Meanwhile, looking ahead, Ryan Cooper on the back of Luca Schumacher and Bosworth going for a little bit of a choppy run through the grass, bouncing up and down. That's lost him a little bit of place. Steve Warner is off. Warner is off again. The 404 car, for the first time I think with Warner at the helm, has had an incident. Let's have a look. I want to see if there was a collision. There is a GT4 ahead. That is Thomas Jack. Did Thomas Jack? No, Tom is fine. Oh, he's on the curb and lost it into the grass. Completely on his own. And once you're on the grass, yep, he's facing the wrong direction for a second there. That's not great for him. So that place he just gained back from Maudsley has been lost again. Chris Warner now 9 seconds back from Maudsley in P5. Right, Ryan Cooper still on the rear of Luca Schumacher. Luke Bosworth not quite managed to get within a second behind him yet. Can Ryan make a move on the Ferrari at some point soon? Oh, the Bentley left-hand drive, right-hand drive, sorry, really threw me off for a second there when I went into the interior. Look at the bonnet cam. I love the bonnet cam. Oh, good run, little bit of slide, but a pretty good run there, I think, through Druids up to Lodge. A little bit deep, allowing the Ferrari to get just a bit ahead on the exit. 0.6 seconds in it. Last lap time for Ryan Cooper of 36.8, a 36.5 for Schumacher. Very wide line through the Cascades. That's not doing many favours still. Meanwhile, let's have a little difference of sound as Fock in the Chevrolet, the Kona Brother 888 car, is right behind Oderdorp in the number 3 Ginetta. Meanwhile, the 78 car received a drive-through for causing a collision against the 501. 501 being Chromix. I think again we did see that earlier on. A 78 car has not been thus far the cleanest in this race. A few moments of killing, mainly Chromix I think, and the 294 Ferrari as well for good measure. He's an equal opportunity GT4 murderer. He has murdered one of GT3s and then murdered the other to make sure they can at least still battle. Right, can Fox take it? Comes into Druids. Getting a good exit, the power versus the Ginetta, but he gets a little bit on the gravel there. Druids, Oderdorp defending. But he's on the inside now. Can Oderdorp get a better exit? But the V8 of the Chevy, a little dip into the gravel for the Ginetta. Oh, it's so light it probably doesn't even notice it. Now on the inside of the first corner. Oh, he gets very much on the grass there. Oderdorp using all the runoff, which technically I think is legal out there. Still, side by side, running down through Dentons, through the Cascades. We come up to Lakeside. I think Ginetta's slightly ahead, but not confident enough to put him yet. Now he is. He puts himself in front of the Chevrolet. Just manages to maintain a position. Very, very good defense from Oderdorp here. Some very nice clean racing in the GT4's battle for P3 in class. I'm sure Robin Moe will be absolutely egging him on. But Fock isn't done yet. He's going to continue to try and fight and take that P3 in class. Gets a good run up the hill towards Water Tower and Druids. A little bit of door banging there. It's still the inside line. Not quite. That's Jacka Rowan behind now. Fock in the Chevrolet. Can the Ginetta fight back against the Chevy Power? Kovacs there, I think, behind him, the race leader, going to be wanting to pass as soon as possible. Robin Moe probably telling him not to make the pass too early. I think that is the Ginetta out. Schumacher, meanwhile, has just lost the place to Ryan Cooper. I'm going to have a quick, risky look back. Let's have a look. Can't really see much from there, but you can see Luca now trying to overtake the Maserati GT4, and oh, the GT4 goes a bit deep. Luca tried to go on the outside, but the Bentley used it to his advantage and took that inside line and took the position from Luca, as has Bosworth now. Sadly, we won't see in this replay. But Bosworth also ahead of Luca Schumacher after Luca's disappointment. I think Luca might have had another little instant, as the Ginetta is also now between them as well. Right. Chris Warner goes deep at the Hislop chicane and runs the chicane exit, and Chromix is dead. Chromix is around and into the wall. I saw him in the barrier, my first thought was like, he's dead. But he is going again, and we see someone else. I think that might be Chris Fisher. Get Fisher. I need to get that in my head. It's like when Husky once called me Jarmeek, and it wasn't Git Fisher anyway. It was a different car. I think Petzold. But Chromix had a big shunt into the barrier there, and that is unfortunate for him. Once again, now a second back off of Schumacher. But let's have a look at this quickly. As we see there, that is Sam Maudsley on the right, Chris Fisher on the left, and they change sides. And that is through, I think that is Lodge Corner and up through Deer Leap. Chris Warner has managed to take P4 once again off of Sam Maudsley through turn 1, side by side, but just gets a good exit and good run through the first corner. And that is the 404 McLaren, with all of its damage and all of its problems, back up to P4, but still 4 places behind where it wants to be. Things seem to be petering out once again. No further action from the stewards on the incident between the 78 and the 901 car. That is the race leader and Geert Fischer. See Chris Warner overtaking some of the GT4 cars now. It's Riphagen, the number 12 Ferrari of Guido Riphagen in Phoenix Racing. 0.4 seconds behind. He wants now, Chris, that podium position back once again. And the real question is, with the 4.5 hours left, as Warner looks to make a move at the inside of his lots, I think he's going to do it, and he does so with ease. Question is, there is now a minute between Warner and the car ahead. That is D. Bourne now. It's this man here, Daniel Bourne, in the TBD Racing Halloween Mercedes. Can Chris Warner make up that minute? Actually, I think he can, but how quickly can he do it? And can he do it under his stint timer? Or will he have to wait some extra time? I think he'll be able to do it for the end of the race, but then the question is, can he then make up the other 50 seconds to P1 before the end of this race? We have 4 hours and 20 minutes to go. I wouldn't put it past him from what we've seen thus far, but I assume his teammate will once again have to get back in the car at some point. But we shall see. I'm not sure what the driver's stint timers are for this race. It's a 75-minute single stint timer, but there is a driving time limit as well, which ensures that everyone must do at least, I think, 1 stint. And I don't think his teammate has thus far been able to do a whole stint at this time. As Chromix is in the pit lane now, possibly taking an early pit stop for the damage that he has picked up for a few incidents. And Komarovsky gets past quite nicely. Lucas Schumacher still has a 10-second penalty. That is for a collision with the number 1 car. I want to see if I can have a look at that. This is a collision here. That is, yep, it's a little door banging, but I think that caused a significant enough time loss, and being a multi-class incident sometimes may get judged a little bit harsher. A 10-second penalty for Lucas Schumacher, which certainly should be something that Chromix would be very happy about, but he is in the pit lane right now and was more than 10 seconds, I think, behind. As Lucas Schumacher takes to the escape road, much as we saw Chris Warner do earlier. I say escape road, really that's just another layout. But you see there, that is Thomas Jack, your class leader for GT4, getting past what looks to be Fox 888. No, it's not Fox, sorry, it is the other. It's Tamo's 36 V8 Vroom Chevrolet V8. Still no sign of rain in the foreseeable future. Very disappointing. What I really want from this is a bit of rain. I'm sure some of our drivers will not be complaining about that right now. Especially those that are being advantaged a little bit by the wet weather. As Thomas Jack gets a little bit wide out of Knickerbrook corner. Currently leads this GT4 field by 23 seconds over this man, George Boothby, in the traditional BMW Motorsports car number 75. It does not appear at the moment to be catching. The best lap of George Boothby is a 42.6, the best lap of Thomas Jack is a 41.7. That doesn't tell us too much because it depends on clean air or not. But the last lap, Thomas Jack was almost a tenth faster than... Sorry, no, Thomas Jack was almost a tenth slower than Boothby. But we'll have to see. As Tom has finished this lap, let's see what this lap is for Boothby. Never mind, Thomas Jack was about a tenth faster than Boothby on that lap. I think it's safe to say that we're coming to this sort of midpoint in the race for the next little while, in which things will be a little bit nicer and easier. Most of the battles are starting to really peter out and depend upon pit stops and other strategy calls now. Once again, if anyone wants to come along, if you've been in the car, if you're getting out of the car and you want to come and say your piece, feel free to give me a little message or a ping. I will not hear it, but I will hopefully see it, as I am checking Discord. And you can come and just talk about how your race has gone. Maybe how you hope it's going to continue and go in the future. There has been a 5-second penalty given to car 294, a further 5 seconds on top of the existing 10 seconds for a collision with the 46 car of Luke Bosworth. I'll try and see if I can find that. I think. Maybe I've just caught the wrong incident. No, I haven't. I think it was that second bit of contact after that initial incident, and on top of that, there has just been another bit of contact between the 117 car and the 75 of George Boothby, which we can also have a look at. That's just a little bit door banging through the main straight. And that's Sam Maudsley coming through on the GT4 traffic. speaking of Sam Maudsley, he is now 4.6 seconds behind Rippenhagen in P4. He's stuck a little bit behind the Maserati right now of John Doe, Germany. He's going to get past him nicely on the straight up to Hislop. And he will be looking to get some good laps in and close that gap within the next few laps and make the overtake for P4. Yellow flag out. It is Jeroen Odedorp. Oh, almost gets collected by Porsche. Let's have a look what happened here. I think it's just a case of getting a little loosey-goosey as you come through Knickerbrook, a little bit on the curb. Maybe it's not Knickerbrook itself, it's a hill upwards. Maybe he got bumped, as we have seen other cars get previously. Nope, he just gets too fast into Druids. A little bit wide. Managed to just about save the car and collect it back up and get on his way. That has been a little bit of time lost to Fock ahead. And there is a 5 seconds penalty. Oh, as Fock himself, I say that, Fock himself has had a moment. He's now only 13 seconds ahead of the car behind. Look what happened here. Thomas Jack has received, as I said, a 5 second penalty, and we will have a look after this at what that was for. Oh, he just goes deep and loses it here. See Thomas Jack. No, we're not going to see it. We're going to have to do a replay again to have a look at what happened. 5 second penalty for collision with car 154. 154 being Mr. Hannah Ickler. Let's have a look what happened. He's being outlapped by a... That's an interesting... I'm not entirely sure I can put that on Thomas Jack personally. I want to have another look at it, because that just felt a little bit like... Get a good camera, maybe. Don't know what's going to be a good camera for this. Let's try the helicam. I want to have a look. It looks a little bit like Thomas Jack was there for the move, but had to be wary of the car on the outside. Not sure what the GT3 was doing. He does gain the place, and the stewards have determined that will be a 5 second penalty for the current lead driver in class. Although with a 26 second gap, it's not going to do much to him right now, but it might have a knock-on effect later on in the race, depending on how things end up going. I want to know where the rain is. That's what I want to know. Boothby has got a drive-through, though. Boothby has just gotten a drive-through. There's nothing in the stewarding chat, so it could very well be a basic old you have a corner cutting problem issue. But we shall have a look if anything comes up. That's certainly going to affect his race and going to save a little bit Thomas Jack, who had that 5-second penalty, knowing that little bump between the 111 there and Boothby. But Thomas Jack now knowing that the car behind has essentially a 25-second penalty, not going to be too upset about that. I have to see though, it might put Fock in a bit more of contention depending on how things end up. It'll be around 15 seconds, not 15, sorry, 25 seconds behind Boothby. But at the moment, he has got some pace in that Chevrolet, so we shall have to see. Boothby comes in to serve the penalty immediately. And he comes out again. He hasn't lost any places other than 2 lapped or unlapped cars. So we shall have to see if this ends up having any real effect on the race, or if it's just sort of balance things out between him and Thomas Jack a bit more. Meanwhile, we have a battle once again on the track. It is now Fisher versus Odador. We'll have to see if Fisher can make the move cleanly, having not yet this race had the most clean of moments. A few penalties against him already. .2 seconds in it. Bumper, I like bonnet more. The 3 car ahead. Try and defend, I'm sure. Takes the inside line. Fisher is moving all over the track, trying to find some sort of place to slot that Aston as he goes through. He threads the needle. It gets back on track nicely. Oh, but he slides on the exit. Too eager to get the power on out of it. And that's put his progress back a little bit. And Bosworth is also having his own moments up at Knickerbrook and through Clay Hill. Have a look. What happened here? Comes now up to Knickerbrook. Is it going to happen here, or does it wait till Clay Hill? Oh, he gets on the grass, and yep, that sends him through to the other side of the track. Managed to get through a nice little way again, but that has lost him some time. But still, a 27 gap to the car ahead, and an 8-second gap to the car behind. Shall see if that has any major impact on his race as we continue. And in front of him there you can see Luke Bosworth, despite being 7th place, in front of him is the 404 car of Chris Warner in 3rd. The lead lap currently consists of Kovacs, Bourne, Warner, Riphagen, Maudsley and Maudsley. Maudsley is the final driver, with them having done, well, Kovacs is on lap 72, but Kovacs is obviously P1. The rest is still on lap 71. And Cooper is the first car to be on lap 70 now. And there is another moment at the same corner down. Oh, he doesn't manage to thread it quite nicely. That is Levi Finney, the teammate of Chromix. Let's see what happened there. Ah, the McLaren are lovely on board. look. And he comes through Island Bend. Oh, gets on the curb. It kicks him round a little bit. And he's not quite well enough positioned as other drivers have been to make the needle thread as well as others. Luckily, no one too close behind him. And he can easily get back on without much carnage. Right, Geert Fischer. Now, still behind Ouderdorp after his own moment at that same corner. 1.8 seconds separate them. Can he look to make a good move and get himself up to P? Sparks flying as he enters turn 1. I think it's certainly going to be a fight on our hands shortly. Seems to have the pace. In fact, on that last lap, Geert Fischer did exactly 1 second faster than Ouderdorp. Ouderdorp did a 1:44.525, whilst Fischer did a 1:43.525. I mean, that is very much putting in the pace against his immediate rival as he gets overtaken by the green car that was Krobix's car and now belongs to Finney. Kowarovski, meanwhile, just had a yellow flag, but seems to be well underway nicely. I don't think much came of that. Oh, Finney has a 10-second penalty. Is that recent or did I miss it? Yes, it is not recent. It is is recent. Number 13 and number 501 collision. A 10-second penalty given to the 501 car of L. Finney. Let's have a look if we can see what happened there. Oh, as I say that, Petzold is stopped. I don't know what's happened here. Let's have a quick look 30 seconds back at what happened. Maybe some sort of equipment failure. I'm not quite sure what has happened here. He doesn't seem to have gotten going again. He's still sitting on the right hand side of the track, down at what looks to be just before Lodge, and he has left. He has pulled over the side of the track quite nicely and decided to leave the server, it seems. Possible some sort of real world incident has happened. But whilst the incident has happened, we have lost one driver from this race then thus far. Geert Fischer is back on the back of Ouderdorp to look to take P14 and P4 in class. Actually, whilst we see this, I do quickly look back at Thomas Jack and the 501 car of Finney and see what happened there. This is up to, I think, I think Finney got onto, yes, that was out of turn 1 down to turn 2, down to the Cascades. I think Finney got a little bit on the curb in Denton's and bumped Thomas Jack a little bit off. I don't know whether that is worth 10 seconds, as that was what that was, but the stewards have decided it is, so he has that penalty to contend with now. But Geert Fischer and Ouderdorp still fighting, whilst they let P2 Deborn through. All very wide for Ouderdorp, and that allows Fischer to get up through the final corner of the Elite. And in front for turn 1, can Ouderdorp fight back now? Oh, as we're going to have a look back, as there is a yellow flag for the Red Kiwi racing car of Hannah Ickler. So our GT3 is coming through very fast, and GT4 of Boothby. Let's have a look what happened there. Okay, so he didn't get bunted by Fischer. That's good to know. I think, yeah, he got on that curb. Oh, that bounced him quite high. Oh, and he hit the wall for good measure. That is unfortunate. He hit that wall. But he is going again, still P19, but a minute to the car ahead. Meanwhile, Jeroen Oudendorp 1.5 seconds now behind Geert Fischer. I think Fischer has made it up quite nicely. Valentino Rossi is now up to P20. Now, what has happened here, as we have at some point we had a 24th car on the grid apparently. Okay, Nathan Pierce in the chat, who is talking about things with Chris Fischer. Sorry, Chris Fischer. Chris Warner. I keep saying Fischer. Apparently, Chris Warner, at the end of his first stint, had a puncture. And that's why we saw him going very slowly and getting passed by some GT4s into the pit lane. And then some equipment issues, presumably for the same car, which caused their damage, or their crash, which led to the damage that they had, or still may have, depending on whether it's actually been repaired. Yes, I assume you were Redline Zach. Yes, you are Redline Zach. Nathan Pierce in the chat is Redline Zach. I don't know if you were here at the beginning. I genuinely thought it was a name probably from somewhere in, say, I don't know, Czech Republic sort of area. I thought it was generally Red Linazak until I realised what it said. Right, so we now have lost a couple of cars, I think, from this race. Spoopy is now taking up the rear, or still taking up the rear. I think he has been. Valentino Rossi up to 20th. He is. Spoopy up to P21. But still 25 seconds behind the car ahead, which is Valentino Rossi, and 2 laps as well on top of that. Right, Oudendorp has dropped off still further from the back of Mr. Geert Fischer, which is not going to be very happy for him, but there's a fellow Ginetta of Spoopy that he had to contend with and get past as well, but did so not with entire ease, but has done so nicely and cleanly. Gaps are dropping off again. Let's see what is happening in the stewards' decisions. And in the Discord chat, everyone is asking for rain, as am I. Looks like the third Ginetta car, which was driven by Petzold, and I think Drozek, I remember his name. I think it was Drozek, I think that was his name. That car has, I think, retired because they broke their game. Yep, it looks like they have had to retire due to a game-breaking issue. That is unfortunate to hear. Whilst Robin Moe apparently is also contending with the low tyre pressures that he has apparently been getting, as has, I assume, his teammate Oudendorp, from taking these curbs with quite some walloping. At one point saying he was down to 23 psi on his left rear, and now says on his next stint he's going to try and reach up to 20 psi. Meanwhile, in the stewards' decisions, we have had 2 new penalties since I last saw the last one, which was against the 501 car for a collision with Thomas Jack. The 69 car has received 5 seconds for a collision with the 146 car currently driven by Valentino Rossi, and the 58 car has received a 10-second penalty for a collision with the 58 car. With the 88 car. So that is the 58 currently driven by Spoopy, and the 18, Drozek's in the McLaren and still with us. Let's have a look if we can find those incidents quickly enough. So let's have a look, 88 and 58 first, just to do things in the wrong order. as you see him being unlapped, I keep saying that, lapped by Thomas Jack in the Alpine. So this is the collision between the 58 and the 88. A little bit of contact there. I think I'd have to see that from another angle to properly determine it, but the stewards have decided that it was the fault of the 58 car. Meanwhile, the second contact was Valentino Rossi in the 146. I think the 69 car, yes, of Ryan Cooper. Let's have another look. Sorry, that's Boothby. I'm looking at the wrong thing here. I should be looking up here, but for some reason it's not giving me the right contact, I don't think. See if we can find it again. 69 and a 146. So there should be this. Give me a second. Let's see if we can see it. Okay, sorry, this is it. Must just miss the car. Let's have a look. Oh, that's a big shunt, but Rossi managed to save it. But the stewards still felt that it was worthy of a 5-second penalty. And I think that's fair enough, probably mainly because it was a multi-class incident. And obviously the damage that would be applied to the Aston Martin. There's also been a warning given to the number 1 car for causing a collision with the 42 car. That is John Doe Germany. Let's have a look what happened between him and the 42 car that is... there we go, driven by Komorowski. There we are, found him. Yeah, just turned in too early. Of course, the 42 car had to back out of it. That's, I think, again, a very fair warning. I mean, I'm slightly surprised it maybe could have been a penalty, but they decided to let him get away with a little warning that just turned in on him a little too early. Everything is really starting to peter out now. The closest gap currently on track between two cars battling is Git Fisher, who is 13.2 seconds behind Fock Yu. Once again, that is his name on this. Where is his name in real life? I don't know, but as it's spelt like Ferdinand, I'm going to say it. The other closest gap is O'Megan's. Let's have a look. The number 12 car to Ryan Cooper. He just lost a little bit, did Oren. But that's around a 13 to 14 second gap as well. Meanwhile, this man here, Martin Kovacs, having taken the lead through some good lapping and a pit stop on top of Chris Warner, came out of him just in front of him in the pit lane, is now 1 minute 15 seconds leading against D. Bon behind him in the Mercedes. And I once again say, I really do want some rain, as Oderdorp has pitted. We're coming now then to the second round of regular pit stops, and Oderdorp has taken to the pit lane for the first time and will likely hand back his car to the man who is going to try and get a sub 20 PSI tyre by the end of this stint. Mr. Robin Moe. Oderdorp gets passed by Bletten and Germany in the pit lane, and is now out, and it is Robin Moe in the number 3 car, the smaller PP car, once again driven by the German driver, taking over from his Dutch teammate for the next 75 odd minutes, although judging by their pit stop times I think they're doing more like 65, if not just about 70. Right, I have a... Yep, here we are, the stewards now. A 36 and 501 car racing incident. Let's have a look, if we can, at this incident on the track. This is 36 and 501 car has not come up on my contacts list, so I don't know what that was for. I think my contacts list is still working, I hope so. I've got a contact from 2 minutes 11, which was 2 minutes ago, between the 404 and the 78. So I don't know what that racing incident was for, unless it was a blocking of some kind, which they decided was a racing incident and no collision. A stop go 30 for Robin Moe. Speeding in the pit lane, perhaps. I want to have a look. Robin Moe, having only just come into pit, speeding in the pit lane, perhaps. You know what? I'm going to message his teammate. Sent a message that says speeding in the pits, question mark, to Jacko Rowan, Mr. Jaron Odedorp, and we shall see if that is the case. Oh, and Finney is slow again. Let's see what happened here. I think that's through his slot. We've seen a few things happen here, up to, yeah, I think very bumpy around there. I think that's been proven that Knickerbrook is not the easiest place to simply drive on this track. He lets the other cars behind him go before getting underway, as he should. And he gets back up to speed nice and safely. And Valentino Rossi with yellow flag as well. Bentley coming up behind him, which will get past quite nicely. Let's have a look at what happened, and I think once again, same corner. Oh, never mind, sorry, this is down to his slot now. I think, yeah, this is into the second chicane. Oh, very, very tight on the entry, and just launched himself over the curb. Thankfully, no spins abounded, but that certainly set him back a little bit and brought out the yellow flag. I see a steward typing. To see what that is about. There was a collision, I think, between the 404 and the 78. I'm going to see if I can see it. Yes, I can, so my collision detection is definitely still working. And let's have a look what happened. There was a no further action. You may have already seen it. Okay, so Git Fisher and... Git Fisher and Chris Warner. I thought I said it wrong then, but I said it correctly. Okay, maybe just a little bit of coming together in the middle of the track. But the stewards have decided that is a no further action. The camera angle doesn't always show it too well. It's possible they just came sort of together. One going left, one going right. And unfortunately it led to red line Zach. Now, not Chris Fisher. Not Chris Warner. I keep doing that. I'm going to do it the whole race. I can already tell. But red line Zach, whatever he wants to call himself, has got a little bit onto the grass following that incident. And that is a drive-through for Geert Fischer. I think it's just appeared. There is typing going on in the steward's office. I've also received a reply from Jack Rowan in which I asked him, speeding in the pit lane, and he said yes. He says also that he wants to die as his button registered twice, which is something that is a very painful thing to happen, and I have had happen to me in previous races, and it is very annoying when it does because there's nothing you can do about it. You just have to wait and pray you don't get a penalty at the end, or try and slow down a little bit more. Sometimes works, depends on how fast your entry was. So there has been a 5-second penalty for the 58 car for causing collision with the 146 car Valentino Rossi. That's spoopy. Let's have a look. I don't know whether we've already seen it. I don't think we have. That's spoopy. Let's have a quick look then. So, spoopy and Valentino. Yeah, he just sort of lists right directly into the 146 car. Very slam dunk, 5 second, I think. Not too much came of it, but just sort of decided to not steer around the corner, or around the track at least. I do not see any stewarding report for the incident between the incident that must have given Geert Fischer a drive-through, so I believe it should be then for track limit. Oh, isn't that nice? Jack Rowan sent me a friend request on Discord. I must accept. Oh no. Oh no. Right, I'm gonna do some colour commentary. So I'm not husky. I don't do colour commentary as well as people, but as you people may know, we do have in this country right now a storm brewing called Storm Benton or something. I'm not quite sure. I'm very grateful that where I live isn't really being affected by it. But some of the rest of the UK, particularly northern UK and Scotland and a lot of Ireland, has been majorly affected by it. And I believe that one of our stewards, who was in the stewarding office for this race, Mr. Daniel Scott, may have had his power go out by it, which is something he was very worried about happening in several league races he's done recently, and thankfully he didn't go out then, but I have a feeling it might have gone out now. The funny thing is, actually, you did say the other day that it might very well go out during stewarding. And clearly that premonition has come true, so well done to Daniel Scott on the foresight and commiserations on the probable internet outage. Right, I have been informed by Mr. Pierre Moreno, our director and one of our race stewards. So, for this race, I have mentioned earlier that there are a number of very nice looking spooky season liveries. And as such, we said we were going to announce, the stewards were going to decide upon which they felt was the best spooky livery for this race, this Halloween special race. With all the rain it has. Any minute now. But the stewards have taken a look in their free time between the stewarding incidents at all of the liveries of all of the cars that have special and custom liveries for this race, and they have decided that the livery contest is won by... I would do a drum roll, but I can't. I'll see if I can find him on the list. Let's have a look. Where is he? There he is. Mr. John Doe Germany. In his spooky pumpkin Maserati livery, John Doe Motorsports #1 Maserati. I even use the button. Look, free cam time, which we rarely use in these situations. It is a very nice Maserati. I'm going to have a quick look around it. It's John Doe, and he's put his name. That's fantastic. He has put his name on the car twice as John Doe and John Germany. Very nice, very Halloween pumpkin livery with a nice few Racing Pals logos around it as well. So he should be very proud to know that he has won the 6 Hours of Oulton Park Halloween Special livery contest. But two people that won't be very happy right now. Drazaic is around somewhere, and Spoopy is also around after him. Maybe they had a coming together. Yes, they have. Let's have a look at what happened here. Okay, so Drazaic has a spin. Oh, Spoopy. That's going to be a penalty for Drazaic, I think. Spoopy goes to avoid. Let me have a look at the bonnet cam and rewatch this. Let's have a quick... another look. This is on all Spoopy. Oh, there's a big crash as well. That was with Drazaic again. Right, I'm going to go back to the first one, and then we're going to watch the second one from a better camera angle. So this was the first incident. You see Spoopy comes out, and Drazaic just rolls forward, probably trying to get out of the way. But the rules are you hold your brakes, and by doing that, that immediately becomes an unsafe rejoin. And that's an immediate back to pits after the second incident for Spoopy. Let's have a look from Drazaic's perspective this time at the second contact there. Oh, Spoopy, yeah, we saw it on the bonnet cam. He got on the grass and then just ploughed into the side of the McLaren 570 of Filip Drazaic, the Croatian driver. Expect there will be 2 penalties incoming quite shortly. Drazaic will certainly get probably a 10-second, if not more, for that unsafe rejoin that led to that collision. And Spoopy will probably get something for the second incident between them, as Drazaic peels into the pit lane. Now Spoopy has then gone a lap down because he chose to do the immediate return to pits. Drazaic had less damage, so has come in and will be a lap up on Spoopy once Spoopy leaves the pit lane. And then whatever penalties they get will certainly come into play. Right, Ryan Cooper has pitted. We are now at 3:33 to go in this race. It is 5 minutes past midnight in race sim time. I think that proves that we are doing this at 2 times speed. And therefore we should end the race sometime around 6 in the morning. Obviously sometime around 10 to 11 at night in UK time. and whatever that translates to in real time for yourselves. Red line Zach then. Red Liner Zach. Mr. Nathan Pierce. Much easier. He is now overtaking GT4 Chevrolet and is now within 1 second of Sam Maudsley once again, as Ryan Cooper comes out of the pit lane but just gets pipped to the post by Luca Schumacher, but Luca possibly still has to pit themselves. Again, we have had quite a few incidents here and a lot of people are off of the original pit schedule. So we shall see how things shape up as the race goes on. But Nathan Pierce now, 0.4 swing seconds, 0.3 seconds, certainly. This is fantastic for him. And I do feel a bit bad because earlier in the race he was having some issues with controls, and I think that might have been the reason why he was so much slower than his teammate. I think I can now happily say that he seems to have a greater deal of pace than I gave him credit for at first glance, as that is a car off, looks like a rear of a Bentley. Can't quite tell who that was. I think it might have been I can't find it. Might have been Ryan Cooper or Komorowski, the two Bentleys in this race. But Redden is going to make a move. Almost tries it into turn one, just can't get it to stick. Good run around the outside from Maudsley in the V12 Aston. Let's ride in my... I love the bonnet cam. I don't know what it is about it. The interior cam gets blocked by all sorts of nonsense. But let's have a look at the bonnet cam. See the right rear. Getting very close. Is going to make it up the inside. There's not enough space. All this is now. He's going to be on the outside for the first part of the chicane, but the inside for the second. But he's ahead well before it anyway, and Sam has to give up the position. And that is the 404 McLaren after its many disappointments thus far in this race, up to P3. Right, wow, okay, interesting. Two more things in from the stewarding office. The 78 car had as an incident, apparently, well not an incident, but some form of incident, with the 117 car of Sam Maudsley. So that is Geert Fisher, has received a warning for ignoring blue flags. Meanwhile, a stop-and-go 10-second penalty has been given to the 88 car for that unsafe rejoin that we saw earlier, where the 58 car got pushed well off the track. Now, I'm just waiting to see if the 58 car can is going to get himself, a penalty for that incident that he then caused afterwards. But a stop-go 10-second penalty for that unsafe rejoin is a very, very harsh one, but I don't think entirely undeserved due to how that situation happened. Meanwhile, Sam Maudsley has decided to take to the pit lane. And so Meggans is now back through to 4th place. Few more pitting. Fisher, Fock-Yu, Komorowski, Ickler and Druzek have all pitted. Druzek may still be in the pits repairing from the earlier incident. Little yellow flag there for Thomas Jack, the race leader in GT4. Let's have a little look at the little small PP yellow flag. Yeah, you can see it. We went a bit in media res there, but yep, just once again, Knickerbrook, a little bit deep, off onto the gravel. Keeps it together though and gets going again. Still 47 seconds. Sorry, not 47 seconds. 47 seconds is Thomas Jack ahead of Boothby in P2 in GT4 class. And Fisher has now pitted. He will serve his stop-go 10 seconds. Sorry, that's not him, that's someone else. that was Josek. Josek has served the stop-go 10-second penalty already. He did that early. Fisher is now pitting. And Spoopy is getting yellow flags. Still no penalty yet for Spoopy on the second incident between themselves and the 88 car. I am surprised at that. Boothby has a drive-through. I don't know what that was for, possibly for track limits. But he served it very quickly, unless I just completely didn't notice, which is always a possibility. Right, we are 3.5 hours to go. Where is our rain? We want our rain. Right, let's take a little look then, as I want to. So, Kovacs has pitted again, and in his place, but still in P1, has taken Isaac Nilsson, a Swedish driver, now driving the 901 Ferrari that currently leads this race by a gap of 1 minute and 23 seconds, make that 24 if you round up, to Linus Weiss. Well, now it's 23 again, but that's a gap of 1.5 minutes, almost a full lap of this circuit they are currently leading by. In fact, if we look, Isaac Nilsson currently at Shell Corner. Linus is coming down the straight towards Hislop Chicane. They're literally on the same area of the track on 2 different laps. Meanwhile, now putting in some very nice quick laps is Nathan Pierce, Redline Zach, who has set the last lap was a 1:35.6, probably with some traffic by the looks of things, and certainly is putting in the pace. 19-second gap now between them and O. Meggans behind. Oren Meggans in Felix Racing, the Dutch driver in the 12 Ferrari, sitting quite comfortably in 4th, but not quite catching Nathan, nor quite being caught by Sam at the moment. A very comfortable, what I would have called once upon a time a Max Verstappen style position, before the current Max era back in 2018, when he used to have races where he'd sort of sit in 3rd or 4th or maybe even 5th, but he'd have no one in front of him and no one around him, and he'd just kind of just sit comfortably in a moderately high position in a Red Bull that was slower than some and faster than others. Obviously now that whole position doesn't really make sense. It's kind of been overtaken by a Lando Norris at Spa position before his engine gave out. I don't know if there's any driver who has that sort of thing going on regularly nowadays, but right now it's Oren Meggans. There is a 5-second penalty, I think, just got given to Bletton. Yes, that's a 5-second up to a 10. Let's have a look, see what's happened here. That is the 36 car. I don't see a contact for it though in my race control, so I can't go to the incident itself, as there is nothing listing the 36 car to be at fault. But they have received a 10-second penalty for something, perhaps ignoring blue flags once again, which, when previously given, no, it's causing a collision between themselves and the 111 car. Let me have a look at race control, but I don't see any contact. Oh, I do. I think this was a ticket. I think I can see it here. Let me have a look. Let me go proper TV 2. Let's have a quick look, see if this is the right incident. It must have been one that the stewards had a different look at. And that didn't, the replay didn't play for me then. Give me a second. Okay, I can't see it because the replay will not go back beyond an hour. I forgot about that. That happened. The contact I can see between the 36 and the 111 car happened at 1 hour and 6 minutes into the race. And the stewards must have had to get a new replay up to look at it. Because that was a long time ago now. Oh! And Linus, the 111 car, been involved in another incident. The 154 car and the 111 car. That is Hartmann and Linus Weiss have come together. Let's see if we can get another angle of that. I feel bad because I think I just did a Lance Stroll moment. I think that is a little bit, might be a racing incident. One came a little bit off and one maybe squeezed a little bit in, but we have to see what stewards say. It looks like you're cleaning up ahead as well, which is good. I think that will be a penalty for one of them if the stewards find blame, but I'm not sure entirely with who it lies. At first glance, I would say maybe the GT4 for coming off the apex a bit too much, off the curb at least, the inside curb a bit too much. But I will have to see what the stewards say. But yeah, let me have a look quickly at the ticket. So yes, the ticket given was at the timestamp of, it says 1:52:15, which is what, that's, you know, that's over 3 hours into the race. That seems like it is a modern ticket between 111 car and 36 car. But it's not on my race control, oddly enough, as Ryan Cooper is having his own struggles down at that traditional place where everyone likes to have struggles, which is known as Clay Hill and Knickerbrook. Oh no, it wasn't. Sorry, no, that was in the bridge straight before the Lodge corner in Deer. I don't like the fact that both straights have bridges on them and a lot of like undulation. It makes them very similar. I'm gonna try to see if I can look. I can't find that 111 and 36 car contact. I'll double check. Yeah, the 111 and the 36 car. The timestamp 1:52:15. Now, I'm going to take the unusual step of going to the replay. Also, the 154 car just got a penalty, and we'll have a look at that in a minute. We're replaying. We're replaying. Here's the 111 car. Looking at timestamp 52:15. So let's have a look here. See what we can see. Yeah, I think that's fair. I think that's a fair... Oh, we did see this live. It's just not on the... I think we saw it live, didn't we? But it's not on the contact list. That explains then... As I leave the thingy. So that explains to me why the stewards didn't look at it earlier, but they had to look at it for a ticket, because for some reason the incident didn't appear in race control. So... That's good to know, because it means it's not my race control. The steward's race control clearly also didn't show it. Fascinating. As we see the 69 car of Ryan Cooper get past, well, let's be Thomas Jack, the GT4 leader still by a good minute. Not quite as dominant as the 901 car, but still dominant enough. And at some point, whilst we're probably looking at some of the replays, Mr. Nathan Pearce in the 404 McLaren has gotten past Linus Weiss, possibly because Linus Weiss had that incident we saw a minute ago. Let me have a look then. So, there has been a penalty given to the 154 car of Hartmann. I think the stewards definitely. I'm going to give it another look because we did see it a minute ago. Let's have another quick look on the helicam. I think Hartmann has been given the penalty. I think Hartmann has been given the penalty for this incident. So you see Hartmann comes a little bit off the curb, and I think the stewards assigned blame and gave him a 10-second penalty for that. I think that has played a big part in allowing Nathan Pearce to get through up to P2, but Linus Weiss is going to try, I think, and make the move back. He's still within 3 seconds of the McLaren. Meanwhile, Deep Cuts, one of our directors, is in the chat saying he is in Austin, which he is. He's at COTA this weekend, and he is rain dancing in the middle, he says, of SQ1 for Jarl, as he says. I want to point out he's English, so Jarl. But still. Oh, there's Linus Weiss. Oh no, that's a barrier. Linus gets loose and does the thing that you do not want to do there, which is hit one of these very big barriers. What is SQ1 do? I'm trying to figure it out. Is he really Sector 1? Just like... I feel like I'm being really thick. Oh, Sprint Quali 1. Never mind, yes, Sprint Quali 1. Don't worry, I worked it out. I got there. Now remember, this is on a delay, so if you messaged about it, I haven't seen it yet, and I got there before you messaged about it. I forgot it's a Sprint Quali weekend at COTA this weekend, isn't it? So, that incident for Linus Weiss, which I think has given him a little bit of damage, he's taken to the runoff, and Meggans has gotten him, but no, Meggans hasn't. What? That was... Yes, Meggans... Okay, so Meggans overtook Linus Weiss as Linus had to take to the off-track, and Firminger did something. I'm going to try and see if I can have a look in the helicam and see what happened here, because also Linus Weiss now another yellow flag, so he, okay, outbraked himself, went to try and get back on track, decided to go over here, and then almost creating an off-track collision, but then colliding with one of the Ferraris on the rejoin. I think there might be a penalty coming Firminger's way here. Linus Weiss, meanwhile, now, once we sit and see, once the replay ends, has got another yellow flag that now he has recovered from. I'm going to go back another 30 seconds just to see what it was for. He's slow. I think he is just slow. Maybe a puncture or some sort of issue. But yeah, I think he is coming in to repair the damage, and does so in a good fashion. Let's have a look. Is anything happening any further on? So the big winner out of all of that is Meggans, who has taken, as Maudsley also takes P4 away from Linus. Meggans has taken the hopes of Weiss, who was hoping to come back, I'm sure, on Nathan Pearce at some point, being only 3 seconds behind, and has taken that hope for themselves, but now 20 seconds between them and the McLaren. As well, that's not fun. Linus Weiss gets a drive-through. It wasn't from the stewards. I'm assuming it was for speeding in the pit lane as they were trying to control the damage. And that's not what you want to see during a race, especially when you're already having to pit for damage repair. 111 and 154 car, 10-second penalty for the 154 car for causing a collision. Let's have a look and see if we can find out what that was, if we haven't seen it already. I think we might have. It was between Hartmann and... Wait, we've already seen that. Why is it... Did we not see that? Yes, I'm sorry, we had seen that. For some reason my Discord's still telling me that was a new message. That was the incident up at Shell Corner, which we have looked at thrice now, and I don't think we need to see again. Right, Ryan Cooper sitting P5 now, having just overtaken Linus Weiss. There's certainly been some changes around this order throughout this race in both classes, except for the leaders and P2 in GT4, who has been reliably George Boothby. We are still waiting for rain. Deep, your dance isn't working. If it starts raining in Austin, it doesn't rain on this track, when we know who's to blame. Right, Linus Weiss is now out of the pit lane in P7, but still has a drive through to P7. Now you can see Firminger, who got caught up with them not a lap or two ago in the Hislop chicane, is now ahead of them. They had been, before that need to repair, a lap down, and now, unfortunately, Linus is on lap 101, 3 laps off of the leader right now. Right, there has been another penalty, and this one's actually new, thank you very much Discord. 294 car has received a 5-second penalty for a collision with the 75. Again, I don't think we've seen it. That is the George Boothby getting hit by the 294 car of Veldkamp. Another car which is well down the order of where it was earlier in this race. Let me see if I can see that instant. Yes, I think I can. Oh, I think, yeah, the 294 car, despite getting off worse, still gets a 5-second penalty as they kind of just came over on the back marker on the GT4, and they have received a penalty which may have been harsher if they hadn't themselves slammed face first into a wall, but I think as they did, it seems reasonable. So Veldkamp now right on the rear end of Firminger. Luca Weiss has dropped down to 9th, having just come out of the pit lane. They haven't served their drive-through yet. I think maybe they will shortly. Veldkamp gets past Firminger quite nicely and easily. We now have battles actually developing, but they're all developing at the same time. Bletton is right on the rear of Robin Moe. Try and keep an eye up top, as it looks like Finney and Weiss may catch Firminger, although Weiss still has to pit. Right, you know what? I'm going to ask the question to those still watching and who haven't gone off to watch the F1 sprint qualifying, which is happening now. I'm going to say, so we're coming up, 8 minutes to go till halfway through the race. Who is your driver of the half? Not driver of the half, sorry, that's wrong to say. I'm going to say car of the half, because this is obviously a team event, and most teams that have multiple drivers have at least 2 of them drive the car thus far. So who is your car of the half? Who do you think has given the best performance thus far, or the best, most dramatic performance thus far? 'Cause that's always a bit more fun to do. Let me know in the chat, and I will say my opinion at the 3-hour mark, which is rapidly approaching. Firminger just got past Finney as... not Finney, sorry. Firminger just got passed by Finney, is what I mean to say. And it looks like the same may happen to him from behind, but no, sorry. Luca Weiss has taken their pit stop, has served their drive-through, and is now 15 seconds down the road from Firminger. But that means, actually, the drive-through is around 25 seconds, as we sort of measured. 20 seconds at a push. So Firminger's lost quite a bit of time to Weiss already, with the gap now only 13 seconds, despite the fact they were behind them when they served their drive-through, and they're certainly going to lose more now, having gone into the gravel at Knickerbrook. But there is a GT4, I think that is the Alpine of Thomas Jack, if not it's the Ginetta of Robin Moe, behind them that Weiss is going to have to get past. Let me have a look. It is Thomas Jack in the Small PP Spooky, still leading in his class. We shall see what he can manage to do. If he can manage to maintain this. 1 minute and 9 seconds between himself and Boothby behind the two GT4s, the only two at the moment. I think still on the lead lap. I mean, there is perhaps Fock and Fisher, and Moe might also just about be. Actually, scrap that, I don't think they are. I think, yes, these are the two cars still on the lead lap on GT4, at least, are Thomas Jack and George Boothby, as Thomas Jack just did his 100th lap, whilst Fock has only just done his 99th lap. And Boothby is yet to set lap 100, but will do on the same track as Thomas Jack right now. Luca Weiss already 3.3 seconds behind. 3.0 now behind Firminger. Thomas Jack gonna have to get out of the way, I think, because he's not gonna hang around behind him too long. Tom does so, well, not as easily as he could have made it, but does so anyway. And Luca Weiss now 2.6 seconds to the car ahead, which is Firminger. The TGS Porsche Racing Team. See the rear wing covered in a little bit of umska. All this beastly mud and umska. Sadly, this isn't Cumbria, or that would be more fun to say. But this is Cheshire, Oulton Park. And unfortunately, the rear wing's getting a little bit too much in the way of the car behind. Let's go instead to, as Finney has pitted. Yep, we're coming to the 3-hour mark, like I say, so pit stops will happen, but Firminger gets past as he goes wide. Rob Firminger goes wide in T1, and Weiss, sorry, gets past very easily, and Finney in the pit lane. So that is now Linus Weiss up to P7, Firminger still in P8, and Finney down to P9. Weiss is now going to try and get past this Chevrolet, and does so pretty nicely. That is a 36 car driven by Bletton. And Komorowski also takes P9 away from Finney, who still is in the pit lane. I'm going to have a quick look to see what's the closest battle on track, but there aren't many. So I'm going to leave you watching Firminger. I will be back very shortly. I just need to get myself a refresh of water. Right, and I am back and refreshed. We are at, essentially, half minutes ago, the halfway mark of this race and still have not seen any rain. Why? I want rain. But despite the lack of rain, we have had some pretty great racing going on in places. At the moment it looks like Veldkamp might be catching Ryan Cooper for P5. I'll keep a little eye on him. No one said who they thought their driver of the half was or car of the half was. Well, I'm going to say now then that as we now cross over the 3 hour mark. Oh, a little penalty also given just into Ryan Cooper, I think. So we'll have a look at that in a minute. I'm going to have to give it, and that feels a bit, you know, weird because they were leading this race quite dominantly early on. But I'm going to have to get the 404 car as both their drivers have their own issues and adversities to overcome and have done so and are putting themselves now back up into P2 and with a 30-second gap only to Nilsson in the lead. Now it will be interesting to see how that plays out going forwards. I don't know much about Nilsson myself, but he looks pretty reasonable in this car, but it'll certainly be interesting when I know that Kovacs is a very quick driver and how he will perform without the starting issues of traffic and all the sort of other defending you need to do on the race start. It'll be interesting to see how Kovacs and these two very quick drivers both of Nathan Pearce and Chris Warner do in their battle for P1. Right, let's have a look then. So, Veldkamp had 5 seconds when I looked at him. Ryan Cooper did not, last I saw him. Let's have a quick look at what the stewards say. It's a 5-second penalty for the 69 car for causing a collision with the 146 car of Valentino Rossi. I'm going to have a look and see if I can find that in the contact list. I can this time around. Let's have a look at Valentino Rossi's perspective and see what happened. So yeah, I think this is a little bump out the way. Not too much came of it, but enough the stewards from the perspectives that they can see. They obviously would have spent a little bit of time looking at it. Gave it a 5-second to who they believe to be the offending car. I will say Adam Komorowski also just overtook Firminger for P8. Let's have a look what happened there. I see. Firminger had an off at Lodge Corner up through Deer Hall, and as like Komorowski just capitalised on it, took the speed through turn 1. Right, let's have a look back up with Veldkamp. 6.5 second gap to Ryan Cooper. Last lap, a good 0.8 a second quicker than the Bentley. Can he bring that lap down even further? Now 6 odd seconds. We got a little bit out of shape in the last corner there. Lost a little bit of time. Let's have a look through Lodge up to Deer Leap. I don't think he's gaining as much as he would like. Possible Ryan Cooper have a nice bit of clean air and not getting obstructed on that lap. as he may have been on previous laps. Ooh, a little bit wide from Florian. That will also not be helping his battle as Spoopy takes to the pit lane down in P21. Another battle developing, I think might develop a little bit quicker, is the battle for last in class in GT3 between the P10 of Chromix and the P9 of Firminger. And Firminger now only 5 seconds ahead of Chromix, and that gap seems to be closing quite quickly. Firminger's last lap was listed at 147.4, so he must have had some sort of incident in the meantime. See Firminger there in the foreground, and Chromix coming up very quickly behind. Well, unfortunately, I'm also going a quick bite of a Twix. That ended in a little trip into the gravel, but avoiding the barrier for Chromix. And he gets back underway, but now has another 4.5 seconds. Well, he has 4.5 seconds. He lost about a second and a half total there, so not too terrible. But we shall see. That'll be a little bit of a setback, but I think he'll still catch up to Firminger in short order, who is currently looking like he's stuck behind GT4. I think that's one of the Chevrolets. .5 seconds now, 2.3, make that. There is a penalty just come in, I think, for one car. No, I think I might have just seen the updating timing tower. We are 3 hours in, and I'm already starting to go slightly insane, and I'm seeing penalties pop up where there are none, but what I am also seeing is a 0.5 second gap between Chromix and Firminger. Firminger just not able to overtake this Chevrolet. The rules are for GT4, GT3 racing in Racing Pals that the GT4 must maintain their line, and if he's doing so he won't get a penalty for blocking, but that is Firminger taking a little trip into the grass and allowing Chromix to get ahead, and Chromix also gets ahead quite easily of the GT4. That is Firminger down to 10th, last in class for the moment. And there's a yellow flag out on track for Luca Weiss. Let's see what happened here. Oh, that's a big slide. A very big slide through Island Bend. And he caught with the front end of the very long front end of the Mercedes the first wall, and that spun him round more to add a little bit of insult to injury, or actually probably more accurately to add injury to the insult. And that's not looking good for the 111 car that has not had the best race of it in terms of avoiding incidents and crashes. Okay, now I'm convinced there has been a penalty pop up, because I don't remember Luca Weiss having one. Going to double check. There is a replay log, of a contact between the 111 car and the 78. Let's have a quick look. This may be what it was for. Oh, yeah, I think that may be what that 5 seconds was given for. And yes, it was just coming from the steward. And that's fair enough. He basically body blew the 78 car of Geert Fischer well off of the track. Oh, who's that behind? That's a yellow flag for Eishter. That was a hell of a slide he just pulled off there. He gets back on track. Oh, there's another left-hand car, a right-hand car, and left-hand camera. Have a look at that again. See the inputs. Let's have a look. We watched a replay. Just completely. Oh, he gets hit. I didn't even notice that he had got hit on the onboard. That might have been. That hit might have come from. Have a look. So that'll be on the list now. Once this replay ends, I should be able to have a look. I hadn't seen the contact itself in the background. That was between. Actually, it's not listed on here. That's quite annoying. 58 car definitely had a contact with someone there, but it's not appearing on the race control log, which has been a little bit of a running theme for some instance. But there's nothing else happening. I'm going to once again take the decision to go to the replay myself and find it, but I do want to have a look at that because it did look very interesting. Was it this lap? Yeah, it was down here. That is the current race leader, I thought it was, of Nilsson in a 901 car. Let's have a, as though we're doing some on-camera stewarding. You can find a little bit of a better view. This you can see it from the helicam. I think that might have been a possible penalty there for Nilsson. Maybe a minor, maybe a 10-second for multi-class. We'll have to see. And back to race proper. Yellow flag for Firminger. It's becoming a not too unusual sight. Let's have a look what happened there. Oh, we missed the actual original off track. I think he probably just got loose on his own. That has been a running trend. Not just with him, but with other cars as well around this sort of area. And there's another yellow flag that's popped up on my timing tower whilst. Let me go back again. Another 15 second. See what happened to him here. He just lost it. Did he keep out of the wall? Maybe a little contact there, but I think kept it clean for the most part. Not having the best time of it at the moment is the 46 Porsche. Nilsson now has also been overtaken by Nathan Pierce. I'm not quite sure when that happened. I'm sorry that I have missed that. But the leader of the race is once again the 404 McLaren, who I personally deem to be the car of the half for the first half of this race. Nathan now having to, not Nathan, sorry, Nilsson having to work up again and try and get some good pace in, as that is a GT4 off track behind him, out of shell corner. There is a penalty of some sort coming in the stewards chat. That might be that one for, I think I've already seen that one for Hartman, so it can't be that one. Or have we? I will see. One of our stewards is typing now. Typing faster enough. Oh no, yes he is. there is a drive-through for Feldkamp. That might be what they were typing. We shall have to see. Feldkamp has received a drive-through. I don't know for what though, because there's no contact listed. But then again, we have seen that already. A little bit unreliable. It might have just been for track limits given by ACC itself. Stuart has stopped typing, so nothing coming out at the moment. Oh no, there it is. The 46 car has received a penalty. That is Rob Firminger for a collision with the 69 and the 36 cars. Those are the cars of Ryan Cooper and the car of M. Tamo in the GT4 Chevrolet. The reason being causing a collision by overslowing or being unpredictable as Florian comes in to serve, presumably, his drive-through. This is a very curious race that is unfolding still. There's a lot of penalties have been given out, and some received for drive-throughs and speeding in the pit lane for off-tracks and whatnots. You see, Feldkamp comes out, but still has that 5-second penalty on top of that drive-through he just served. And Cooper has a yellow flag. I'm not sure what for, because the camera decided that we want to look at him. Let's have a quick look and see if it's for anything major. Little slide, but he cleans it up. I don't think that was a need for a yellow flag, maybe just a very quickly thrown one. But Cooper remains P5. Sorry, no, Cooper. Yes, I got very confused there because I see Sam Maudsley behind him, and I thought, oh, that makes he must be in P4 all of a sudden. No, Sam Maudsley is about to lap P5, which is Ryan Cooper. And Husky puts in the stream chat, "Hello YouTube," to which I say, "Hello Husky." Husky, who also has been affected by the weather in the country today. He was meant to be at a racetrack today doing some marshalling, I believe, as we see Morsley get past Ryan pretty easily. Ryan had a little moment on the exit there, but I believe he's been a bit weathered in, and as we have said, we are of the belief, at least, there's no confirmation yet, that one of our stewards, Mr. Daniel Scott, has also been weathered recently. Or as Nielsen is off track, Nathan Pearce just came into the pit lane to serve his pit stop, and Isaac Nielsen immediately gets a yellow flag and goes very deep into the second to final corner, the old Lodge corner, that is. And he comes, when Isaac Nielsen comes to pit himself, he has lost some more time to the 404 car. Husky is saying it's such a lonely life. Husky, if you want to come in and join me, feel free. You are a commentator. I'll need to adjust your levels, but you are a commentator. I also realised you could actually have been in here and I wouldn't be able to hear it because I got no notification sounds on. Right, there has been an incident between the 88 and the 42 car, which I have not seen. I'm going to see if I can find that. It's not on the contact list, but it was marked as a racing incident by the stewards. And there's just been a contact by the 88 and the 12 car apparently, but I don't quite see where that happened. Let's have a quick look. Ooh, yep, that is, I think, a pretty slam dunk penalty for the 12 car. Just sort of spinning around the back marker GT4, trying to make the overtake now. Another contact just came in. Let's have a look at this one. 69 and 294. That is Ryan Kuba and Feldkamp. Look here. I think, okay, that's not, no, that is fine. That's instant stewarding reaction here. That is fine because the car in front got loose and the car behind can't exactly expect it and slow down quick enough. Racing incident, I think. But we will see what the stewards believe. And car number 12 has been given a very, very quick 5-second penalty. It's almost like they were listening to me say it. A 5-second penalty for causing a collision, although it hasn't yet been applied in sim. It is on the stewarding list. Just waiting for it to be properly applied. Unless the stewards are having a bit of a discussion over it, so something's happened here. That's Drzek, the 88 car, which the 12 car will get a penalty for spinning. Doing his own little spin, it seems, down after Islands Bend. No, that's not Islands Bend, sorry, down at, well, this would be Clay Hill. Yeah, it must have been Clay Hill. And gets on his way again. P18. Some position in class that I can't count right now, let me check. 8th in class. I should... No one in the comments point out to me that there are 10 GT3 cars, therefore whatever position they are, if I take 10 off, which is a very easy thing to do, that's what position they are in class. Because I know that now. I've just realised it. Oh, Luca Weiss as himself also just had another incident. Let's have a look back at this. That's through Shell Corner, gets very, very fast in there. Just slams into the ball a little bit. Hopefully not too much damaging from that. It was a very glancing blow in the end. So we shall have to see. And the 12 car has had its 5-second penalty applied. That it will serve at the next pit stop. And that acts fantastically for this man here, Sam Maudsley, who has a 7-second gap to that same car. And therefore, once they pit, will come out, and we'll have a rough delta of 2 seconds instead of the current 7. Yes, thank you, Husky, for thinking it's obvious. It is obvious. That's why I kicked myself for not realising that 18 take 10 is 8. Right, so Nilsson yet to pit again. It's 2:37 to go now. I don't know, I can't remember if they have pitted early. They have only 2 pit entries on the board, so it suggests to me that they will have to pit some point in the next 20 minutes at maximum. It still sits P1, but only 16 seconds ahead of Warner behind, whose teammate, it must be said, after that unfortunate first stint in which they had some issues with equipment, did a fantastic job in getting that car back up through the field after taking it back from his teammate. Firminger is off up at Deer Leap. Looked like he was going to jump to pit lane there, but chose not to. This car once again having a little moment and then not having the best of luck in this race. Still running last in class in GT3, a good 1 minute 24 seconds behind the next car up the road. Here we see then Linus Weiss, the 11 car, still with a 5-second penalty, but gaining on the Feldkamp Ferrari which also has a 5-second penalty. And the pair of them a minute and a half away from this man who's just got a yellow flag again, but not for much it seems. But a minute and a half, both of them away from Ryan Cooper, who also has a 5-second penalty. I'm half expecting by the time people pit, everyone is going to have 5-second penalties on this timing tower. .4 seconds, 0.3 now between Weiss and Veldkamp. A little bit of a clobbering of the curb by the Ferrari there, who received that 5-second penalty we saw for spinning the 88 car of Druzek. Linus is going to have to choose his moment. As you can see, a GT4 car, I think that's Thomas Jack, appearing out of thin air almost. There's been something going on with some of these GT4s. Oh, save! Good save by Linus Weiss. He got onto the curb a bit too much there, but managed to hold it back. As they now come through Lodge and Deer. Leap there, Thomas Jack getting past by Linus Weiss, now into Old Hall Corner. Let's stay on the lovely bonnet cam. I love the bonnet cam so much. It's much nicer than the interior cam. We come through the Cascades, up to Lakeside and Island Bend. Never actually questioned whether it's a lake or an island anywhere near here. I guess there might be. Maybe on the left-hand side here. There's a few reeds over there. Now to Shell Corner. It's like the train station. There's a corner called like Railroad or Track or something at Road America. And I remember someone being like, "There's no railroad there," and someone else being like, "Yeah, there is. It's there." Terrible anecdote. I think that was Jarmeek or I think Michael Benke say something about how whether there were certain things at Road America. But Weiss still unable to catch quite as much as he would like Veldkamp. Firminger has had another yellow flag, but I want to stay on board with this. 46 car falling yet further behind the grid. They are 8 seconds behind Chromix because the gap in the race control gives me the gap to the car ahead at all times, but it doesn't account for the fact if the car immediately ahead is a lapped car or not. And well, Chromix is 2 laps ahead of Firminger at the moment, who has now come into the pit lane. And whilst I was saying that, Nielsen has been overtaken, and I think we might have had a moment himself, by the new race leader, Chris Warner. Let's have a look if I can see what happened here. There's GT4, the 88 car ahead of Druzek. Oh, that could be spicy, as the car driven by Nielsen went a little bit deep, but the new race leader, Chris Warner, did punt him out of the way, so we'll have to see what the stewards say about that. Okay, we have an update. Also, whilst I'm saying that, the 111 car has just received a 10-second penalty for colliding with the 88 car. I will need to double check, because I don't remember seeing that. It's back here. Let's have a look. Oh, I think maybe we did see it. Was that a collision? It was a very light one, if so, but certainly led to the other car being snookered across the grass. Meanwhile, Veldkamp now within touching distance of Weiss, who has that 15-second penalty, no longer the 5-second, as they get past the booth B. And it's going to be Veldkamp. Yeah, he forces the move on the GT4 because he kind of has to keep pace with Weiss ahead. But yeah, that's now a 15-second penalty for Weiss, which is going to make Veldkamp's life a little bit more pleasant after the pit stops happen. He can be a little bit more patient here if he needs to be. knowing that car is getting 10 more seconds of him in the pits. Cooper, meanwhile, keeps picking up these little yellow flags that come out for half a second or something, but then just immediately go away, which must be giving, if Weiss can see them, it must be giving him great hope, but sadly doesn't seem to have anything actually come from it. There is a drive-through for John Doe Germany, which may again be for track limits. I do not know, unless the stewards say otherwise. There is a steward report coming in, which you'll have to see. I don't see any contacts being involving the one car, at least not for the last 40, no, that's an hour, last hour or so. Which you'll have to see. No, the 12 car now has received another 5-second penalty for a collision with the 13 of Thomas Jack, as John Doe Germany serves his drive-through. We're going to have a look. The 12 car apparently collided with the 13 car. That's all the way back here. Let's have a look if this is the incident they're on about. It's the closest thing I can see. Yeah, fair enough. Tried to squeeze, but did not give the space. And just sort of bullied out as Thomas Jack himself was, I think, lapping Robin Moe, who before we started getting into a bit more of the thick of things, I was saying Robin Moe has relayed to us information. He says, update in the RP Endurance chat. If you go below 21 psi, you blow your tyres, so neglecting our tyre needs wasn't the right idea. Also, we are on 4 warnings now. I think we need help. I certainly think that he does need help. Oh, Florian, very loose, almost saves it. He almost did the Drift King method, but just lost it and into the gravel. For him, let's have a look at where that puts him now. He is now 10 seconds back off of Luca Weiss. Still just now, then 11 seconds just outside of the gap that he needs to make the overtake in the pits, as Ryan Cooper comes into the pit lane and Linus Weiss, is going to go past him to take P5 for the moment. Meanwhile, your race leader, Chris Warner, has put a 24-second gap between himself and the 901 car, still driven by Isaac Nilsson. We have 2.5 hours to go. We shall see how the race shapes up. Any minute now, I still think that Isaac Nilsson has to come in to make a pit stop. I don't know what exactly his pit timer is, but he only has 2 stops on the board. No drive-throughs for this car, which means that I think very shortly they will have to pit to make the stint timer. The stint timer being 75 minutes. So I guess they probably have, I think, about 2 minutes 15 before they absolutely have to pit. So another 10 minutes now. And it'll be interesting to see if they put Isaac Nilsson in for another stint. But I think we'll probably see Martin Kovacs take the car over again and try and put more of a dent back into the pace of the 404 car, which Kovacs maybe is a little bit better suited for, as the very quick driver we do know that he is. So Isaac Nilsson certainly showing he has been no slouch thus far. Held on to first very well during the early stages of his entry into this race, and still holds on to second and is doing lap times that aren't awful, barring any incidents that come up. Well, his last lap time was a 1:39.1, but I'm assuming there was something that intervened in that particular circumstance. Meanwhile, Chris Warner's last lap time was a 1:33.8. He is the only driver on this grid thus far doing 33s, now 34.0. He's the only driver still doing 34s, let alone 33s. And certainly has shown no sign of slowing down as we come to the second and a half hour of this race. Looks like there has been another 10-second penalty. So you remember how I said that Feldkamp was in that nice little zone where he had 15 seconds to... Why I said 15 seconds, he had 5? Well, Feldkamp now, for a collision with the number 3 car of Robin Moe, has received a 10-second penalty, which according to the stewards has also been upgraded, probably due to it being a second or multiple incident count. That is now driven by Jeroen Oderdorp. I assume it will be Robin Moe when the incident was caused. Let's have a look and see if we can find it. That is not the greatest angle to see that from, I think. Let's see if I can see the bonnet cam of the 294 when we do that again. Let's see. Ah, yes, there we are. I think we just caught it. The 294 just went a little deep and forced the free car of Jeroen Oderdorp off of the road. And then that's been upgraded. Multi-class incident, so 5 seconds, and upgraded possibly due to my previous infractions. There is a ticket being put in, however. Right now, and never mind if it won't be an appeal because it's coming in from a driver that was recently hit. So it won't be an appeal because they're not going to appeal someone else hitting them, or at least I wouldn't think so. I'm not going to mention who's putting in these tickets, but I'll simply say that it has been written as Oulton Park in a proper French style. It's labeled 2 drivers and unsafe rejoin at Chicken 2. And yes, I did say Chicken 2. To be fair, I do enjoy writing tickets in RP, just having fun with whatever you're saying. Right, Druzek now in the pit lane. He has dropped behind Hartmann down here, but Valentino Rossi just had a yellow flag for a second there, but doesn't seem to have been anything too major other than cutting the hell out of that grass there. And Druzek has bitted. Hartmann has gone through up to P8 in class for the red Kiwi Racing Porsche, another car which hasn't necessarily had the best day today. And we still have no rain. Where's the rain, boys? Lads and ladesses, where is the rain? I need to call Bernie Eccleston, get him to bring his sprinklers out. Right now, a battle is developing for P4. It's Luca Weiss versus Sam Maudsley. Now, the 15-second penalty that Luca is having, that's Linus. I keep saying Luca, Linus Weiss. It's because of Luca Den and Lucas Schumacher. It's all confusing. But a Weiss versus Maudsley battle is heating up. It's 0.4 seconds, although there is still that 15-second penalty that Weiss has to contend with. I believe Nilsson has now dropped to 48 seconds behind Chris Warner. So certainly when he hands the car off, a big job to do for Kovacs. But pit strategies being what they are, they will be on different strategies now. So we shall see how it all ends up, as Warner, or not Warner, but his teammate had to pit quite early in the first stint due to mechanical issues. So we shall see how things end up shaping up at the end of the race. It's 0.6 seconds, 0.5 now in it between Linus and Sam. Maudsley in that V8 Aston. We've seen it be very good on the straights and just about good enough in the corners to prevent an overtake. I mean, the only person that made one very cleanly was Chris Warner, or possibly his teammate Nathan Pearce. I can't remember which one it was in the car at the time. But we've seen Linus Weiss have struggled already with it in the Mercedes. Oh, and Nilsson has a yellow flag and he's facing the wrong way. He managed to get himself spun round. I'm not sure where that is. I think it's up or down in Hilltop towards Hislop Chicane. See if we can see what happened here. He's off the track already before Bennett's. He comes back on the rejoin. And then he just loses the car on the exit of the chicane and ends up spinning and holding. He's holding his brakes nicely, to be fair to him. Spins around just before that car gets there. Good timing from him, to be fair. And that is unfortunate. That's dropped Nilsson down to P4 in class from what was P2 by 40 seconds. Sorry, with 40 seconds of the car in front, but still a good gap to the car behind comparatively. At least 20 to 30 seconds lost there. Nilsson still stays out, not yet pitting. As again, he will need to at some point soon, I'm sure. So Linus trying to overtake Sam Maudsley, and I've only just realised that race control was leading me on, so I have inadvertently led you on. They are battling very closely together, but Linus is still 2 laps down on Sam Maudsley, so whether he makes his overtake or not, he is certainly not going to be overtaking him for position at this time. Sam has a very comfortable, well, not so comfortable right now, P3, at least from Linus. Nilsson is the immediate threat behind on the lead lap, as Boothby comes into the pit lane, as does Thomas Jack. Which tells me Thomas Jack has now lapped every GT4 car on this grid, including Boothby in P2. But Boothby did pit first and might come in first. Sam comes into the pits as well. Boothby, if he leaves first, will not be lapped by Thomas Jack, but it seems to me that it's only a matter of time now before he is. Oh, very, very close together, these two. Thomas Jack on lap 130. Boothby on lap... Oh, that's the 294 car of Feldkamp behind. I'm going to have to look at this. Let's see what happened. So up through the Lodge corner and then to Deer Leap. This isn't what we're looking for. What we're looking for is here at turn 1. What happened? We need to know. As those two come out, they just lost the car entirely. Oh, I just couldn't get it. Good avoidance, I think, there by the Bentley, which I believe is Komorowski or Cooper. I'm not sure. I think, yes, it's Cooper. Good avoidance by Cooper. It's Thomas Jack, not quite having lapped Boothby yet. Probably having to let the lapping car there by. Looks like there's also going to be a lap on the pit exit. A little battle. Can Fisher get out quickly? I don't think he can, sadly, but they were quite close together. But sadly, looks like Falk has got out of the pits much quicker than Fisher. So my hopes of a little bit of a battle towards the back of the grid. A little bit dashed by the pit timing. Thomas Jack, meanwhile, still leading this race, looking to lap the entire grid for the first time, of GT4s at least. Will Boothby play the ball, or will he fight against the lead lap? Or more accurately, fight against being removed from the lead lap? Oh look, there we go, we got it, finally, I forgot about that. Thomas Jack's special livery, we saw the right hand side there. You'll see it again in a minute. You can see the faces, or the Discord icons, there they are, of Jeroen Ouderdorp and Robin Moe, very lazily cut out and pasted onto the right hand door of the Alpine, and next to them, with arrows pointed to them, it says slow, which, to be fair, Thomas Jack might have a point with if they're you know, currently P5 in class only. That's pretty, I mean, decent. They're in the top half, but Tom, meanwhile, has lapped them and lapped everyone else. The only person he hasn't lapped thus far is this man here, George Boothby, who is fighting, I think, a little bit to try and keep that going. Succeeding giant nostril bonneted. People think that the BMW has a nostril-esque intake, but look at that. On the bonnet cam, it's like either that or it's Fly's eyes. Into Lodge corner and up the hill to the line, and Boothby, I think, lets Thomas Jack go a little bit. He's not going to fight it, and Thomas Jack officially laps the entire grid of GT4s. An amazingly consistent drive from Thomas Jack in this race. Sadly, still no rain. Right, since we have been watching this, I want to say then 111 car, that is Luca Weiss, another 10-second penalty, this time once again upgraded for a collision with the 146 car of Valentino Rossi. I'm going to see if I can find that and give it a little look. It's the last contact on the list, so it should be easy enough. Here we are. Oh, that's a bad hit. I almost did the complete replication of the Mitchell and Webb show snooker commentators. That wasn't a great hit. I don't know. I don't think Linus was entirely in control of the car. He went with some speed, but that he did cause a collision. And I think, yeah, 10 seconds, multi-class, upgraded due to previous incidents. Not an unfair penalty at all. Really did the whole. Oh, and that's a bad miss. Right, so the gaps again are pretty well spread. The closest gap on track at the moment, according to race control, is the 0.8 seconds between Thomas Jack and George Boothby. However, that is a 8.8 seconds and a lap, not just 0.8. Warner has had a moment, I was going to say a spin and hope, but no, a moment up at Shell Corner. Let's have a quick look. Came through nicely in the Cascades. He's stuck a little bit behind the 570S, driven by Druzek, who himself has a yellow flag right now, but I can't see it. Gets past Druzek, I think. Oh. I think Druzek rebounded off the panel there. And that was not a great moment. A yellow flag for Ashton as well. Was there a contact between Druzek and... There's not one on the list, but I think maybe a little bit of rebounding off the wall when Druzek hit it. And that led to that. Yeah, Druzek, look, that car is damaged. I think if I... Oh, that is a heavy hit. I kind of wish it had been a contact, because then I can go back and look at it easily. That car needs to be repaired. And considering we have no major gaps, I want to have a quick look back using the replay, as I've done it before anyway already. I'll have a quick look, because I do want to see. Like I said, when you go to replay and the immediate thing is that same person spinning, I do want to see what exactly happened. So we have our race leader Chris Warner coming up behind. Oh, that's a that's a weird little incident. I think there was a contact because something in AC physics bugged out and caused a very quick hit to the car of Chris Warner. Unfortunately, I don't think there's anything that the stewards can really say about that. Certainly would feel a bit cruel, as we see Lodge Corner and now up, and he's definitely going to pull into the pit lane here. But steering at several degrees of angle to the right. And that is into the pit lane for Philip Druzek. The Garglen T S Nuts car. Oh, we had to stop again. Right, what else is happening on the track? So, I think I need to check. Ryan Cooper still in the 69. I'm going to check 1 second. Oh, I'm sorry. I did not realize Kovacs and Nilsson are driving with a third driver. That is this man here. I have not seen since practice. Oh, who unluckily gets commentator cursed by Chromix. I think that'll be a potential penalty, although it looked like he got on the grass before it. But Can Akil, the Turkish flagged driver, is the third driver to take over the former race leading number 901 Ferrari, which I've only just realised has 53 on the back because it's got a custom livery without real number, without painted, not painted, in sim number boards, but with custom ones on the external of the car. See behind him, Jose coming out of the pit lane, and that's the 901 car in the pits again. Oh, we missed the box as well, and that is unfortunate, but I'm not sure whether Chromix, as camera finds the car, will get a penalty for that. It depends on how the stewards view the fact that the 901 car looked to be squarely on the grass first, and if they deem that the car slowed down unexpectedly due to that, Chromix may not get a penalty. Sadly, it looks like, according to our chat, Adam Komorowski has been disconnected, or got disconnected from the server for some reason or another, and that is unfortunate, and that is us down one more driver who had been running, I think, relatively well in this race. And now we are down to 9 GT3s, so next time I get confused about the positioning of a GT4 in class, it's suddenly become one more complicated than it was for me beforehand. Well, if we can't have rain, at the very least this has been an endurance race for some. Linus Weiss, meanwhile, still with that 25-second penalty not served as we come to the 2-hour mark of this race, the 4-hour mark into this race, the 2 hours remaining mark. Right then, looking at the record, Can A Kill has come out of the pit lane, repaired the car, still in P4. They are now on the same lap as Linus Weiss, but again, Linus has that 25-second penalty, which will lead to them losing even more time to them in the pit stop. As we watch on board with the 901 car, I am once again going to leave you for 2 seconds. I'll be back shortly. Right, and I have returned, and as I was shortly away, looks like Linus Weiss has decided to take their time to pit, and they have that 25-second penalty to serve on top of that. That's allowed Ryan Cooper to take P5 from them, and it's going to be interesting to see if this man here, Umar Kromix even, manages to get them in the 30-second they still have behind them on track. And Kromix gets past Weiss pretty nicely, and Weiss comes out the pit lane at long last. It'll be 6 to 7 seconds down the road from the 501 car. Once the timing tower on ACC updates, you will see that there it is. You can see there Kromix in the foreground. And it is Daniel Bourne back in the car for this stint. The second to last stint is what it should be, the penultimate. And it should be, well, assume Daniel Bourne and then whoever comes in after him, probably Linus Weiss again. Adam Komorowski says, thanks for the race. Had a lot of fun even if I was fighting for the last position. Well, you had a few good moments there, I think, and you had some enjoyable moments to watch. But those not having enjoyable moments, well, Edson, for one, who just had a spin, and Akil also just had a yellow flag come out for him, still in P4. Make that P3 as Rip Hagen is in the pit lane, and there he goes through. We'll update on the time tower, but Rip Hagen just coming out the pit lane now has been overtaken by Akil. Oh, never mind, I've once again been misled by the way in which ACC Race Control decides to give me the gaps. He has not. He has been unlapped by Akil one time. He needs to unlap himself. I think actually no, next time around Akil would be taking him for position. But for now, still, now Megan's third and Akil fourth. I really wish Race Control wouldn't give you the gap in such a pure format. Because what it does essentially, with a little bit of a explanation, what ACC Race Control does, it gives you the gap between, say, third and fourth as that gap. So wherever they are on the track is always the same gap between two cars that are immediately in front or behind each other in terms of position. So if third, for example, then has a gap to the car behind on track to P4 of 5 seconds, it will say 5 seconds. However, when the P4 car comes to unlap the P3 car, it will still say 5 seconds, even though technically it is a lap in 5 seconds. And I really do wish that Race Control would fix that, because it's caught me out twice now, and it's certainly caught me out before. They do give the number of laps, but that's quite a bit further along the list than the gap is. Meanwhile, we see the GT4s keep getting, on my Race Control as well, little place gained icons, a little green arrow, and I believe that will be because they are still overlapping, or still overtaking, the spot where Komorowski decided, or had to, retire due to that disconnect. They have, most of the GT4s have not yet, you see Philip Dresaic have to come back on track. They haven't yet overtaken the position at which the disconnect happened, and thus Komorowski is still legally ahead of them. If the race was to finish now, he would still finish ahead of Jeroen Oderdorp at the moment, who is currently sitting in P15. It says P14 on the ACC timing tower, but ACC doesn't account. The ACC's actual in-game timing tower doesn't account for positions of cars that have left but are still technically ahead of those who finished behind. Whilst if we were to take the current standings and put them into, say, Race App, where we would put the results after the race, it would take that into account, and at the moment Komorowski would still be P14 until Oulton overtakes the position and the lap upon which he disconnected. So a little bit of ACC race control insight, and Oulton has just taken P14 officially, and so has Tamo, and John Doe Germany I'm sure will do so in about a minute's time. Where are gaps? Oh, a kill there. I've just switched to him. He has a little bit of a wiggle. He was 1.4 seconds behind Megan's when I looked at him, but now has dropped back to 2.5. But still is a lap down on Megan's as well. Right, actual battle for position happening. It is Daniel Bourne versus Chromix. Just gets past Boothbeat there. You can see Chromix getting past, that looks like Fisher. A flash from Daniel, but is not in any position to make the move done there. That's going to give Chromix a little bit of time to get ahead, but I think that, yep, Daniel will be passed before the chicane. A little bit of bumping there maybe, but nothing too serious. Right, I want to double check this. I think that 78 car 10-second penalty is relatively new. I want to have a look at that in a minute. But Daniel Bourne now all contact, and that's Chromix off track and into the gravel outside of Druids. We'll see what the stewards have to say about that. I think, no, never mind. It has been taken into account by Daniel Bourne himself, who's given the position back, and I think the stewards will look at that and immediately no further action it, as he has given the place back. He has chosen to be at fault, whether he was or not will be determined by the stewards, but for now Daniel Bourne has decided to sit in P7 for the time being to hopefully avoid a penalty, and will come back I'm sure upon Chromix in short order. However, this incident with the 78 car, I want to have a quick look. It was between 78 and 58, it did get an upgraded penalty. Let's have a quick look at what happened. Oh, that was a little bit sloppy, I think, there from Fisher on the overtake. And I'm not surprised that was a penalty. He almost got away with it, but then pushed him wide through towards the elite, which can be very dangerous due to the impending wall on that inside of the corner. Once again, it is Bourne on the back of Chromix. You'll see, can he make the move done a little cleaner this time? They come through Druids. He's going to look to the inside of the lodge, but he's not going to think about it. Well, he thought about it, but he didn't think about it too hard. Now up to Deer Leap, but Thomas Jack right ahead, and Chromix pulls into the pit lane. And that is Daniel Bourne up to P6. But Chromix has chosen to pit now. We shall see how that turns out. I don't know if Bourne still has to pit. I think he will do. I think their pit cycle is a bit offset. They may have to pit at least two. They may have to pit 2 more times, depending on when this stint runs out of time. I wish Race Control would give me that. That would be a great little bit of information to know, the pit timer. Let's see if it's going to give me anything. Oh wait, no, I do have the stint timer. It's on a completely different thing that doesn't work when I have it in a smaller window. Let me see if I can. Okay, that works better. Martin Kovacs, meanwhile, has gone off. Well, not Martin Kovacs, Can Kill has gone off at the second chicane, his stop chicane, but gets back on and gets going again. So, let me have a look at stint timers. Where was I? Daniel Bourne is only 9 minutes into this stint, so with 75 minutes to run, there should only be one more pit stop for him, so that means that Chromix truly was not going to gain that position, I think, at all, as Levi Finney has just come out in the 501 McLaren to replace Chromix, and we'll have one more stint to go after this current one. Meanwhile, your race leader... this could get interesting. The race leader, Chris Warner, has 52 minutes currently gone on their stint timer. So that means they have only 23 minutes more to run, which means they will finish this stint at 1 hour and 25 minutes. That means that they have to do 2 more pit stops before the end of this race. So they will certainly be looking, as you see a kill in the background getting a bit deep, to try and give themselves that pit gap. But I think, unfortunately, they already have it against Maudsley. But that could maybe come to play at the end of this race, especially if any penalties are given, and Akil has got himself a drive-through, which has not been given by the stewards, at least not yet, so will have been for track limits. Someone just shot into the pit lane from the back. It was a kill to serve his drive-through. So this car here definitely going to have to pit 2 more times. Anyone else going to have pit 2 more times? I don't think so. Ryan Cooper, currently a 40 minutes into his stint timer, should have just enough time to finish nicely. Luke Bosworth, Edson and Firminger in the 46 Porsche. 44 minutes should just about maybe make it. Actually, it might be very close to the line, but by the time they've served the pit stop, they might just be able to get it done. I do not know at the moment. George Boothby, 27 minutes into his stint, as is Thomas Jack, both of them having exited the pit lane so close to each other. Literally 28.01, 28.02, 1 second behind. Marcel Tamo in the 36 Chevrolet will also have to pit again after the next stop, having already done 59 minutes of their current stint timer. This could get spicy in some of these areas for some of these drivers. Speaking of Tamo, that is Jeroen Oderdorp right ahead of him for position. We shall have to see if he's able to make that stick, but I'm going to quickly jump, as this is also for position. It is Ryan Cooper versus Can Akil, the former race-leading Ferrari 901. Why did I say Porsche? It looks nothing like a Porsche. But Ferrari 901. Maybe I said Porsche because it has a 9 at the beginning of it. And we shall see, can Ryan Cooper in the Bentley take that position, take that P4? And he does so, and I think Akil got a little bit squirrely on the exit of turn 1. And now down through the Cascades, you can see the Bentley just seems to have the advantage. Edson is off. Edson is off at the place where so many have already before. Let's have a look what happened. I think once again Island Bend strikes its magic. A little bit wide little bit bump on the grass, slides, and no contact, so not as bad as it could be, but not great. It's a fascinating corner island bend I've seen. It seems to me, as Tamo has also overtaken Odadorp whilst we were watching this replay. Oh no, he hasn't. He did temporarily, but it seems that he's been going back. Let's have a look. Might just be we're just going to watch two race cars follow each other, but I would have sworn it said there was a Tamo overtake completed. I think maybe they just battled into the corner. Yes, they did. Oh, Tamo goes weirdly deep on the second part of the corner. Gives enough space for the safe re-entry. Very nice from him. Unfortunate, and he's going to have to try and make that move all over again, which is great for us because that means we get to watch it. But yes, that island bend is a fascinating corner in this, at least in this race. It seems, obviously, you go too far out, you get on the grass, it drags you out wide and towards those walls. And it seems that if you go too shallow into it, if you enter in on the curb too much and get bumped out, you end up in those walls anyway. Daniel Bourne, 111 car, what is happening here? We need to know. Let's have a look. Go 30 seconds replay. There has been also a penalty, you noted, given to one of the cars towards the top. Oh, island bend again. And that is unfortunate. It's just a fascinating corner. I think it's also one of those prime examples of that thing I found with 1.9 in ACC, which is that whilst famously a lot of curves... Oh, he stalled the car, that's what happened. He has to get it restarted. Whilst 1.9 has made a lot of curves much nicer, much softer to take, I found that also sometimes people overestimate it, and it has caused a lot more curves that give you a good bounce, a good kick in the behind, and a short, sharp shock up the backside, and then you're off into a wall somewhere because the car's bouncing all over the place. Right, the number 12 car of Oren Meggans has been given a 10-second penalty for causing a collision on unsafe rejoin with the number 1 car. Let's have a look if we can find it. Yes, we can. Let's have a look. It's right here. Oh, that's very tight. I can see why the stewards would give that, though. I'm not sure whether that can be classed necessarily as a rejoin, but I can see why the stewards, having looked at it far more than I have, might have done so. Right, back on board. It's Tamo in the V8 Vroom. That is the team name. The 36 Chevrolet, driven by Marcel Tamo at the moment. And his teammate being... who is his teammate? Dieter Bletten. That's him. He's looking to make it on the inside. Is he going to get it? Jeroen goes very wide onto the curb. That is Bletten. Not Bletten, but it is Bletten, but also Tamo, his teammate, who's driving ahead. Can Jeroen fight back at all? Or is he going to be relegated to P15, P4? No, P6 in class. See what I mean? When it went to not from 10 to 9, I counted the wrong way. I don't even like maths. It looks like Jeroen is now 1.1 seconds behind Tamo already, and I think that battle is over for the time being. It was so good, we got to watch it twice. And here comes Can a Kill to lap the car. And Spoopy, meanwhile, has gotten himself a drive-through down in P20. Although it should be noted that formally, Spoopy is still P21. Oh, yellow flag is out somewhere on the track. That's Can a Kill, and that is a hefty hit into the barrier. Is he going to get out of it? Let's see what happened. However hard it was, he lost him a rear left brake light. He comes through. I think that's Jeroen Odadorp ahead, as we saw them about to be overtaken. Oh! He just didn't brake for the corner. The entire left-hand side of the electronics went out. That's not a very pretty looking car, and he has towed to the pit lane, as you can see there. Well, things have gone from bad to worse for the 901 Ferrari, and this is what's going to make it even worse for them. This is the number 10, the number 111 car, 10 seconds behind, 7 seconds, 5 seconds behind as they come up the elite, and the first car in the pit lane, I think the kill car is, but they are now past it. They're very far up the pit lane, and that is them down to P6. And depending on how much damage they have, I think Schumacher, currently driving the 294 Ferrari, Lucas Schumacher back in, and Finney may even take him. I think a kill, if they have a reasonable repair time, will get out in front of Oulton, but that would put them second last in 8th place for a car that was formerly leading this race by over a minute, following the troubles of the 404 car, and before that was comfortably running P2. And I'd also like to take this opportunity to point out, and I've just realised, by them pitting now, they have reset their stint timer, which means that once they come out, they will have to do one more stop still, as well as the one they're currently doing, which is unfortunate for them. Fair enough, they won't have to do two, but I don't know what their stint time was on, but this current stop is not going to help them out. Thomas Jack, meanwhile, has gotten himself a drive-through, assumedly for track warnings. Obviously, now 1:37 to go. Track warnings are going to come into play for those people who have gotten a few over the course of the race, but not too many in one go. And as such, you know, have just taken one towards the end of the race as they've gotten finally to the 4 or 5 warnings that you need to get so. Meanwhile, a kill is still in the pit lane. Now, he got passed by Oulton. However, because Oulton is so far behind, that is only Oulton unlapping himself to get back onto lap 157, which a kill is currently on. Now, it's concerning that he's still in the pit lane, because I don't know how close Schumacher and Finney are to the pit lane themselves. And I think, actually, yes, sorry, Schumacher has just lapped a kill in the pit lane. And I think they're still repairing that car as Thomas Jack comes into the pit lane himself to serve his drive-through, and does so in good time. Will Oulton be able to get all the way around this track? He's only got half of it to go before a kill comes out of the pit lane, or whoever is getting in that car next comes out of the pit lane after repairing that damage. I don't know. It's 25 seconds between them now, coming down very quickly. 20. Oulton gets past the Maserati. Oh, little jink there in the background by John Doe Germany. And that is a kill is out of the pit lane, but only 8 seconds now between him and Oulton. And I don't know how much damage is perhaps unrepairable. I don't think there's too much in Assetto Corsa Competizione. But if there is anything still not great on that car, Oulton could find himself in P8 in short order. Oh, a little contact between Oulton and the Ginetta there. Let's see if the stewards look at that. I don't know if they will too much. Oh, I didn't realise you were here, Duck. Hello.
Hello, hello. Didn't want to interrupt.
No, that's fine.
How we're doing after almost 5 hours?
I'm doing alright. I tried to take it a bit easier in the middle, and I'm now a little bit rejuvenated by this little battle that's about to kick off between Akil and Edson.
Yeah, and there's also third position Miggins, who's slowly catching up, I believe, to P2 Maudsley.
But with a 10-second penalty.
Exactly, so it would have to make at least 20 seconds in order to even retain that position if you were to overtake him.
So how's stewarding been going for you? I've seen a lot of penalties coming through.
It has been rough. I think we had to clamp down a little bit on some behaviors, especially on GT3, on GT4 violence.
Class warfare.
Yeah, there were a few GT4 innocent cars, not all of them, which have been involved in incidents, and a lot of small contacts as well, which perhaps in other situations, in other leagues or in other races, you would not necessarily penalize, but they do add up. And after a while, you know, the GT4 cars have got a lot of damage on them. So
I did see an interesting penalty for unsportsmanlike conduct. I don't think I've seen that one before.
So that one was actually a GT3 car pushing a GT4 car, as in bump drafting to give them an advantage.
Yes, there was like 5 or 6 different contacts in the list between, I think it was Ryan Cooper and one of the Janettas.
Correct. So that had to be clamped down because obviously that's against the competitive spirit of a race. Although it did give us a good laugh.
It was quite interesting to see. I thought he was trying to bump draft him when I looked at one of the replays back. And we see there, Edison's giving a little bit of a flash to Akil. I think he's going to try and make the move, and I'll be very happy for the race of Edson. It hasn't been so great thus far to finally make up a place on track overtake.
Yeah, it's made quick work of that actually.
Yep, and Akil has come into the pit lane for another stop.
I thought they stopped just a few minutes ago.
They had to repair. I don't know if you caught it. At turn 1, Akil basically just forgot to brake, and the entire left-hand side of the electronics of the car went off. So it was quite a heavy hit, and they had to repair for about 2 minutes.
Yeah, that has been an unfortunate contact. That car, unfortunately, has been a bit unlucky. They've had both incredible pace and then pretty heavy contacts, and here the repair time is worth quite a lot because the pit is so short. So having to be completely stopped for so long, that results in a big penalty for yourself and your team.
You know, I've been seeing it's about 25 odd seconds for a drive-through, maybe 22 at a push if you're very quick in and quick out.
Yeah, we've also had the discussion actually with the stewards between whether to give a drive-through or 15 or 20-second penalty because they're almost the same.
Well, I guess that comes more to me in my mind as a steward on occasion, more between giving a drive-through or 30 seconds, depending on the incident, because sometimes you just give a drive-through as a 30-second.
Yeah, exactly. And in this track, it's just so different, so it's something that we've had to understand. However, luckily we haven't had to give too many drive-throughs. I think there's been a stop and go for some quite egregious contact at some points, but I think it was reserved. So yeah, hopefully it keeps the peace now, which is the purpose of giving these penalties.
I'm sure it will do. Before you, I'm sure you're going to have to rejoin your stewards because I believe Daniel has been storm babbited. His power, I assume, has gone out.
Yeah, that's what it seems to be happening.
Cookie messaged me to tell me that he just went off all of a sudden.
Yeah, he mentioned he was going to be off, but then he disappeared in BC. So I think, yeah, Scotland is probably not a happy place to be at the moment.
But I'm going to put you on the spot real quick. Who will be your driver of the day? You've been stewarding. You've been seeing everyone.
Ooh. Ooh.
I did car of the half earlier, but now you're here with me. You can do a driver of the day with 1 hour and 30 minutes left to go. As Warner himself, my driver of the first half, comes in, or my car of the first half, comes into the pit lane for what will be their second to last stop because their stint timer has not lined up well for them in terms of ending this race.
Yeah, so Warner in first position obviously has been extremely quick I think in quali he was almost 2 seconds quicker up until everybody else started catching him up, but he still got pole, I think, by the size of the margin, if I recall correctly. But I would say Sam Mosley as well has not been involved in many incidents at all. He's been very consistent, and whilst he was a bit lower on the order earlier on, his consistency has paid off. That's for GT3.
And then GT4, for GT4, I think, I just want to say, Mr. President himself, Ivan Baratz, has said that John Doe Germany is driver of the day for him, or at least Chad of the day.
Not only is he doing this race in a Maserati, but he's doing it with class, with an amazing livery, which you probably have shown on the screen. Yeah. So it's definitely first. But as much as it pains me to say it, I will say that Tom Jack has been stellar today, even though obviously the Alpine is very strong around here. He has not put many feet wrong, and he has escaped a lot of perilous situations, which is a skill in itself.
And he's the only driver on track, including I think the top lot, that has lapped every car in their class, because he just managed to lap Boothby. I don't know if you saw them come out of the pits.
Yeah, we're monitoring that. Yeah, we were debating with the stewards disqualifying Tom just before the end of the race.
What, for coming out a second ahead?
Because we would never hear the end of it.
If you've got race control open, I recommend go to view drivers, in the top tab, and look at their stint timers that are literally like a second apart, half a second apart. It's great.
That's actually incredible. So yeah, it's quite cool to see such a spread of pace. Obviously, we have very quick drivers.
Something's happened here. John Doe Germany just had an incident. We'll do a quick replay of that. See what happened. He was coming up, so through Shell Corner I think he was alright. I think it was in the Britain chicane. Did he get hit by Sam Maudsley perhaps?
Yeah, at Kirsten maybe.
Gonna have a look. No, it looks like Sam was clear. Oh, he just spun it. I think he thought he was clear, went to turn in, had to back out of it because Sam was still just alongside, and just spun the car around. Which is very easy to do, I'm sure, in the Maserati.
Yeah, I'm rewatching this a little bit delayed compared to you, but it does seem like there was definitely nothing malicious. Yeah, and it seems that he's just gone on his own. Maybe tire wear after so long.
I think it was just a bit of badly judged turn-in and a bit of badly judged countersteer.
Yeah, quite weird. To spin in that situation, but the ways of the Maserati are mysterious.
I was going to say, it's not quite weird to spin in the Maserati at all, is it? Meanwhile, George Boothby, back on the rear of Thomas Jack, still a lap down, but looking to unlap himself.
He's quite close to it now as well.
0.3 seconds to the unlappening, but I'm sure we shall see them.
I wonder what has changed. Yeah, hopefully. I wonder what has changed, because Tom has been consistently ever so slightly quicker, and now it seems like Boothby is coming back.
Possible tyre wear, maybe a little bit of damage picked up somewhere for Tom. Not entirely sure. He might just be taking it easy, to be honest. It's an hour and a half left to go. Getting a bit of fatigue, that's the other thing. Both drivers, solo drivers, having to contend the entire 6 hours in, alone in the dark. No rain. Where's the rain, Dark? Where's the rain, Pierre?
You can definitely send your complaints at Racing Pals at... No, I'm kidding. I think I will take the blame for that one. We had an 80% chance of mixed condition forecast, and it seems like there's not enough clouds, at least at the moment, throughout the day. We had a bit of rain during quali, but yeah, I was expecting some kind of continuous rain and drying and rain every 20 to 30 minutes. At least that's what the graphs were saying. But weather is mysterious.
Weather is mysterious. So complaints can be sent to aris@gmail.com, right?
Yes, exactly.
I don't know if that's his actual email.
Yeah, then kudos not us. That's what I'll say.
Right, well, thanks for popping in, Dark. I'll let you get back because only the two stewards down there, and everyone's getting a little bit fatigued. I just saw Boothby have a almost crash at the top of Deer Leap, the final corner. So I think you might have to get some stewarding done towards the end of this race.
Will do. And thanks again for doing this commentary. Have you had any company so far? Have you had any interviews?
No one's come in for an interview. That's
Right.
I think everyone's quite a bit taken up with the race. I think the people that would come in with the multi-drivers have had some incidents, such as Daniel Bourne, who just went very deep into the grass out of Islands Bend, which is a very notable place, I've noticed, for incidents. I don't know if you've noticed that as well.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at all the incidents, a lot of places are prime for incidents, but yeah, that was definitely one of them.
I was saying earlier, Islands Bend's interesting because if you take it too far out, you get caught on the grass, you get pulled off to the wall. If you take it too on the inside, you get bumped by the curb, get swung out, and then hit the wall.
Yeah, it might look like there's room for 2 cars, but once it pinches, that's when things start to
I
go
haven't
wrong.
even noticed it that much with 2 cars, more than 1 car. It's like that old Top Gear thing about the difference between understeer and oversteer. What is it? Understeer is when you don't get enough turning, you hit the tree with the front of the car and you die. Whereas oversteer is when you get too much turning, you hit the tree with the back of the car and you die.
Yeah, and either way, you are dead.
Either way, yes.
Which seems to be happening a lot here.
Meanwhile, Megan's now 0.3 seconds behind Sam Maudsley. So I'm going to ride on board with that for a little while.
All right, and I'll leave you to it as I go back to stewarding.
Right.
Thanks again, and
Thank
wishing
you.
everyone a good rest of the race for the last 1 hour and 20 or so minutes.
Alright, cheers Doug, enjoy your stewarding.
See you later.
Right, that was Darkius, also known as Pierre Moreno, one of our stewards for this race. We shall see where he has gone. Something's going on in the ACC channel right now, don't know what. But in this race, we shall see Megan's now 0.6 seconds behind Maudsley, looking very racy. 22 now, very good exit out of Lodge it seems, or entry at least. But again, the V12 down these straights, absolutely powering along. It's going to take a little bit of effort for the Ferrari to make it past the big engine Aston. It's a very nice little paint scheme. It's a default one, but it's a very nice little paint scheme on that Infinix racing car. And we have 1 hour and 22 minutes to go. Can Megans use it to take second place and to gain a nice little lead? While Maudsley is 40 seconds behind Nathan Pierce now, red line Zach, who has taken over the car from Chris Warner and is now sitting in P1. We shall have to see if Megans can get ahead of Maudsley. He might have to pace to take the fight to the leader. The leader just did a 36.1, which is faster than these 2 cars are currently lapping, but they are fighting. As you see there, Chromix, sorry, not Chromix, I think that's Lucas Schumacher, who's taken over. No, it's not. Who's taken over that car? Finney, that's it. Finney, yes. But Megans, through Druids, almost makes the move stick, just doesn't manage to get it done. And you can see Finney behind them, followed by Kovacs, who is back in the 901 Ferrari after that very early stop for Can Kill. And Kovacs is going to have to do some work to get back any places from this race. He's only on the same lap as Aidson, and I think that P8 might be the best that he can get. But these drivers are certainly going to be affected by it, as Kovacs, I think, can do a good job at being faster than these at the moment. You can see Kovacs trying to make a move on Finney there. I think he's going to get it done pretty nicely. He's side by side just about. Let's see. No, he backed out of it maybe. Let's keep focused on the main battle. There's too many Ferraris and Mercedes and whatever else. Actually, no, these are all Ferraris except for the V12. Oh, no, sorry, McLaren and Finney. Especially in the darkness, McLaren and the Ferrari have a very similar profile. McLaren's a little bit more bulbous in the middle. But it is V12 Aston, followed by Ferrari 296, followed by McLaren 720S Evo, presumably. I'm sure it's the Evo. Is anyone driving the other one anymore? And then another Ferrari behind him. It's really a shame that Carl Cook's not racing today, because he would have brought the 488 most likely, and that would have been quite an interesting car to see here. And that is, in the background there, that's Kovacs making the move on Finney and making it stick this time around into Lodge Corner. And now he may play a part in this battle between the P3 and P2 cars, fighting for that second step on the podium. I guess technically they're also fighting for the third step on the podium, because, well, one of them will get on one or the other. A little bit of contact there, I think. Stewards will look at that, I'm sure, but I think that was a little bit of a late lunge. And whilst he did get a wheel alongside a little bit, I think it was too late to claim the corner. There'll be probably no further action from that. Now Kovacs looking, oh, a little bit deep there from the Aston. Kovacs a little braking from the Ferrari behind, the blue Ferrari, as he has to back out of it a little bit. Oh, bad exit from the V12, but the V12 has the power. Kovacs looking to make it free wide, not doing it. Let's have a look. The Aston and the Ferrari side by side into the chicane. Little bit of a bump to the Ferrari. That could be a possible minor penalty if they feel the Ferrari squeezed the Aston off onto the grass. But for now, it is Oren Meggans up to P2, Sam Morsey down to P3. And between them, Martin Kovacs in P9, and that is Edson now in the pit lane for what won't be their last stop. Edson will have to do another stop because it's only a 75-minute stint timer, and they've got a minute and 45 seconds to the end of that, you know, to make it to that stint timer for the end of the race. As the P2 and P9 in GT3 pass Jeroen Ouderdorp in the Ginetta. Kovacs now tried to unlap himself from the race P2. There's the 88 McLaren, currently driven by Drzejek, or always driven by Drzejek. Ahead, that's the 88, got a bit difficult of an exit, and Kovacs used it to take advantage and has now unlapped himself from P2. But Meggans is on lap 173. Kovacs is on lap 168. There's a 5 laps different, and I don't think there's enough time for him to make that up. There is a drive-through now for Luca Schumacher, again, likely for track limits. With only an hour and 16 minutes left to go in this race, the drivers, particularly who have fewer drivers, are going to start feeling a little bit of fatigue, perhaps. Those who are solo will certainly start to feel some form of fatigue. We shall see if that ends up playing any part in these silver-marked drivers. The one remaining solo GT3, Sam Maudsley in P3, will still get overtaken by Meggans. Maybe that came into play a little bit, we don't know. But fatigue certainly will be setting in as we are 4:41 AM sim time. Hey, does anyone in chat know who's winning the England-South Africa game? Didn't realise that's on right now. But we're watching this, and that is Oren Meggans doing a nice little pass on the GT4 of Valentino Rossi, the plain green Aston, and I quite appreciate that livery. It's Simple but nice. England. Oh, thank you, Owen. Thank you. Very kind. I was a bit sad Argentina didn't win last night. Although, I didn't expect them to lose quite by the margin they did. It's only 12-6, I've just seen. Half time and 12-6, so it's pretty close at the moment. Anyway, we're not talking rugby, we're talking racing. Sim racing to be exact, at Oulton Park, where we have already done 4 hours and 45 minutes. John Doe Germany currently sitting in the pit lane for the last stop, I think, of his race. Perfectly timed, as he will have more than just about 75 minutes. I think the only complication is, depending on where he finishes the race, the last lap might overrun for some of these, but I think he should be fine by the time he leaves. Okay, he has a minute odd gap, so he might be caught out, I think, if his stint timer ends before he crosses the line for the last time, because there's about a half an hour to 40-minute gap. If he passes the line, for example, directly in front of the race leader, he would have to do another another minute and 40 seconds. So might get caught out. We'll have to see. Hopefully not. But it's certainly going to get interesting, I think, towards the end of this race. Oh yeah, me thinking, oh, Ivan looked that up for me. That's how kind that he looked up the rugby score for me, and I realised actually no, our resident, one of our stewards, as Ivan is also one of our current stewards, is streaming it in the stewards chat. And I'm sure he's very much supporting the Springboks. That is Levi Finney, sorry, getting past Schumacher. Schumacher peels into the pit lane for what will be their final stop. At the moment, we are looking at currently 3 drivers still on the lead lap. Just about. Actually, I need to double check that. Yes, no, of course they are, yes. It must be. No, they're not. Okay, somewhere along the line here, and I think it probably involved the fact that the 901 car has been pushed back. Now P8, having managed to overtake Bosworth, I think, in the pit lane. The 404 car has officially done the Thomas Jack and has lapped every car in its class and currently sits at lap 178, whilst Megan's only on lap 176 when they crossed the line, 177. So that is Nathan Pierce and Chris Warner, a fantastic recovery drive that they truly have deserved this win, as they have actually had to fight for it, whereas at the race start it did not look like they would have to fight for it as hard as they have. It also doesn't hurt that the immediate competitors that would have been best suited to face them have had quite a few incidents, it seems, and a few troubles that have plagued them through this race. As you see the track lightening up a little bit, it's 4:50 AM. And I think, yeah, that is a pond. I'm pretty sure it's a pond back there. That explains why it's called Island Bend and Lakeside. And Ron Cooper is spinning off. Ron Cooper. Why do I keep saying Ron Cooper? Ryan Cooper is spinning off. Let's have a look what happened there. Let's see what happened to Mr. Cooper. A little bounce on the exit of the Cascades, but up to Island Bend, and I think it's once again the same thing we have seen every time. And that is car around, keeps it to the left-hand side, gets going nicely again. Thank goodness for them. And they will get back on their way. But like I was saying, the closest cars that could be battling some of these other cars nearer the top seem to just be having some instance like that. Geert Fischer, meanwhile, is now following Mr. Fock Yu. And he is within 0.3 seconds now, just about, of the Chevrolet. It is Aston versus Chevy, and no it's not, because he's going to pull into pit lane to pit. Thank you, Fischer. That's like the commentator curse, but it's the commentator that gets cursed. We almost had a very nice battle. God. All the pit wall mechanics looking at me at the same time, that's creepy. Right, let's have a look. So Boothby, still now Thomas Jack has managed to pull back a little bit more of a gap ahead of him. It is 12 seconds and a lap between the two drivers. I think it's looking like a comfortable P2 for Boothby at the moment and a comfortable P1 for Thomas Jack. Where things will get interesting is in the battle, I think, between Fock here in the 888 Chevrolet and Fischer, depending actually, if I check the statistics, the driver's page. Yes, Fock is currently 104 minutes into his stint, so we'll have one more pit. And when he pits, it'll be interesting to see who comes out on top between him and Geert Fischer. I think that is our closest, highest battle in the GT4 category. Let's have a little look at some of the statistics while we can. So the car that has pitted the most, I don't even have to search for it, is Spoopy. He has pitted Spoopy in the 58 Ginetta down at the bottom of the grid at the moment, both GT4 and overall, has pitted a amazing 10 times. Now that means he's just come into the pits. He has had a few drive-throughs and they are counted. But he has entered the pit lane 10 different occasions. And currently is 6 seconds down on his on his race start position. Not 6 seconds, 6 places off of where they started this race. And that's not too great for them, considering that some cars have retired in the meantime. There are only 10 GT4s left out of around 13. Bosworth, meanwhile, Luke Bosworth in the 46 Porsche, once again a not great moment for that car. Let's have a look what happened there. Whilst we watch this, it takes Fock, but he gets just turns in too much. Goes on the grass, tries to throttle out on the grass on the other side, and just has to now turn the car around and get back going. It's not great, but with rather far furious race, fatigue may be setting in. A lot of flashing there from the Mercedes of Sam Maudsley. Just a warning of please don't get in my way. Second highest pit count has been 8 by Geert Fischer, who has just served his 8th. For Fock, for reference, Fock, who will pit now, and when Fock pits within the next 10 odd minutes, he will have pitted and be close to Fischer once again, as they were when Fischer entered the pits. Fock will have done only 5 pit stops to Fischer's 8 that he will very likely finish the race on. The most improved driver thus far is Fock, also in GT4. He has gained 10 places from his race start position. He was P22 at the start, now P12. The second highest is tied between Geert Fischer, who has gained 8, and Sam Maudsley, who has also gained 8. What else is interesting here? The fastest lap in the speed trap, sorry, the fastest speed in the speed trap is a 233 kilometers an hour run from Sam Maudsley. The next best fastest speed is Daniel Bourne in the Mercedes with a 231. That's not surprising. Maudsley is in the V12. And apparently it carries 2 extra kilometers an hour over even the next fastest car. and 3 or 4 or 5 over basically everyone else is a GT4. Right, we have had a penalty. Let's have a look. Who's it for? Who's it for? It's for the 12 car of Oren Megan. So Oren Megan's overtook Sam Maudsley. We're all very fascinated by that. And he has maintained that overtake. If I have a double check, they are still on the same lap. Lap 181 at the moment, I think. And so, Megan's overtook Maudsley. I think there was a little bit of contact, which I did say might be something. Let's have another look at it, because the stewards have decided to give Maudsley a 15-second time penalty. Not Maudsley, sorry. They've decided to give Megan's... Oh, sorry. They've decided to give Megan's a 5-second time penalty on top of the 10-second they already had for a previous incident. Let's have a quick look at what that is. A little bit darker as it was a little bit ago. Yes, it was this moment. Just a little bit of a nudge off track to the Aston. A 5-second penalty. They did not return the position. That seems fair enough. So now they have 15 seconds, which means Maudsley has a much better chance at containing that second place when Megan's hands, assumedly hands over the car, or comes out of the pits themselves again if they don't hand it over to Riphagen within the next 21 minutes that they have left in their stint timer. Drazaic has pitted the 88 McLaren 570S GT4, and that'll be their last pit stop of this race. Let's see, is anyone else in any real fighting position? Not at the moment. This man here will be, I think, in the best fighting position depending on how their remaining laps in this stint go. See Chris Warner, sorry, Nathan Pierce even, overtaking Fock for another lappening. Right, Bourne has apparently just overtaken Cooper. I'm not quite sure how that happened. I think race control is lying to me. Maybe not, because Cooper has a big moment there. Let's see if we can find it. Oh, okay, sorry. Cooper came out the pit lane, and seemingly Bourne overtook him as he came out. Cooper then also had a little moment down at turn 3 or turn 2, depending. I think it's Denton's turn 2. Oh no, he had the moment at Denton's, and then turn 3 gets a bit wide and back on the track to go again. Veldkamp is in the pits in P7. I think he will come out still ahead of Martin Kovacs, who I want to check has done 30 minutes on their stint timer, so will still have to pit once more before the end of this race. Martin now just stuck a little bit through the chicane behind John Doe, Germany. It is truly lightened up. We are currently racing once again in daylight-ish. Once again, I don't think ACT knows what time of year it is, but it's lightened. It's lighter than it was. Not to mention, this is still daylight savings time. So technically it should still be darker here. Or is it lighter? No, it is lighter. Sorry, I got that wrong. Alright, Thomas Jack and George Boothby have both pitted once again, basically at the same time, for their last stop, as Martin Kovacs does the same. And so does John Doe, Germany. Let's have a look. Tom is already out, showing exactly how much he has managed to gain on Boothby, whilst they're still in relatively similar pace and have a few moments of closeness. Also, Josiah got himself a drive-through at some point, presumably for speeding, either for speeding in the pit lane or for cutting the track again. Josiah will have to serve yet another drive-through in this race, but shows how Thomas Jack has gained on Boothby. Now 27 seconds, sorry, the gap, as last time they came out of the pit lane bumper to nose, and this time there's a little bit more distance between the two drivers. You can see the absolute carnage that is the other track layout that acts as runoff to this chicane, as almost every car at some point I think has had to take it, apart from maybe this car and maybe one or two others. Thomas Jack has been remarkably consistent throughout this race, and they'll have to keep it up for one more hour as we approach 59 minutes to go in this race session. The sky is beginning to orange. The other end seems a bit bruised, but there we are, a little bit of orange and pink sky looking off in the distance as Thomas Jack rounds Deer Leap now to finish off yet another lap. That is lap 174 for Thomas Jack completed. 186 overall laps completed by our current race leader Nathan Pearce and his teammate Chris Warner. Right, Fock has pitted, but so has Fisher. Fisher has pitted again, seemingly. I'm not quite sure why Fock is going to get ahead of him in the pit lane. I don't know if something happened to Fisher. In the 78 car, I don't see anything in contacts. But I think, sadly, that's going to be that potential. The potential battle that would have happened when Fock pitted and Fisher didn't need to, removed from the equation, where Fisher does come out 12 seconds behind Fock, and maybe he will have to pace on him either way. Oh, it might have been that I think Fisher did still have to pit again, didn't he? I can't remember if he pitted before the 15 or after. I think it was after, though, that's the thing. Right, we'll have to see what happens. Hopefully Fisher can get up to speed and give us a nice little battle for the end of this race. But, he says in a strange voice, this is Fock, 2.2 seconds behind Boothby. Another GT4 between them, admittedly, and on different laps, but maybe Fock can unlap himself, but I think the Ginetta overslowed there. Again, I'll be curious. I want to see what the wing looks like on this one. That's pretty nice low down. Let's have a look what happened from the Ginetta's point of view. I think the Ginetta, so we're coming through Hilltop now down to Hislop Chicane. I think they bumped the exit curb a bit too hard, lost the car a little bit. Maybe overbroke. I don't know if I can put that fully on the Camaro. The stewards might do, though. I want to, once we've done this, see if I can see that again quickly. From the onboard of the Chevy. Let's have a look now. See Ginetta braking mid-chicane. I don't think that's the normal line for that corner. I think the stewards might take that into account when doling out whatever penalty they decide. I'm not quite sure what I would call that. I think, on my gut instinct, would be possibly just a racing incident as the lights go out. I know it's a bit harsh on the car. There's a meatball flag out. Who's that for? That can't be for the Camaro. Who's ahead of the Camaro? Martin Kovacs. There was definitely a meatball flag being waved by one of the marshals on the side of the track. I was not hallucinating that, was I? Maybe it was just some sort of bug. I definitely saw a meatball. Kovacs thinks better of trying to maintain the outside. Boofy was having it all. The Kovacs will get him up into Lodge Corner. So Fock, definitely no meatballs are actually being given. So Fock is still P12, and that is P3 in class. And behind him, Geert Fischer has not yet caught him to the degree that I thought he might, given their previous pace. We shall have to see if maybe that picks up further through the stint. Meggans has pitted from P2, comes into the pit lane, the Infelix Racing team, and we shall see, are they going to take the final stint, or is Guido Riphagen Sam Morsey, meanwhile, still sitting at P3 with no more stops to complete. This car has gained 8 places on solo driver from their race start position of 11th on the grid. And certainly it's given us some good battles to look at as the pace, the pure pace of the V12 Aston has come into power in a surprising way, I think, at Oulton Park of all places. And Arian Ashter has gotten himself a drive-through, it seems, for Always Spinning Motorsport. And we'll have to serve that within, I think, next 2 laps now. I think that's probably, again, track limits. Who haven't we watched much of? I want to have a look. So Arian Ashter we haven't seen much of. It's been a bit unfortunate a race for them, I think. Had a few incidents, a few moments. They have been into the pits 11 times. I haven't had the best race of it, but they've stuck with it. You know, we've got to give them credit. Always have to give them credit. Because despite running at the last, they're 3 laps down on Valentino Rossi ahead. They're 26 laps down on GT3 leader. They have stuck with us and they've stuck with the race, and they will have at least the honour, I guess, of having finished a race which others who have chosen to leave early don't have. And they will finish the race ahead of those who chose not to. Obviously those who had no choice, those who had disconnects or equipment issues, always very unfortunate, and there's no slight on them. But those who have an incident and decide to leave, they will certainly have at least a moral superiority over them, as well as a positional superiority at the end of this race. And I always appreciate it. There's another driver who occasionally turns up, a man named Shinji, I believe, who has driven the GT4 Camaro a few times, and driven the 404 actually, currently the number run by the race leader, and they often are very great at sticking with it even when they've had some adversity in terms of their race. I remember one Paul Ricard race where they were just, I don't think the Chevy's very competitive, I don't think they were particularly competitive there, and they stuck with it for the entire race, and you got to give credit for that. As Ashter comes into the pits to serve the drive-through, we'll then move on. Let's have a look through. There's no major battles. Oh, actually, there is. So I'm gonna, sorry, Valentino Rossi, they're not gonna get to look at you. There is a battle between Guido Riphagen, who has taken over the number 3 car, and Sam Morsey. As I said, Sam Morsey does not have to pit again. So Sam Morsey now second on track. It's gonna come down to this fight as to whether he takes second or third, currently at least, on the podium at the end of the race. 7 seconds between them right now. I'm going to stick with this. I really want to go. I wanted to go through the whole grid. We're going to see if this comes of anything, and if it doesn't for a little while, I might go back through and have a look at everyone who's still with us. Now that it's light again, and we can have a proper look at them and their cars, which are now dirty to all hell. Once again, going to say for the third time, they're covered in all the beastly mud and umska. By the way, if you actually get that quote, I'll be surprised. Oh, he tries up the inside though, the 12 car. This 12 car has not been adverse to penalties for such things in this race, and maybe looking to game one again. But it's 6 one up the inside, but it just can't make it work because there's too many GT4s around at the moment. To be honest, the position wasn't really on. I do love the little Ferrari badge on the inside of the wheel arches. I do like that. That's quite a nice little thing. Just appreciating the liveries, even if they are probably, I think this is a sim-made livery, but I like the Ferrari badge just being sort of on that inside of the wheel arch, facing a bit outwards and forwards. This is the major battle still happening on this track, not just between two cars, but also for a very prestigious position of P2. And obviously, if anything ever happens to P1, P1! It's like the same prestige that comes to being vice president. If the top dies, you get the job. And it looks like Daniel Scott is back. Hooray! The internet has restored itself, and Scotland is back online. This Ferrari is being a little bit hampered by some of the GT4 traffic that has been much nicer for Sam Maudsley to navigate. Now a second separates him. So I'm going to go back and continue my little look. So Valentino Rossi, let's have a look at him. A famous driver for RP. Once again, a driver who doesn't always finish at the top, but I think he enjoys the endurance events, enjoys doing them, and has good fun doing it. And once again, glad with him sticking with it. Not going to finish P last, which is, you know, fingers crossed, not going to finish P last. 4 laps up on Ashton, and I think he's going to be very happy to have come through and survived this race. I mean, he's lost 1 place overall, but always great to see him come out and drive for us. Let's have a look. Philippe Drozek, we have seen a little bit of a lovely purple default livery, but I do love the colour schemes. I like a purple and a yellow. Purple is my personal favourite sort of racing colour. I always use it on my cars, so it's lovely to see it. It looks gorgeous, and he's had a pretty good run of it. He's had some incidents, some its own fault, some not. And again, still with us, competing P18. And he's done pretty well. He's gained 5 positions from his race start at the back of the grid, so nothing really too much to sniff at there for him. Now let's move on. So Maximilian Hartland, I should also say, sorry, Ashton has a teammate, whilst we talk about it, who is Spoopy, who we have seen quite a bit more of than we have Arian Ashton. Arian Ashton seems to be the less, he's like the quiet child of the family. Spoopy gets the headlines with this, he's just getting it done. That's what he's doing. Maximilian Hartmann teamed up with Hannah Ickler, Red Kiwi Racing. Good to see them again, as always. A nice sort of matte red livery always comes along with them, and it's very good to see them. Again, the car that's had some good moments, some bad moments. I think most of these cars on track have had good moments and bad moments. But, you know, always good to see Red Kiwi, and they will finish this race, if in the current position, only 2 positions down on their start. But maybe they can do something about that in the next 45 minutes. John Doe Germany, meanwhile, we've heard a lot about him. GT4 winner of the best spooky livery competition, and in the light you can certainly see that now. Has done a fantastic job driving the Maserati for 6 hours solo, well, even 5 hours 15. Solo is no mean feat. And we shall have to see where he ends up finishing. He is currently 4 places up on his start. of 20th. And sitting quite nicely, certainly doing a good job to keep what is a very difficult drive car handled around this track during these last 6 hours. Robin Moe, meanwhile, and his teammate Jack Jeroen Odedort, that is, in the smaller PP Janetta. Again, not had the best race of it. I think they had a good, relatively alright quality. They qualified P13, which was, I think, about P3 in class at the time. They've lost 2 places overall, but they've lost more in their class due to the DNFing of some of the GT3s. And that's unfortunate to see, but I think they've kept going, they've kept their race up, they've tried to destroy their tyres as much as they possibly can, self-admittedly so. And, you know, they've got a lovely livery. They've got Thomas Jack on the side of the car dressed up as an anime girl, so who can knock it? You know, who can knock it indeed? Right, Bletton, the V8 Vroom car, which I very much like because it's a Chevy. Who doesn't like a Chevy? You know, they've lost again 2 places down off their race start. Unfortunately, then a few more places off of their race start in class, but certainly have given us some good entertainment in this race, and I have certainly enjoyed watching them. Bletton and their teammate of Marcel Tamo have certainly given us some good stuff to watch throughout. Git Fisher then, an interesting one to say the least. Solo driver Aston Martin has had some very quick, very good moments and some more interesting moments that they have been penalised for. I'm still not sure what's going on in this car. It feels like a joke I just don't understand. But, you know, good on them. And, you know, they're going to finish 4th if they stay where they are. If they manage to catch Fock by the end of the race, which they have gained a little bit on him in the last few laps, all the better for them. They have put on a good show. Actually, they don't even need to catch Fock. Fock has received a 10-second penalty for causing a collision with car 58, which is someone, Aaron Ashton at the bottom. And so they only need to get within 10 seconds of Fock now to beat the race. And currently they are, well, it doesn't say so in the ACC timing on the sim, on the racing control, apparently they are doing. So we shall see how that pans out, and I will look at that incident in a little while, as Bletton now takes the pit lane and Robin Moe takes P5 in class. Fuck you, the Kokona brother racing car. Boothby is in the wall. Boothby has hit the wall and he hits it again trying to recover. What happened here? We need to know, is it going to be another islands? Is it going to be an island bend? No, he survived the island bend. What happened? He comes back on the power and shell corner. He gets a little bit on the curb. He gets too much on the curb on the exit. And a light bonk into the wall. And for good measure, a second trying to get it back on the track facing the right direction. That is not going to help his race. But he still has a lap in hand over Fock up behind him. And we shall see whether any of that damage that Boothby will have had there will play into the hands. There are 40 minutes remaining, and to be honest, with damage, that's not necessarily an undoable thing for the Chevrolet to try and make happen if that damage leads especially into any more incidents in the next 40 minutes. So anyway, Fock provided some great racing. Chevy, love it. I absolutely adore it. A lovely colour on it. A nice metallic sort of burgundy red going on. I love the deepness of it. Maybe maroon even. And absolutely gorgeous. It's again given us some interesting moments and some interesting battles to look at. And as a solo driver, again, all credit to all the solo drivers. 6 hours is not the easiest thing, especially 6 hours in a very balanced multi-class race where you have just about as many faster cars as you do your own class. Yeah, you've got to be wary of the GT3s just as much as the GT3s have to be careful in overtaking the GT4s, and to do so for 6 hours on your own is always an impressive thing, and credit to all of these drivers. So look, Boothby has joined us for the first time in any Racing Pals new driver to this series, and he has done a fantastic job. And yes, I am going to say, very simply, I am aware he is someone, but I don't really follow someone, so I don't know as much about him as other drivers in this race do. But there's been a lot of excitement about Boothby, and he has certainly put on a good show. And he will, if that damage does not come back to bite him. I don't think it is. He's gaining slightly on Fock. He will finish this race, I think, P2. Sadly lapped by Thomas Jack. But I think a lovely classic. Everyone loves a classic BMW Motorsports livery. You know, can't go wrong with them. And has given us some good moments throughout this race, especially when he's been battling with Thomas Jack or trying to fight, keep himself on the lead lap. Let's have a look then. Our GT4 leader, Thomas Jack, in the fantastic small PP spooky livery. The Finnish driver has done a brilliant job this race. I know Pierre came in and said that the Alpine is a bit powerful here, and the Alpine, to be fair, is probably the most powerful GT4. Sadly, no custom BOP yet. Whilst we have a custom BOP in our P series, we haven't done one for RP Endurance, as we don't have one for the GT4s. And also, we announced a custom BOP after we kind of started releasing stuff for this race. Maybe we'll do custom BOP and Endurances in future. I kind of hope we do eventually. I'd love to see if we can get one worked up for the GT4s, but the Alpine has always been a pretty powerful car in its class, and so it is nice to see it in the hands of such a consistent and fast driver as Thomas Jack, doing what it's kind of meant to do. But we have a yellow flag. Luke Bosworth, once again, the 46 Porsche in the gravel. But I'm not going to watch the replay. Feldkamp is also off in the gravel. I'm going to try and see if I can see that later if there is something going on. But Rip Hagen now is fighting Maudsley. I really hope there is an incident there. It's not, sadly. I think I'm going to have to just say those two have spun. There is still a yellow flag for Bosworth. But the battle for P2 has now heated up once we have finished watching and looking at our GT4 grid. I'm going to try and look at the GT3 grid before the end of the race. Oh, the GT4 not giving much room at all. But they're past the 88 car, but that has led to Rip Hagen being a little bit behind. So whilst he is behind, I'm going to have a quick look back at the contact between the 888 car and the 58 car that caused that car, this car here, to get a time penalty from the stewards of 10 seconds. Into the chicane they go. Oh, we did see this, sorry. Yes, I did acknowledge that. I'm surprised a little bit that that was a time penalty, but I can understand why. Firstly, I don't know. I do think the Ginetta did overslow a little bit into the corner, a bit of braking where perhaps the other car ahead behind didn't expect, and that seems a little bit harsh, but I can understand why that would be the view from the steward's room. Right, so we have now, so at the same time as this happened, I just want to go quickly and say that Finney here in the Racing Quest car 501 is fighting with Bourne for 5th, but he's not because he's unlapping himself. So that car is trying to unlap himself, and I think will do so. But this is the battle for P2. And Maudsley still managing to keep behind Rip Hagen quite nicely. Should also know that any penalties given now will likely be taken at the end of the race. Let me check the drivers list. I don't think anyone has to pit anymore. The closest we will get is Luke Bosworth in the 46 Porsche. They've done 41 minutes. I think I said this at the time when they pitted. They are just going to miss. They pitted, I think, at 1:17 if I remember rightly, and they're just going to miss the timer and will have to pit again before the end of this lap or face disqualification. I don't think anyone else is going to have to pit except for maybe John Doe Germany, but he should just be safe. It depends, as I said earlier again, on where he comes out in terms of the final lap starting. I think he has a half an hour window essentially. He has to be half a minute, sorry, or so in front of the GT3 leader in order to finish the race under the stint timer. If he doesn't, I think that minute that he came out, so he came out at 1:14 or just before, I think that will cause him to go over the stint timer and, well, probably, I think, lead to disqualification. And that will be unfortunate, but his cleverness would be to let the leader pass if the leader is behind him on the last lap, or within a half a minute. Maxwell Frank says in the YouTube chat that 20th place has a good chance at the podium. And multiple laughing emojis. I mean, he does have a good chance at the podium. I mean, if, you know, everyone else gets struck by lightning or smited, which, you know, never rule it out. I mean, you know, don't rule it out until it's officially ruled out, as Chris Warner has passed the 200 lap mark. I've just noticed, just passed the 201 lap mark for good measure. As we see here, close battling into the Hislop chicane, but Sam Mosley still just about manages to pull it out and stay in P2. Oh, I need to check that back because I was looking at one of the timings, but there was a little contact incident there, I think, between Maudsley and the 12 car. Let's have a quick look back once we can. Helicam, yep, just a little punteroonie from the Ferrari, but the Ferrari lets Sam go, knowing that that was on him. And I think that will be a no further action from the stewards for the place returned. And also, as it is getting to that moment, the stewards may look at it and think to themselves, let's let them race, for, you know, rather than interfering. Because everyone loves when that happens with stewards troops. But to be honest, at this point, I would understand it, as it would take quite a bit of the excitement off if they were to give Rip Hagen a penalty for that incident. Meanwhile, you can see that's Daniel Bourne behind them. Daniel Bourne 2 laps behind both of these drivers, but whilst they've been battling, he has been mastering the arts of the overtake and is going to try and get himself unlapped before the end of this race, at least by one more lap on them. A little bit of a bad exit from Sam there. Is that going to allow the Ferrari to push up in front? Not quite the power of the V12. The V12 power is absolutely coming into play as much as it possibly can do. Once again, surprising. Oulton Park, I wouldn't have thought it, but the V12, very powerful. Just enough power to maintain ahead on the straights and to block in the corners. There has been a 5-second penalty for Rip Hagen due to that incident. I am surprised by that, but apparently the reasoning is it's a second penalty. So they have decided to upgrade it. What goes on with the colour grading in that corner? Anyway, there is a 5-second penalty for Rip Hagen. That is a bit disappointing to me. I was hoping to see a good battle to the end. But now it has to be Rip Hagen take place and gain 5 seconds, which he's now going to have to really fight for. I'd assume the place returned would be enough, even with the second collision, as it's not always necessary to upgrade for second collisions. I thought it would be enough to allow the racing to continue untampered, but sadly, nay. Rip Hagen still needs to make this move done, and Mosley is not making it easy for him, but I think if he does get it done within, say, the next 10 minutes, I think it's probable he could still gain that P2 from the Aston, But again, Sam is not making it easy. But Sam gets not a great exit, but the V12 is just going to power up the hill, isn't it? That is the great disappointment that comes from the V12 being so powerful, is now I want, as a commentator, I want Rip Hagen to take the place so we can see if he can make it. Oh, big crash behind! Well, that's Daniel Bourne coming together with Rip Hagen, who's got back on track. Let's have a look what happened there. I think that's truly put an end to that potential race between the Ferrari. And it's a bit sad because the Ferrari let the thing go, so that means he lost time when he could be gaining for the place, but we shall see. I have to watch that again. He flashes him as he punts him. I mean, an interesting strategy, to say the least. Let's have a look at that from a helicopter. Maybe the Ferrari came across from that angle a little bit more on the Mercedes. We'll have to see what the stewards say. But that's putting into that race, sadly, I think, for the time being. I'm not quite sure if Rip Hagen is going to risk putting his car further at risk. It's already got some damage on it for that P2. He might just sit comfortably in P3 now, as he still has to get past Finney before he can even get to Maudsley ahead. But let's have a look then. So the 9 GT3s remaining in this race. So that's good, because actually that gives me a chance to finally return to the list. The 9 GT3s remaining in this race: Luke Bosworth and co. That is Luke Bosworth, Trygve Eidson, I don't know, I think it's Swedish, and Rob Firminger. Actually, I'm not sure if it is. I don't know what language it is, but Eidson, Firminger, and Bosworth have been certainly interesting. Oh, Rip Hagen, something just happened to him, I think. Oh no, that's not another. Let me check. So they come down through the Cascades, out along Lakeside. There is a lake, see, I told you. I mean, I told myself. I see, and then through Island Bend. Oh, the Ginetta, that's Robin Moe in the Ginetta, just sort of turned in on his rear and took them both off track. That, I think, will be a penalty incoming for Robin Moe. We'll have to see. But that's not the happiest moments for this race as it comes to an end. And almost a crash behind between Daniel Bourne and Robin Moe as well. But Bosworth and co have been a good fixture by sticking it out. They've had a lot of incidents. Some not their fault, some through mistakes, some, you know, just collisions that just happen on occasion on a racetrack. And they've stuck it out, and by doing so they have gained some positions, I think. Oh, sorry, they are down 2 places off their race start. Their race start was 7th, but by sticking it out they have, again, much like the people at the bottom of the GT4 category, really just proven themselves as good endurance drivers. They've stuck it through, and they can claim a moral victory as well as an actual victory over those who left early, at least those who chose to leave early. And they will finish this race P9 as they are multiple laps down, I think, on almost everyone else. They are 1 lap down on Kovacs and Feldkamp, 2 laps on Finney, 3 laps on Bourne and Cooper, 5 laps down on Rip Hagen and Maudsley, and 7 laps down on Warner. Let's have a look then. So Kovacs and co. I've seen Kovacs himself passes, I think that's Thomas Jack. Yes, it is. For another time. Let's have a look. That is Martin Kovacs, Isaac Nilsson, and Can Akil. Again, a car plagued with troubles. At one point, they were leading this race, and then at another point, they were last in class. But I think they've again done well to stick with it, and that recovery drive, this recovery drive by Kovacs is not yet over. And I'm very much looking forward to seeing if he can gain any new places by the end of this race. And the livery is utterly gorgeous. It is a beautiful, bright sky blue livery with a nice little white edging, and I love it. I'm not sure if it's meant to be like a shark of some kind. It's got like a little fin on the side. I think it is meant to be a shark, isn't it? It's a shark! I didn't even know that until now. I was looking at it and I was thinking it's like the Husky chocolate livery. If you've seen Marcus Ericsson's IndyCar, which has a sort of white mountain range and a red top. And I thought it was like an inverse, sort of a blue version of that. But no, apparently it's a shark or some kind of marine wildlife. But it is a gorgeous livery, and they have certainly given us a lot to watch in this race. Some of which they'll be happier with, some of which they certainly won't. Rip Hagen, meanwhile, has now gotten himself a drive-through for causing a collision, which, if that's that incident with Robin Moe, I am very much not certain about, because that did not look... I'm going to look at it from... The Headicam's no good on this. I'm going to look at it from... It's not stream friendly, but I'm going to look at it from this angle, because I do want to have a look at it again. So this is what happened in that corner. It did feel to me like Robin just... I don't know if that's enough for a drive-through, even if that is a... I can't put the blame on, even from that angle, on Rip Hagen. That feels a little bit harsh on the Ferrari. To me, that looked more like a racing incident at most from that angle. But that is unfortunate, and once again further hampers the race for Rip Hagen and Meggans, and certainly favours Sam Maudsley as a second place finisher for certain. I would say at this point, with 23 minutes left to go, it seems very unlikely that anyone else is going to make it up. Right, let's go back to good stream-friendly cameras. Florian Veldkamp and his teammate Lucas Schumacher currently sitting in P7. Red Kiwi Racing GT3 team for this race, counterpart to their Red Kiwi Racing GT4 team run by Hartmann and Hannah. Last name escapes me. Ickler, that's the name. I haven't seen much of this team. I feel like I have on occasion, but they've really kind of just kept to themselves. Once again, a beautiful livery from a Red Kiwi car. But I feel like I haven't really not seen much from them. And Husky put in chat, sorry, Husky just put in the chat, Chinese consumed. Husky, you're not even doing the commentary and you're still talking about your Chinese food. Husky, if anyone doesn't know, famously in the middle of endurance races like this, will ask everyone what you should have from the Chinese, order it, and then go away to pick it up and come back with fresh Chinese. Whilst I'm usually left trying to negotiate with his autocam to give me what I actually want to see, and turning it into a Radio 4 program, because all I can do is read from what's happening from race control whilst the autocam's looking at something completely random. Husky is going to talk about his Chinese food apparently, but I want to continue looking at this car. Florian Veldkamp, like I said, kind of just been there a little bit, but they've certainly kept themselves, and I think that's paid off with their P7. They qualified P8, they've gained a place. Not too great, not too terrible. I'd say overall they've had a very positive race, incident-free almost, as they now... I feel like once I said that, they were predictably going to get in some sort of crash with this Chevrolet, but I think they've kept it mostly clean there. But yeah, I think great to see them with us again. Fantastic, and I hope they've had a really good time with it. It's just been a bit of a shame we haven't seen them too much, but also a blessing, because the reasons for why you see cars are not always positive. Right, next car on the list. Levi Finney, BC, and... I assume that's British Columbia, given the Canadian flag, and Umar Kromix. Levi Finney, I'm laughing at what Husky put in chat, but I'm not going to engage with it because I'm actually scared he might do that. Levi Finney and Omar Kromix, certainly been a car that I think they're the epitome. If I say that we haven't seen Lucas Schumacher and Florian Veldkamp, and that's both a little bit sad, but also a bit of a blessing for them because of what you usually see them as, I think we've got in the 501 McLaren here the complete epitome of that statement, because we have seen them for doing some great things and we have seen them from doing some less than great things as well. And I think generally they've given us a good race to watch. P6 at the moment, that's down from their P5 start, which isn't too great for them, but I think they've certainly given us some good battling to watch, and another nice little green livery going on there for the 5-1 car. I like the little pattern on the front of the car. It's like a little diamond pattern. You couldn't really see it in the night, but you can now in the day. And it's now 6:30 AM sim time. And they've certainly given us quite a bit to see over the race. Right, Daniel Bourne and Linus Weiss, another car that's given us much to see. And again, I think basically all the top 6 are the epitome of that. Why it's great to be seen on stream, but also sometimes not good to be seen on stream. And I think that goes for basically all of these. Daniel Bourne and Linus Weiss, so they've run a good race. I think generally they've lost 3 places, sadly. They did qualify P2, but after some incidents early on, after some collisions that have been their fault and not been their fault as well, as much as these drivers have, they have managed to pick it up and take it home, at least in P5, if they continue where they are, as they come to try and unlap themselves from Sam Maudsley here. And whether they make it or not, they have certainly given us a good race to watch from their perspective. Right, Ryan Cooper wants the camera. This camera always hates trying to find people. Ryan Cooper, another driver in the epitome category of why it's good and bad to be looked at. 2 places gained off their race start. Ryan Cooper, solo driver, the only solo driver. No, wait, what? Ryan Cooper's not a solo driver. There are 2 Ryan Coopers. No. I've only just realised that. We are 5 hours and 40 minutes in. I've only just noticed they're not silver, they're platinum. There are 2 Ryan Coopers in this car. So not solo, so I can't give him credit for being solo. Oh, he goes off and Sam Maudsley decides to follow, which allows Daniel Bourne to take that unlapping of himself. Ryan Cooper, meanwhile, however, who is now getting chased down by Daniel Bourne for position, has given us again a lot to watch. And I think he's just generally good. I've seen him a lot. I can't remember any particular instance with him. I think he had a lot of early race stuff happening, but he's kind of been a bit quiet for the last 3 hours. So he'll forgive me if I haven't quite remembered everything that he's done, but certainly it has been interesting to watch. Now, I want to go and look at our top 3, but you know, that's the podium, so let's look at it in a little while whilst we focus upon this. The battle. Whoa! It was the battle. There goes Finney. Finney's off in the gravel as well at the same time. But that was a little bit of a bump by Bourne onto Cooper. But they both get away with it quite nicely. They have to now pass the 88 McLaren. It's currently being driven by Drozek again. Sorry, I keep saying currently, but I realise he is a solo driver, unlike Ryan Cooper. And so it's always been driven by Drozek. But Ryan Cooper and Daniel Bourne will continue. This is the battle for P4 now. And actually, if I look at the level... No, yeah, sorry, it's definitely the battle for P4, because even with that 20-second penalty, Ryan Cooper... sorry, it's not the battle for P4, it is the battle for nothing, because Ryan Cooper has a 20-second time penalty, which was a 10-second, which has now been upgraded to a 20. So Daniel Bourne, whether he gets past him or not, will take the position from him. And that's a little bit of a shame, but I guess that is the way it is sometimes. Been a few top battles which have sadly been a little bit taken out of the wind out of its sails by some of the penalties these drivers have managed to rack up. This is all about let them... What? No, I'm not going to say it. Just seeing if Bourne can make the move done. as we come to the final 15 minutes, and if he doesn't soon enough, I will go and have a look at the podium sitters in GT3, which at the moment are Riphagen, Maudsley and Warner. I think there's certainly a lot to say about these cars, particularly that one at the top, who I'm very much looking forward to speaking to post-race, as there were some interesting stories, I think, from the incidents they had early on. For the post-race, if you are watching and you are one of the co-drivers, or perhaps those who might be called in for an interview, I think tonight, as my voice is already going, as you may be able to hear, I do have to do commentary tomorrow. I'm only going to do interviews with the leaders, the winners in both classes. So apologies if you are P2 or P3 on the podium, but I will be limiting myself to doing just those two. Now within 0.1 seconds of Ryan Cooper, looks to the inside around Druids, does not think of it very much. There's a blue flag somewhere, I think that is for Sam Maudsley perhaps, who has just gotten past Finney in the background there, lapped him again. As they come now round, there's one of the GT4 Camaros. Oh, it's free wide with the GT4 very much far on the outside. Oh, that's big contact. That's a pit maneuver if ever I've seen one, and that is going to be a very unfortunate situation for Daniel Bourne. Hopefully he can keep this car well going. Let me have a look on the interior. He has steering damage. He will almost certainly have to repair this car, and that might, if after the repairs are all done, put him behind the number 501 car of Finney. That is an unfortunate end to this race, and I'm expecting a very big penalty for Ryan Cooper. But sadly, I don't think it's going to be enough to give Daniel Bourne the place that he was almost certainly getting, that is P4. I don't think any penalty is big enough for the amount of damage that has just been done to restore order to this universe. Meanwhile, there was a little yellow flag for Fox there, but I haven't seen it. I'm going to have a look at that on the helicam. Let's see if we can find it. This isn't it, is it? No, this was ages ago. Oh, that's a shame. Apparently, other incident isn't on there. Maybe it's this one. Give me a second. No. Oh well, it's not on the contact list, weirdly. I've just sent a quick message to the stewards because that does need looking at in case it's not on their contact list either and they haven't seen it. Hopefully, because it was a close battle and the only real close battle happening, you might have been looking at it anyway. Which we'll have to see. Because that is sadly not on the contact list. But you know what? Got 11 minutes left. Let's go to replay. Alright, where is he? There he is. So, we have to have a look at this again. Sadly, again, the contact is not entirely working. Let's have a look what happened here. Daniel Bourne makes it free wide a little bit, but no, that's just, I think that is Ryan Cooper not being clear and just turning in. Yeah, I can't really see it from anyone's perspective other than Daniel's. You just see, yeah, just sideswipes him and pulls him. That causes a massive hit. That should be quite a large penalty to go along with it, I think. Right, should hopefully be able to look at that, because that does need looking at. It's just annoying it didn't come up on the contact list. So, battles have kind of petered out, but there is now this battle between Cooper and Finney, but again, because you can see Chris Warner there in between them, leading this race still, but because of that 20-second penalty, which I think after she was looking at the incident in turn 1 there, I think that will be translated to a much bigger penalty. I don't think this is going to be much of a problem for Finney's hopes of finishing P4. Drive through for Robin Moe was there for a second. I think he must have served it very quickly, as Finney now is trying to get past Thomas Jack in the leading car in the Alpine GT4. Let's have a quick look at the top 3. I wanted to do a little while ago. So here we have, there he is, Guido Riphagen, who's just been unlapped by Martin Kovacs. I like that livery. Once again, a default livery that's very, I love, oh, well, that's unfortunate, but he won't lose too much time for it, and even if he does, Cooper's not very far behind, and Quicky's going to gloat about that one later. Yeah, Riphagen, he is a beautiful, I do love a good custom livery that isn't a custom, but is an in-game custom that looks really nice. It's always quite clean, at least when it's not in for a 6-hour race. Riphagen and his teammate, who, if I remember rightly, is Oren Meggans, have done a fantastic job, I think, in this race. They've done quite nicely. They've started third and have got back to third. They've had certainly ups and downs throughout. Meggans especially so. Again, I think there has been quite a few teams where one driver's been a bit more noted than others, not necessarily for anything bad, just for being involved in more notable incidents, and Ryan Cooper gets a stop-go 10 penalty for that collision with Daniel Bourne. I don't know if it'll be enough to really do much. I don't know whether when he serves a stop-go like a drive-through, I don't know whether he retains the existing time penalties. We'll have to see once he serves it. But Guido Riphagen and Oren Meggans have certainly had a decent race, a solid race, I think, overall in finishing. They've had their moments of glory, their moments of hardship, and they will come home at the moment, and I think it's safe to say in 6 minutes' time, most likely come home to finish P12. Let's have a look then at Sam Maudsley, our only solo GT3, because Ryan Cooper are cheating. Our only solo GT3 in the only V12 Aston on this racetrack. The only Aston GT3 on this racetrack, to be fair, but a V12 nonetheless. A unique car, and certainly has put on a fantastic show today, I think. Absolutely fantastic. Started all the way down in B11, which at the beginning of this race was essentially last in class. I think actually was last in class. I don't know if he actually properly did a lap in qualifying as Ryan Cooper comes in to serve his stop-go 10. But Sam has done absolutely fantastic. He has proven that the V12 is a force to be reckoned with still, even without any custom BOP being applied. He has managed to use the advantages as much as possible of that V12 engine in that car. and has absolutely done a fantastic job and will come home after fending off so many contenders, with having a solid race, few incidents, to come P2, I think, once all this is done. I don't think there's much more I can say about him. I feel bad because he deserves more being said, but he's just been absolutely solid throughout and given us some great defensive action to watch. And Ryan Cooper serves his stop go 10, comes out but still has a 20-second time penalty, but sadly is still going to finish P4 because Finney is a lap behind and Daniel's repair took far too long. And that is a shame when such a big accident is caused and the person doesn't really get a proper penalty because the gaps are just so big at the time at which the penalty is given. It wouldn't be possible to give him anything more. And to be honest, he doesn't deserve anything more for what the incident was. It's very unfortunate for Daniel Bourne that he will finish this race at the moment P6. I had hoped he could hold on to the car for a few minutes that they had remaining, but the car was too damaged to do so, and he may have even got a meatball to come in. And let's then finally have a look towards the purple and yellow car that is Chris Warner, the McLaren Madness 404 team, and his teammate Nathan Pierce, also known as Red Line Zach, or Red Linazak as I called him at the start of the race, thinking it was some sort of Czech or Slovak name or something like that. But it's not. It's Nathan Pierce, who was commenting earlier in our chat, and they have done... I'm glad they're winning this race because they're going to be very interesting to just ask a little bit to in the post-race. Absolutely fantastic. They have triumphed through hardship, obviously, with the car at the end of their first stint. They were leading by, I think, just 10, 13 maybe seconds at the end of their first stint. Not too great a lead, I don't think, but they had a puncture at the end of their stint that essentially allowed, as far as I remember, Kovacs to take the lead from them in the pit lane, or after his pit. And then the second driver of that car not having a great race, Nathan Pierce having a moment. Sam Maudsley is off into gravel, but is back on in nice order. I don't think that's going to have any major effect. But that second driver, Nathan Pierce, having had some mechanical issues during the race. If I remember rightly, what they said was he had an equipment failure where his wheel lost all feedback and wanted to turn, so assuming it starts stuck in one direction. And essentially they have done a fantastic recovery drive since then. The second stint for Chris Warner also had some incidents, some little crashes and moments. And to come back and win this race by 2 laps, admittedly with the unfortunate incidents caused to other drivers, particularly the 901 car that had taken the lead of Martin Kovacs, Kanalik and the third driver, whose name escapes me, Can Akil and Isaac Nielsen. That car, the 901 car, took the lead, and unfortunately they've had such a disastrous race since then. But the 404 has certainly put in the effort to bring it back and take the lead, and in 2 minutes' time, a possible... Actually, no, wait, I do the thing, don't I? I forgot, I do the thing where I want the carnage, so they're going to take the race win, definitely. Actually, that feels harsh, they're not Tom Japp. I only really do that when it's Tom Japp. But they will probably take the race win in the next minute or two, the 2-3 minutes it will take for him to... Actually, no, it will be 1 minute and 30, roughly, because he's going to cross the line now. Now, this is when I want to have a look. He has crossed the line.
The leader is on the final lap. Give it a final push.
Final lap has been passed. John Doe, Germany, where are you? John Doe, Germany is... Oh, I don't know if this is going to be... It is. He's going to get lucky. Yes, sorry. He is behind the leader. He has currently... Oh, never mind. John Doe Germany decided the pit to be careful. I didn't realise he had. I hadn't seen him. So, he is fine. He is safe. I'd feared for his life when it came to the balancing out of the driver's stint timer, as he had pitted at 1 well, he came out the pits at 1:14, 1 hour 14 remaining, and with a 75-minute stint timer, that meant he had essentially a half a second gap, where if he was half a second in front of the race GT3 leader, he would have gone over his driver's stint timer. He decided to play it safe, came in early, although he would have made it if he hadn't done that second pit stop. Now, just about, when he gets passed by Kovacs there. But let's once again take a look at this man here. You see him, driver. There he is in the default helmet because they don't transfer over in multiplayer. The McLaren Madness car of Chris Warner, the McLaren 720S Evo, is going to take the win.
The leader has finished the race.
And does so. And that is Chris Warner and Nathan Pearce, your race winner in GT3. And meanwhile, Thomas Jack now coming up through Clay Hill and then Druids down here. He's going to take your win just behind, I think that's the Bentley of Ryan Cooper. Well, we had no rain, sadly. You still have two cars. There are Boothby and Bosworth. Bosworth's going to finish first. Two cars left to finish this race. And once they have done so, there goes Bosworth and now Boothby. And that concludes the Halloween special number 3, 6 hours of Oulton Park. You can see the race control penalties that have been given out over the course of this race. Oof. That was quite a lot going on there. Let's have a return to garage. Someone's doing Chris Warner doing pit lane donuts there. To see if I can find who's going to stay in. I think Tom will stay in the server. I'll find a nice spot just to put the camera, you know, as we there you are, there is your race finishing order. So it's Chris Warner and Redline Zach in the 404 car, followed by Maudsley, Rip Hagen and Meggans in the 12, Cooper and Cooper, Finney and Chromix, then Bourne and Weiss, Veldkamp and Schumacher in the 294 Ferrari, Kovacs, Nilsson and Akil in the 901, and your final car in the GT3 category, the 46 car of Bosworth, Aidson and Firminger, and then your race winner in GT4, Thomas Jack, followed by Boothby, Fisher, Fock, Yu, that is his name, Robin Moe and Oderdorp in the free car in 14th, which is 5th in class, Tamo and Bletton, followed by John Doe, Germany, Hartmann and Ickler come next, Drozaic, Rossi, Spoopy and Ashter, Komarovsky, Petzold, Wenning, Arndt, other Wenning, and oh wait, there's two Petzolds and Wenning for some reason. Something must have gone wrong with some of the entries. But Arndt is your final car, and those are the three cars there, 21, 22, 23, who did not finish this race, sadly. Komarovsky having a disconnect at 138 laps in, Petzold and Wenning 65 laps leaving, and Arndt at lap 40. Right, I'm going to bring in your GT4 leader first. Actually, no, I'm going to bring in the other two because I'm using Thomas Jack. Tom, if you're watching, I'm using you to keep my camera on the pit lane, so please don't leave ACC. I'm going to bring in your race winners, Christian Warner and Redline Zach. Hello.
Hello, hello.
Hello.
So, first off, congratulations. That was a hard-fought, I think you could say, victory after what happened in the early portions of that race.
Yeah, sensational, really. I mean, Nathan definitely. Well, we both had our issues at the start, sort of thing. But we had a puncture first time. I think you said that you thought we were saving fuel, but we'd had a puncture on that lap because our pressures were way, way too low. So had to pit early, sort that out, and then unfortunately Nathan's force feedback died. But luckily, to able to bring it back.
First ever mechanical failure.
Yeah.
And it had to be now.
Well, no, you certainly brought it back well. How was the climb back through the field? Was there anyone who gave you any particular troubles? I know that Kovac's obviously very fast driver in himself. Sadly, that team had quite a few challenges, I think, especially in the later half of the race. Was there anything particularly interesting during your climb?
I think Nathan had a run-in with the Bentley, potentially. But I can't really... Oh, yeah, and the... what was it? The 88 McLaren GT4. We had a... we had a bit of a moment. I think that was going through the quick left-hander. We just ducked up the inside. They ran wide, and they'd almost collected us, but they'd hit the barrier instead. So we kind of got a bit lucky there, but it was their own demise.
Sorry,
really.
was that when you went deep into the hairpin? Was that one?
Yes,
I think
we were
I saw
very,
that.
very
I
deep.
watched that. You should go back on the stream and watch it, because I had to watch it very careful. I think there was some ACC physics because
Yeah,
the car
It's
rebounded
almost
immediately.
I think those.
yeah,
Yeah, I think those physics saved us in that instance
Yeah.
because it bounced so hard off the barrier. I think otherwise it would have collected Chris.
yeah, 100%.
But yeah, it was good. It was good trying to come back through. Chris's pace was phenomenal. All I had to do was keep it on the black stuff for the most of it. And yeah, it was. I think everyone had some problems and some traffic and some issues at some point, so it kind of evened out in the end.
I think there was one driver overall that didn't. I'm going to be speaking to them next because they're the GT4 winner. But
I have to say, the second place car, big hats off to them. Doing it solo and in the V12 is just amazing.
Yeah, Sam's a great driver. He's been with us for a little while now, and he's fantastic. And it was surprising for me. I don't know if you saw it. The V12 just absolutely able to take everything that's great about it, which is essentially just straight line speed, and use to keep everyone behind them whilst also just holding them up in the corners. It was fantastic.
It was crazy. Literally, like you coming back through the field, it was like, oh yeah, the only way you're able to get past it is to absolutely send it on the brakes. You just got to get such a great run out of the corner, be on its bumper on the corner exit, then it pulls like a couple of car lengths, and you just got to be so brave on the brakes just to even have a chance.
Well, you know what? I think I only saw one driver manage that properly and very successfully, and that was yourself. So big hats off to you.
Thank you very much.
That was a fantastic move when I saw it. I think I said when I saw it, I think if there's one driver, if there's any, if he got a good run on it. But Thomas Jack being in the Alpine, I don't think he had much of a chance there either. But no, congratulations to you both.
Thank you very much.
Absolutely fantastic. I hope you enjoyed yourselves. And I hope to see you again, maybe.
Yeah, it was amazing. Yeah,
Sure.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Right, cheers, congrats. Right, that was your race winners, the 404 car of Chris Warner and Redline Zach. Now I am going to pull in Mr. Thomas Jack, your GT4 winner, to have a little tete-a-tete with him. Congrats, Tom.
Thank you.
Feels like a phrase I've said a lot. I want to ask one question to you first. How are you the only driver who seemed to get away completely cleanly from that entire race?
What do you mean completely clean? I didn't get killed.
You didn't get killed. You didn't kill anyone. You just drove.
There were a few close calls, to be fair.
There were, to be fair. Dark
yeah.
did point out when he came in that he'd seen a few of yours.
I got a bit lucky seeing them coming, but yeah, it was pretty clean otherwise. Not really.
Were you surprised?
Other than the couple of drive-throughs.
Oh yes, a couple of drive-throughs throughout. Were you surprised by the pace that? Well, you only had one drive-through, didn't you? I thought you only had the one towards the end of the race, or did you have another one?
No, I had one like second stint or end of
Ah,
first
I
stint.
must.
or something.
I think I must have forgotten that one. By the time
Yeah.
the second comes, I just assumed it was the fact that it's 6 hours. You get 4 warnings, and it's like there you go. But were you surprised by the pace that you had? I mean, the Alpine obviously a quick car anyway,
Yeah.
generally GT4s. But were you surprised by how much pace you had over a lot of the GT4 field?
Yeah, I genuinely I didn't realize that. I thought, well, I was straight lining that first chicane, for example, and I didn't realize that's not something GT4s usually do. Um, and I think it was really quick, and I managed to I was really good on the brakes for some reason, compared to other cars. But yeah, it was feels a bit wrong being here, considering that car was what carried me.
Is a bit GT 3.5, but at the same time, again, you did avoid every collision. You avoided everything that could have happened. Even Boothby didn't go away scot-free. He had quite a big, hefty crash towards the end, completely on his own.
Oof.
Yeah, well, I mean, it wasn't
Okay.
race ending, but out of the hairpin, the shell corner, it was fine on the entry. He just got on the curb on the exit and just lit it up and spun it right into the barrier, and then hit the barrier again, trying to get back on track for good measure. So
Yeah, I was sort of at the start. I thought he was gonna just fly by me. To be honest, I thought they were doing they were going to have some crazy pace, but yeah.
I didn't really ask this to the leaders because I had a lot more to talk about them because they had a very interesting race. But for you, Oulton Park, small track, very even numbers really for the most part of GT3, GT4s. I mean, well, they were about even at the start, 9 in the end, and then 10 in GT4 in the end. How was the traffic? How was getting lapped by the traffic more accurately? And how was the traffic in GT4 in itself? Because there were quite a few slower ones that you obviously had to pass as well.
Traffic I
Green
think
light,
was
green light. Go, go, go.
generally, I mean, mostly fine. A few cases where they were a bit optimistic, but it was luckily one of those cases where it was always consistently the same people, so I could always be ready for what was going to happen. I knew usually the car coming behind me, and I was able to sort of judge whether or not I should back out. GT4 traffic was, yeah, I think I had an incident actually with lap traffic, GT3 GT4 sandwich, and I think I hit one of the GT4s off. Other than that, I think it was pretty clean.
Well, then, in that case, congratulations again on a great
Thank you,
GT4 win. I think it's your first GT4 win, actually. I don't think you've done a GT4 endurance race properly.
I think this is the second time I'm even driving a GT4.
That's true. Well, congratulations. Well, GT 3.5. Anyway, congratulations. Congratulations. I mean, you deserve it because you did get through it completely cleanly. Whatever car you were driving, the fact that I think you're the only car on track that had no incidents, like, properly.
I did have one. I
Well,
got a 5-second penalty.
it's only 5 seconds. That's fine. It's only a minor.
I did the naughty.
Well, one naughty, but also P1. So he swings and roundabouts, isn't it? Right. Congratulations, Tom, and I'm sure we'll see you out soon enough. Actually, we'll see you tomorrow, won't we? RP series.
Yeah.
You're gonna win that, aren't you?
No.
You're gonna win it. You gotta be positive about these things, Tom.
I'll try. But,
Okay.
I'm not too optimistic with the track.
Well, congratulations, and thank you for coming to speak to me.
Thanks. See ya.
See you. Right, that was Thomas Jack, and I'm going to say I'm very sorry to the people. There are 2 others in the interview waiting room, but my voice is completely going. I do have to do another race tomorrow night, and I have been doing this for about 7 odd hours now, so I'm sorry to say I won't be taking any more interviews after having done the race winners. But I am going to quickly do some promotions for our other races. So as I mentioned there to Thomas Jack, the next race in the RP series which is the first race of the season after the pre-season race 2 weeks ago, is tomorrow at 19:30 British Standard Time. That is 7:30 p.m. BST, British Summer Time, even not British Standard Time. It is Laguna Seca for round 1 proper of our GT3 racing series, which will be GT3 only. It will be a 70-minute race with 1 mandatory stop, and it will be streamed on this YouTube channel probably around 7:30, well, probably about 7:20-ish, depending on timing. I will be streaming that for you here again tomorrow, and then it will be every 2 weeks, most of which will be taken by that Husky, who has been talking in this chat, and except for Bathurst, which will be taken by Jack Hudson, who has been one of our more regular stewards. Well, I don't think he was stewarding today. I think he did start at the race. But that will be tomorrow for back here with me, 7:30 p.m. BST for qualifying, which will be 20 minutes, followed by a 70-minute race. Right, then we have Assetto Corsa Regular, old Assetto Corsa Classic. We are doing currently our Project Amelia season has come to an end. Our beta series concluded after 2 seasons. So now we have our interim seasons, which is a short every 2 week casual race in Skip Barbers, which are the cars with which Racing Pals essentially started. We did our first race at Oulton Park last weekend. Next weekend we go to Donington and then Beaconiki, Road Atlanta and Interlagos. Qualifying does not start at 12 p.m. BST. I believe qualifying starts at 7 p.m. BST, or it'll be GMT once GMT comes around. That is a mistake on the poster, sadly, which we had some issues with last week as well. But if you want to join in, it's a casual league. There's no stewarding, just some points and just some good fun in classic Skip Barber cars with which this whole thing began. Right. I have RP Endurance promo in my scenes. I don't think we have that yet. The RP Endurance will be announced shortly. There should be, I think, one more before the end of the year. This is our October Halloween special. We should have one late November, early December. Keep an eye out in our RP Discord channels or in our Reddit channels. And you will see once we announce what we are going to be racing next. It will probably be the 4 hours or something at somewhere. And we might even actually try and get some rain in, because we didn't have any today. But until then, we have yet to know what we shall do. I'm going to do for the first time, I haven't actually done it properly before, we have our Patreon. Thanks to our members, our sponsors, and our partners who have supported us on our Patreon and help us to perform great tasks of having to pay for all the servers that we use for our Assetto Corsa and Assetto Corsa Competizione races, as well as any other little things that we may want to be doing in the future to help grow and support this community. So please, there is a link in the comments, or there should be, a link in the description. And if you want to support us, please go and do so. So, that is it. Back to the original splash screen we started with. I will mention the other things we do at Racing Pals if you aren't familiar. On Wednesdays we also have an AC casual race series called Race and Chill, in which every week a random racer driver from that race gets selected, who can then pick the next week's combination of track and car or cars, and we run that every week. Gives us a nice little variety. It's a very fun little series and gives you a chance, if you want, to get the cars that you've always wanted to drive, with the tracks you've always wanted to drive, and race them with other people. This week I believe we're doing some form of classic car at East London, courtesy of our director, Mr. Suicidal Cookie, who was one of our race stewards today, who managed to get the pick last week and has decided to run something at a classic South African track that I've never run before, so I'm quite looking forward to it. Last week we ran Lamborghini Countachs at Knockhill, which was chaotic, but quite fun for what it was. We also do other such things here. We do some iRacing, not hosted, but more in terms of doing some special events and team stuff together. Obviously, special events and iRacing coming to an end, but we'll certainly be doing something in the new year once Daytona, which will be the first major special event, starts to kick off for the 24 hours thereof in IMSA. We also do, or some of us do, Rally here, and there is a new Rally game coming out for WRC, which I believe there's a lot of excitement about in the Rally channels. And so if you like Rally, come and join in every week. We mainly, for the moment, do it in Dirt Rally 2.0, and every week people just do their stages, stream it, have a good chat, laugh at each other, and it's a bit of good fun. So we do more than just a set of Corsa here, and if you want to come along, there is a link to a Discord in the description. But my voice is dying. This has been your Racing Pals Halloween Special Part 3. 3 years of running this. It's been pretty good, I think. Fantastic, actually. Each time, all the races have been good. Even without rain, we've had a great race today. 6 hours of Oulton Park. I thank you all for watching, and I'm going to go and rest. Again, thank you for watching, and good night, or good afternoon if you are American, or good morning if you're, I don't know, maybe, who's good morning for? I don't know, but good night to all of you.